Those familiar with Naruto are aware that the couple, Minato and Kushina, sealed the Ninetails within Naruto to ensure that the villagers would forever remember him as the scion of a hero. Yet, he was unjustly vilified as a malevolent fox demon by those with ulterior motives who continually impeded his growth. Upon reaching this point, one might feel a surge of anger so intense that it could provoke a heart attack. However, upon opening your eyes once more, you find yourself unexpectedly transported to the world of Naruto, having become the adoptive son of Minato Namikaze. 3 years later, Naruto is born, and the couple exhaust themselves in a fierce battle, splitting the Ninetails in half and sealing it within both of you. Consequently, after Naruto's birth, you become his sole family member. As you cradle the wailing infant in your arms, a wave of conflicting emotions washes over you. Suddenly, a mysterious voice resonates, revealing that you are the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, successfully activating the U16-dimension Marvel Exchange system and receiving a starter pack that as a bearer of Heimdall's protection, you can withstand 39 of incoming damage. Additionally, as a host of the Super Soldier Serum, you gain extraordinary strength, speed, endurance, and other enhanced physical abilities. However, the arrival of the system does not alleviate the anguish stemming from the recent loss of your adoptive parents. The following morning, abruptly roused from slumber, you leap up, calling out for your father and mother. Yet, as your hands grasp at the air, you gradually awaken to the reality of your surroundings. The sight of chains binding your feet and an infant's cries resonating from a dilapidated bed fills you with a tumult of emotions. Minato and Kushina sacrificed their lives to seal the Ninetails within you and Naruto, all for the hope that the villagers would honor them as heroes. Alas, they underestimated the malice and hatred harbored in the hearts of others, while overestimating the resolve and conscience of certain individuals. A bitter smile creeps across your lips as you tightly grasp the thick iron chain. With a resounding crack, you wrench it apart and that moment. The decrepit door bursts open, revealing a corpulent middle-aged woman, her face twisted in disdain. She flings a bowl of slop and a cup of milk resembling water onto the floor. The awakening of the great fox demon ignites your fury. Clenching your fists, you stand resolute, your hair rising as if stirred by an unseen wind, and calmly inquire who the true fox demon is. Instantly, the hefty woman recoils in terror from your icy gaze. Casting a glance at the discarded food that even swine would scorn, you shake your head in derision, shedding your tattered garments. Cradling Naruto, you wander until you arrive at a darkened house, pausing before its entrance. Memories of yesteryears flood your mind, and you unconsciously exclaim, "Father, Mother, I have returned." Yet, only darkness responds. The next day, you stand atop a roof near the cemetery, holding Naruto, gazing at the heroic gravestones of Hiroshi and Karu. Beside you stand Jiraiya and Orochimaru, while a crowd of mourners bow their heads in silent tribute. The flicker of disdain crosses your features as you witness the hypocrisy of those around you. Without delay, you leap from the roof, departing the scene. As the day wanes, you return to the cemetery, placing Naruto before the monument of heroes. Gently caressing the gravestone, you whisper, "Father, Mother, I have brought Naruto to see you." To the soft, effeminate voice emerge from behind you. You are the adopted son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Turning around, you beheld Orochimaru. "Uncle Snake," you greeted. Orochimaru, slightly taken aback by the revelation of his identity, responded, "You recognize me?" "I do not," you replied. "I have merely heard my father mention one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Considering who stood next to Jiraiya in that context, I could think of no one else but you." Orochimaru offered a knowing smile. "Indeed, it is I. As far as I am aware, you are but 3 years of age. Observing your agility within such towering heights, your prowess must certainly be that of a genin. However, your forthcoming response left Orochimaru utterly astonished. To be precise, I have yet to learn how to mold chakra. I rely solely on the strength and leaping ability of my body." Orochimaru was momentarily dumbfounded. The notion of scaling 3 stories using mere physical capability was utterly preposterous. "I find myself intrigued by you. Would you consider becoming my younger brother?" With an air of nonchalance, you readily agreed, prompting Orochimaru to gaze at you in astonishment, momentarily speechless. You then spoke, "I can be your disciple, but you must ensure that I grow stronger in the shortest time possible." Orochimaru regarded you with curiosity. "What is the urgency behind your desire for strength?" To his surprise, you candidly replied, "To protect the village that I shall refrain from uttering such insincere words." My only wish is to safeguard myself and protect Naruto. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru nodded, a smile gracing his lips. To acquire strength, one must be prepared to make sacrifices, even risking one's life. Are you certain you are ready? Without hesitation, you responded, as long as it does not lead to immediate death. In your recollection, Orochimaru was discovered conducting human experiments 2 years later thus. You believe you were safe for at least that duration. Very well. I shall seek you out tomorrow, Orochimaru stated before departing. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi was using a telescope technique to observe the unfolding events. You walked through the streets of Konoha, cradling Naruto in your arms, while the villagers pointed and whispered about you. With a resigned shake of your head, you continued on your way. Suddenly, a boy stood before you, one hand on his hip and the other pointing accusingly, declaring, "Fox demon! Quickly take this little fox demon and leave the village. You are not welcome here." In an instant, your gaze turned icy as you regarded the arrogant boy. You tilted your head slightly, cupping your hand to your ear in a mocking gesture. "I say, young man, I was about to ask you to repeat your earlier statement." Before you could finish, he was sent sprawling backwards. "Henceforth, let it be known, whoever dares to call me or my brother a fox demon shall meet their end." The third Hokage's presence was of no consequence. "I apologize," you said. As you surveyed the surrounding villagers with a frigid glare, you approached the fallen boy, lifting your foot to rest upon his head. "Who dares to call me a fox demon in my presence? Is it truly so amusing? Bah, I am Yumino Irika. If you wish to kill me, then do so. After all, my parents were slain by your kind." At this, you chuckled and removed your foot from his head. In your memories, Irika was the first teacher to accept Naruto. "Very well, I am in a good mood today. How about I take you under my wing as my little brother? Who dares to make this fox spirit their subordinate? One day, I shall bring about your demise." After Uraraka delivered this harsh remark, he limped away. You cradled Naruto in your arms and approached a baby supply store, only to be met with the shopkeeper's refusal to let you enter and buy formula, as he disdainfully shut the door. "You scoundrel, I shall one day overturn your establishment." Observing the famished Naruto crying in your embrace, your gaze swept across the storefronts, noting that all around you, people had discreetly closed their doors. "So bullying 2 orphans, is it? Just wait." You walked for an indeterminate time until you arrived at a noodle shop, the sign reading Ichiraku Ramen. In your recollection, only Ichiraku had never turned away Naruto. With this thought, you entered the shop, holding Naruto close. "Excuse me, sir. May I trouble you with a request? The village refuses to sell me formula, and my home has run out. My brother hasn't eaten for a day. Could you kindly assist me in purchasing some formula? I can pay for any travel expenses. It's only a matter of a small amount." "They'll buy it for you," the owner replied, "but you'll have to wait a moment." He then turned and disappeared into the kitchen. Before long, the owner emerged with a generous bowl of char siu beef noodles, placing it on the counter. "You must be hungry. Here, enjoy some noodles while I go fetch the formula." With that, he untied his apron and left the shop. Under the owner's warm hospitality, you managed to consume 2 large bowls of ramen, your stomach now pleasantly full. As you prepare to leave, despite the owner's insistence that it was his treat and he wouldn't accept payment, you discreetly placed several bills on the counter while he was occupied in the kitchen before departing. Holding the now satiated and sleeping Naruto, you had barely returned to the Namikaze residence when a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, a white-haired Umbu ninja, donned in a fox mask, spoke first. "The third Hokage wishes to see you." With a tone that carried a hint of languor, coupled with his distinctive white hair, you could easily discern the identity of this Umbu ninja. "Understood, Kakashi." The masked Kakashi paused momentarily at your response, but offered no explanation, merely casting a deep glance your way before departing. "Yamato wants to see me," you mused, realizing that your stealthy return had likely gone unacknowledged. Turning back into the house, you retrieved a strap and skillfully secured the sleeping Naruto onto your back before setting off towards the Hokage building. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was absorbed in his work, puffing on a cigarette, his brows knitted tightly over the documents on his desk. A series of knocks echoed at the door, prompting him to finally shift his focus from the papers. He exhaled a plume of smoke and rapped the corner of the desk with his pipe before calling, "Enter." As you stepped inside, bearing Naruto on your back, you respectfully bowed to Hokage Sarutobi, acknowledging him with the utmost deference. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself momentarily taken aback. The one small child who called him Grandpa, Sarutobi, and reached out for his embrace, had transformed into a stranger before his very eyes. "Lord Hokage, Please call me Namikaze Tayuya, you stated, your demeanor cold and distant. With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by your unyielding tone. Gazing at the unfamiliarity in you, he exhaled deeply once more. Namikaze Tayuya, it is rather late. You summoned me, Lord Hokage. Is there something you wish to discuss? Your eyes, calm as a still pond, met his. You have left Aunt Matsushida's home? Home, Lord Hokage? I hardly consider that a home. It is more akin to a doghouse, and even that feels generous. I have no desire to live like Naruto, consuming food unfit even for swine, drinking milk that resembles mere water, chained within that dilapidated hovel, unable to move an inch. Upon hearing your words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed tightly. He recalled how he had repeatedly implored the Matsushita family to treat you and Mikami with care, having even provided them with half a year's worth of compensation in advance. Noticing the bitterness in your expression, you soon adopted a nonchalant facade. However, it matters little now. Naruto and I have returned to the Namikaze residence. What do you mean you have returned to the Namikaze residence, Tayuya? Are you aware of the multitude of enemies your father had? You and Naruto are still young. For now, heed your grandfather's guidance. You may return when you are older. Lord Hokage, I am Tayuya Namikaze. The Namikaze residence is indeed our home. I'm not seeking your permission. I merely wish to inform you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's murky eyes fixated on the pipe in his hand, occasionally raising it to his lips. After a prolonged silence, you bowed slightly once more. If there is nothing further, I shall take Naruto home. As you turned to leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke. Wait a moment, I wish to discuss Naruto's surname. There is no need for your concern, Lord Hokage. Naruto will take his mother's surname, Uzumaki. After all, you mentioned that his father was too prominent during the ninja wars, attracting numerous enemies. For Naruto's safety, it is best that he bears his mother's name. The very purpose for which Sarutobi Hiruzen had summoned you was to ensure Naruto would carry the Uzumaki surname. Now that you had voiced it yourself, it spared him the need for further persuasion. Very well, then. You may reside at the Namikaze residence, which is for the best. Henceforth, the village's monthly living allowance will be directly provided to you. Thank you, Lord Hokage. If there is nothing else, I shall take Naruto home. The village is not particularly welcoming to us at present. As you turn towards the door, you pause at the threshold, recalling something. By the way, Lord Hokage, I trust the village will offer compensation for my parents' sacrifices. I hope you can ensure that this compensation is provided as well. Regarding the monthly living allowance, I hope that the esteemed Hokage could convert half of it directly into provisions such as milk powder and food. As you are aware, within the village, neither Naruto nor I, the two fox spirits, are able to procure what we need. You place particular emphasis on the term fox spirits. And how could Sarutobi Hiruzen fail to discern the implications of your words? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen finds himself quite helpless in this matter. In an effort to placate you, he nodded in acknowledgement. Just as you reach for the door to exit, the door to the Hokage's office swung open of its own accord. It was Orochimaru who appeared. Upon seeing you standing at the entrance, he momentarily paused. Then, with his characteristic long tongue, he licked his lips. Ah, Tsunade is here too. Please wait a moment, let's inform the old man together. You nodded slightly and shifted your body to grant Orochimaru passage. While speaking, Orochimaru took out a small scroll sealed with a seal from his pocket and placed it on the table. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and then picked up the small scroll from the table. He formed a hand sign with both hands, and the seal on the scroll slowly dissipated. The hidden cloud village has attacked the land of fire. After reading the contents of the scroll, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows, and Orochimaru's eyes also became slightly colder upon hearing this. Do you need me to lead a team to provide support? Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with snake-like eyes. For Orochimaru, participating in wars had become a routine. Since the Second Shinobi World War, he had been immersed in warfare, seemingly accustomed to the cruelty and slaughter of war. You just returned from the Battle of Kaiki Mountain, so take a break for a while. This time, let Jiraiya lead the team. Exhaling a puff of thick smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was obscured by the smoke, making it hard to discern any changes. Orochimaru habitually licked his lips, his snake-like pupils revealing indifference. Suit yourself. I'm not very keen on going either. After a pause, Orochimaru continued, I've also decided to take on another disciple. Didn't you just take on a disciple recently? I believe her name is Mitarashi Anko, a little girl, right? That's right, but this time I need your approval. Oh, it seems that the disciple you want to take this time must be quite special. Recently, the severe transformation has given us more motivation to update faster. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 11. Red Bean little lowly. As the smoke dissipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen's wrinkled face showed a hint of suspicion. Sensing the subtle change between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Chinyu knew it was time for him to speak, so he took a small step forward. Hokage-sama. That person is me. I want to take Orochimaru as my teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently tapped his pipe on the table, looking at Chinyu with a somewhat strange expression. Why do you want to take Orochimaru as your teacher? Chinyu, you should know your identity. In fact, I don't want you and Naruto to become ninjas. Don't joke around, Hokage-sama. The villagers see Naruto and me as enemies, and outside the village, there are many enemies my father established due to the war. Do you think Naruto and I have any other options? If we don't become ninjas, do you think we have the ability to survive? If we don't become ninjas, as Hokage, can you protect the two children of the fourth Hokage who sacrificed themselves for the village? Chinyu asked each word as if striking a giant hammer on Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. When Chinyu asked that last sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen completely deflated. That question, as Hokage, can you protect the two children of the fourth Hokage who sacrificed themselves for the village? Utterly crushed Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the guilt in his heart once again spread. Chinyu, the villagers are just temporarily blinded by hatred. I believe they will change their views on you in the future. Do you believe that? How long has it been since my father and mother sacrificed themselves? My and Naruto's special identities, they should be top secret, right? Why are they spread throughout Konoha in such a short time? Hokage-sama, are you really still the Hokage? After saying this, Chinyu tugged at Orochimaru's sleeve and decisively turned to leave. Orochimaru narrowed his slitted eyes slightly and glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was lost in thought after Chinyu's remarks. Orochimaru sighed imperceptibly. Old man, I'm leaving too. Call me if you need anything. Orochimaru licked his lips and walked toward the door, finally muttering to himself as if in a soliloquy. Chinyu is a good seed to be a ninja. It would be a pity if he doesn't become one. Uncle Snake, you're so slow. When Chinyu saw Orochimaru coming out of the Hokage building, he softly complained, jogging over to Orochimaru while carrying the now-awake Naruto on his back. Uncle Snake, you are my teacher now. Uncle Snake? Me? I don't remember the old man agreeing to let you follow me to learn. Yeah, calling you Uncle Snake feels closer. As for the Hokage not agreeing, that's a small matter. He didn't agree, but he also didn't object, right? Orochimaru licked his lips again, making Chinyu wonder how his lips had not cracked after so many years of doing that. Orochimaru had no idea that at that moment, Chinyu was internally mocking him. After licking his lips, Orochimaru nodded slightly, turned around, and looked at the Hokage building behind him. Come find me at the back mountain tomorrow. After dropping this line, Orochimaru ignored Chinyu beside him and disappeared with a body flicker technique. At this moment, in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, his pipe already extinguished. Looking at the reflection in the crystal ball on the table, he sighed again. Forget it. Let that kid be. Murmuring to himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head and softly said toward the door, Kakashi, protect Chinyu in secret. After Kakashi, who was hiding behind the door, responded, he also disappeared from the Hokage building. Looking at the empty office, Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe on the corner of the table. Having Kakashi protect Chinyu was not because Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't trust Orochimaru. Although there had been some secret information about Orochimaru conducting human experiments recently, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not fully believe it without solid evidence. After all, Orochimaru was the one he valued most among his three disciples. The next day, Chinyu got up early and carried Naruto to the back mountain of Konoha. After searching for a long time, he finally found Orochimaru deep in the forest. Upon approaching, Chinyu noticed that a purple-haired girl with a pineapple ponytail was also with Orochimaru. Huh, purple hair, a 5 or 6-year-old little girl, fishnet lining. Yuhi Kurenai. Chinyu was excited inside. Yuhi Kurenai. A beautiful girl, but she seems to have gained some weight after Boruto. No, I must find a way to get her to quit sweets like those 3-colored dumplings. A beauty like her can't be wasted. Thinking this, Chinyu put on a confused expression and looked at Orochimaru. The girl, who was practicing beside them, slightly shrank back and hid behind Orochimaru, only revealing her head as she quietly observed Chinyu, who was carrying Naruto. Uncle Snake, who is she? Aren't you going to teach me how to train? Hey, Chinyu is here. This is Yuhi Kurenai, and like you, she is also my disciple. Yuhi Kurenai? My name is Chin-Yu, the new disciple of Uncle Snake. Please take care of me in the future. A sunny smile appeared on Chin-Yu's delicate face, which bore resemblance to Minato Namikaze. Why you? Hello? Please take care of me. Yuhi Kurenai, peeking out from behind Orochimaru, spoke timidly, making Chin-Yu a bit taken aback. In his impression, Yuhi Kurenai's character in the original work was supposed to be just as bold and generous as her striking appearance. All right, Chin-Yu, given your age, I did not recommend you start chakra training, so you suggest I train my physique first? My old man said the same thing before he died. While saying this, Chin-Yu walked up to a large tree, rolled up his sleeves, and threw a punch at the tree trunk. Bang! With a muffled sound, the tree swayed for a moment, leaves falling down. After a while, the tree stood firm, and Chin-Yu's small fist was embedded straight into the trunk. This punch took me 2 years of effort. Not bad. Chin-Yu looked proudly at Orochimaru, who was crossing his arms. He almost blurted out, but managed to stop himself just in time to avoid an awkward situation. TSK. Chin-Yu, I'm becoming more and more interested in you. Hey, Uncle Snake, I'm a boy. You can't have any strange thoughts about me. Orochimaru paid no mind to Chin-Yu's teasing, licking his lips while his snake-like eyes sparkled with curiosity. Considering your physical condition, starting chakra refinement and training now shouldn't be a problem. However, before he finished speaking, Orochimaru's figure instantly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind Chin-Yu, snatching Naruto from his back. Then, with his palm like a claw, 5 balls of chakra flame burned on his fingertips. Before Chin-Yu could react, Orochimaru's palm slapped against Chin-Yu's abdomen. 5 elements seal. Chapter 12. Chakra test. Chin-Yu let out a cry of anguish, feeling a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. His body instantly bent into a bow shape. Orochimaru frowned, retracting his palm, looking at the burning chakra flames on his fingers, then glancing at the hunched Chin-Yu. His palm quickly struck out again. After being hit again, Chin-Yu cried out once more, his scream sounding as if he were being subjected to extreme torture. Even Yushin Washi Akane, standing nearby, was startled, her eyes turning red from Chin-Yu's cries. Orochimaru retracted his hand again, the chakra flames still burning on his fingers. Wait. Chin-Yu was startled and, ignoring the excruciating pain in his abdomen, stepped back several paces. Uncle Snake, can you stop? I might really die. The 5-element seal is ineffective. Is there something wrong? As if he hadn't heard Chin-Yu's words, Orochimaru stared at the 5 clusters of chakra flames on his fingers, murmuring to himself. Chin-Yu, come here. But, if you come over again, will I still be alive? Chin-Yu held his stomach, cautiously watching Orochimaru, while quietly stepping back. What a hassle. Orochimaru sighed, his figure flashing as he appeared in front of Chin-Yu again. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. Do I still need to wait until now? Take off your shirt. Upon hearing this, Chin-Yu's pupils dilated, his arms tightly crossed over his chest. Uncle Snake, I'm a boy, and I'm only 3 years old. This isn't really appropriate, is it? What nonsense? Are you going to take it off or not? Do you need my help? Orochimaru's eyes gleamed coldly, his long tongue habitually licking the corner of his mouth. But to Chin-Yu, this scene looked like Orochimaru's eyes were filled with spring, his tongue seductively licking his lips. Thinking of this, Chin-Yu quickly shook his head, trying to dispel these chaotic thoughts from his mind. Even so, he still looked at Orochimaru with a wary gaze. Uncle Snake, I could take it off. But could you be a little gentler? Upon hearing this, a vein popped out on Orochimaru's forehead. Wind release. Great breakthrough. As Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals, Chin-Yu had no time to react. Orochimaru exhaled a gust of wind, and the wind blades instantly shredded Chin-Yu's clothes to pieces. Uncle Snake. Don't. Chin-Yu covered his upper body with one hand and shielded his lower body with the other, looking delicate and shy, his eyes bashfully glancing at Orochimaru. Chin-Yu. Orochimaru could no longer contain himself, quickly forming hand seals again, then slapped his palm on the ground. With a thick fog rising, giant snake several dozen meters long appeared out of nowhere. As soon as the snake appeared, it lunged at Chin-Yu, and within moments, the snake had coiled around him, leaving him collapsed on the ground. Wait. Orochimaru, as if he hadn't heard, stepped forward slowly, crouching down to look at the yin-yang fish on Chin-Yu's lower abdomen, his brow furrowing again. What is this? After pondering for a long time without finding an answer, Orochimaru simply asked Chin-Yu, how would I know? Do you think I have the ability to put this thing on myself? Is that so? Orochimaru glanced at Chin-Yu, reached out, and lifted Naruto's shirt, observing the spiral seal on Naruto's lower belly. Orochimaru was even more puzzled. Why is the seal on him different from yours? And why does he have a Ninetails chakra leaking out while you do not? I said, is it possible that the seal on my brother was placed by our father, while the one on me was placed by our mother? Orochimaru paused, thoughtfully putting Naruto's clothes down and casually releasing the giant snake that was coiled around Chinyu. The seal of the Uzumaki clan? Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, took out a set of small clothes from a sealing scroll, and tossed them onto the lying Chinyu. Put this on and follow me. After saying this, Orochimaru picked up Naruto and headed into the forest. Yoshinwashi Akane, seeing this, glanced at the lying Chinyu, then covered her eyes with a blushing face and hurried to follow Orochimaru into the forest. Uncle Snake, let's get started. Wearing the big snake costume Orochimaru gave him, Chinyu jogged up to Orochimaru. Yoshinwashi Akane blushed even more as she looked at Chinyu. Chinyu already had a bit of charm, and now dressed in the snake costume, he added a touch of swagger, which completely captivated the little girl Akane. Before that, take a look at this, and if you don't understand, ask me. Orochimaru took out a small booklet from his pocket and threw it to Chinyu. It was a manual on chakra basics, including explanations and methods for cells, spirit, and chakra. After reading the detailed explanation of chakra in the booklet, Chinyu closed his eyes slightly and sat cross-legged. Seeing this, Orochimaru silently led Akane to a nearby area for physical training. After 2 hours of study, Chinyu finally succeeded in extracting a tiny bit of chakra from countless cells. Feeling the faint new energy within him, Chinyu scratched his head in confusion. Uncle Snake, I think I may have extracted chakra. Chinyu looked puzzled at Orochimaru not far away, not really knowing what this faint energy in his body was, as he had sworn that this was his first encounter with chakra. Absolutely the first time. So fast. Orochimaru was shocked. He hadn't expected Chinyu to extract chakra from his body cells in a single day. After all, even a genius like Orochimaru took almost a day to learn to refine chakra when he first started. It should be possible, I guess. Chinyu had no idea whether what he extracted was really chakra, and his eyes reflected his confusion, as if saying, do I look like someone who knows? Come on, channel that bit of chakra into this piece of paper. Saying this, Orochimaru took a piece of chakra test paper from the ninja tool pouch strapped to his thigh and handed it to Chinyu. Chinyu was quite familiar with this chakra test paper. Although he hadn't used it himself, he had seen it when he watched the anime. Like when Kakashi tested Naruto's chakra attributes. Taking the test paper, Chinyu focused his mind and tried to guide the tiny bit of chakra in his body toward the paper in his hand. As the chakra penetrated the test paper, it instantly wrinkled up. Seeing this, Orochimaru nodded slightly, just about to speak, when he saw the wrinkled test paper in Chinyu's hand tear in half, with one half slowly becoming damp as if soaked in water, while the other half suddenly ignited, instantly turning into a pile of ashes. Chapter 13, The Seal of the Ninetails. I can't take it anymore. How long do I have to train like this before Uncle Snake can teach me ninjutsu? Chinyu threw his head back and let out a wail. It had been a full 2 months since he started learning to refine chakra. During these 2 months, every day he was either forced by Orochimaru to continue refining chakra or beaten up by Mitarashi Anko, then forced to refine chakra. It's not that Chinyu was too weak. He was beaten by Mitarashi Anko simply because he only knew hand-to-hand combat. While she occasionally used wind release ninjutsu and shadow snake hands, leaving Chinyu with no chance to get close. He was always being kite-flying by her until he collapsed. The teacher said, as soon as you refine your chakra to full capacity, that's when I'll teach you ninjutsu. So little Chinyu, be good and work on increasing your chakra refining speed. It was all about refining. 2 months. A full 2 months. Anko, do you know how I spent these 2 months? I even unconsciously squeezed my cells while sleeping. But my chakra just went to fill up. What does it mean to be full? I can't get it full. Chinyu was on the verge of a breakdown. After refining chakra for 2 whole months, Orochimaru was unwilling to teach him ninjutsu, saying that only when the chakra was fully refined could he proceed to the next step of training he designed. But Chinyu had been refining for 2 months, 24 hours a day. Even while sleeping, his cells were refining chakra under the muscle memory of his body. I don't know what it means to be fully refined. I guess it's when you feel the chakra start to overflow from your body. Mitarashi Anko, holding a sleeping Naruto, blinked her big eyes and said thoughtfully, I remember I felt like my chakra was starting to overflow before the teacher began to teach me ninjutsu training. So how long did you refine chakra back then, Anko? About half a month, I think. The teacher even praised me back then. Anko's big eyes curved into crescents. As if to say, aren't I amazing? The teacher praised me. Chinyu was speechless. Anko refined her chakra to full capacity in half a month, whereas he had been at it for 2 months and showed no signs of overflowing. Forget it. What is the point? What if I'm a bottomless pit and can never fill up? Does that mean I'll never learn ninjutsu? Chinyu threw his hands up in despair and lay back on the ground, staring up at the sky. What did you say? Just as Chinyu lay down, he saw Orochimaru appear in his line of sight, licking his lips. Whoa, Uncle Snake, you walk without making a sound. This angle of lying flat and looking up at death, combined with Orochimaru's sudden appearance, really startled Chinyu. Thinking of giving up? Not really, just feeling a bit frustrated. Logically speaking, with your physical condition, you should have refined enough chakra in these 2 months. Orochimaru squinted, looking puzzled. Although the more chakra a person can store, the longer it takes to refine, Chinyu's required time was still too long. Even if his refining speed was slow, after 2 months, his chakra capacity should be close to that of AJ Nin, which was clearly unusual. As Orochimaru thought about this, he half-squatted and lifted Chinyu's shirt. After 2 months of interaction, Chinyu had gotten used to Orochimaru's habit of lifting people's clothes. Looking at the yin-yang fish on Chinyu's lower abdomen, Orochimaru's brows furrowed tighter. After hesitating for a long time, he slowly reached out to touch the yin-yang fish on Chinyu's lower abdomen. With his spiritual power slightly probing, Orochimaru closed his eyes momentarily. When he opened them again, he found himself in a dark corridor. At the end of the corridor was pitch black, while on the opposite side was a huge wooden gate radiating an ancient aura, blocking the entire passage. Behind the massive gate lay a giant red fox resting on the ground. The Ninetails. Upon hearing the sound, the Ninetails lifted its massive head slightly, its fierce eyes glaring at the tiny human in front of it. Human, are you here to feed me? If you can do that, Orochimaru said nonchalantly, licking his lips in an extremely irritating manner. Roar. The Ninetails, known as the embodiment of hatred, could not tolerate such provocation from Orochimaru. It immediately fluffed up like a cat, and with a whistling sound, its massive claws swiped towards Orochimaru outside the gate. Before the claws could touch anything, the ancient gate flashed with a silver light, and 2 massive yin-yang fish slowly appeared on the gate, intertwining and rotating. The moment the yin-yang fish appeared, the Ninetails trembled all over, retracting its claws at lightning speed, while its other 3 claws pushed back until it was several meters away from the gate before finally stopping. You pathetic human. I will definitely eat you. The Ninetails glared at the yin-yang fish on the gate with fear, but continued to threaten Orochimaru fiercely. I said, wait until you can do it before talking, but we can chat. I can find a way to help you solve this, but you need to answer me one question. As Orochimaru spoke, he pointed at the yin-yang fish on the gate, his eyes teasingly looking at the distant Ninetails. You can't do it. That thing is very terrifying. The Ninetails snorted coldly and lay down, clearly intending to ignore Orochimaru. No matter how terrifying it is, it's just a seal. Since it's a seal, there must be a way to lift it, and you only need to answer me one question. What do you think? The Ninetails slightly raised its head to glance at Orochimaru, its huge pupils rolling in its eye sockets. I have to say, Orochimaru truly deserved to be called the #1 brainwasher in the ninja world. Just a few simple sentences successfully made the Ninetails start to think. As for whether the Ninetails would answer Orochimaru's question afterwards, who knows? That was a matter for later. Who knew if Orochimaru would come back? Seeing the Ninetails in hesitation, Orochimaru hurriedly spoke up. Actually, it's not a big deal. I just want to ask, did you take this little guy's chakra? As soon as Orochimaru's words fell, the Ninetails, lying on the ground, seemed to be greatly insulted and jumped up. Human, I am a Ninetails, known for having nearly infinite chakra. Take this little brat's chakra? Are you looking down on me? Saying this, the Ninetails appeared completely enraged by Orochimaru's words, completely forgetting about the 2 rotating yin-yang fish on the gate. Its massive claws struck towards Orochimaru with lightning speed. Bang! With a deafening sound, the Ninetails' claws slammed against the gate in front of Orochimaru. Almost simultaneously, the speed of the yin-yang fish on the gate suddenly increased, and ripples like water quickly spread across the gate. Whoosh bang! A sharp sound of breaking air rang out, and the Ninetails was suddenly sent flying back, disappearing into the dark corridor, followed by an even louder thud echoing throughout the passage. Moments later, the huge figure of the Ninetails rushed back, nearly crashing into the gate before barely stopping. Roar! Little brat, I will definitely eat you. I will definitely eat you. Chapter 14. The yin-yang fish of duality roar. Little ghost, I must eat you. I must eat you. The Ninetails howled, its deafening roar echoing throughout the corridor. Orochimaru frowned deeply, while the yin-yang fish on the fence continued to ripple endlessly. After a long while, it was unclear whether the Ninetails had accepted its fate or was simply tired of roaring. It glared at Orochimaru outside the fence, then closed its large eyes and lay down, hot air escaping from its nostrils. Its violently heaving body demonstrated that the Ninetails was still filled with anger. After pondering for a moment, Orochimaru's slightly furrowed brow relaxed. From the looks of the Ninetails, it seemed not to be lying, and indeed, Chinyu's chakra was far less than even 1/1000th of that of the Ninetails. There was no need for the Ninetails to endure this terrifying seal to extract Chinyu's chakra. With this thought, Orochimaru licked his lips slightly, turned around, and was about to leave with his eyes half closed. Just as Orochimaru's eyes were almost closed, a wisp of light blue chakra floated in from the depths of the dark corridor. Upon seeing this, Orochimaru opened his eyes again. The wisp of chakra slowly approached, passing through Orochimaru towards the white yang fish on the fence. The Ninetails, half closing its eyes, leaped up as if it had seen a ghost upon seeing the wisp of chakra, dashing away at a speed so fast that even Orochimaru couldn't see it as it vanished at the end of the corridor. Not long after, a deep crimson chakra slowly emerged from the passage where the Ninetails had disappeared, heading towards the yin fish on the fence just like the light blue chakra, except that this deep crimson chakra entered the black yin fish. Damn it, damn it, damn it, this broken place. This broken place. This broken place. The Ninetails' furious curses echoed from deep within the corridor. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, watching the ongoing tirade of the Ninetails, and with a wry smile, he licked his lips again, glancing at the light blue chakra still merging into the yang fish before closing his eyes. After a moment, Orochimaru slightly opened his eyes and immediately heard faint snoring sounds. Looking down, he saw that Chinyu was lying on the ground, surprisingly asleep. Orochimaru had initially felt gratified to see the chakra overflowing from the ceiling passage within Chinyu, thinking that he was constantly refining his chakra. But upon seeing this scene, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel anger rising within him. He squatted down, picked up Chinyu, and threw him towards the horizon, finishing with a hand seal to cast wind release. Great breakthrough towards the airborne Chinyu. No, Uncle Snake, are you going through menopause? Why are you suddenly hitting me? Chinyu, who had flown several meters and crashed to the ground, shook his dazed head and quickly got up, brushing the dust off himself before rushing back. I was helping you find the reason, and you were sleeping so soundly. I didn't want to either, but you were pressing down on my stomach. I didn't dare move, so I fell asleep without realizing it. Chinyu looked innocent, with a very aggrieved expression. Another set of clothes ruined. Sigh, my already poor family is now even more burdened. With misty eyes, Chinyu tugged at the torn fabric hanging on him, his tone filled with endless sadness and sorrow. All right, the clothes you're wearing seem to be the ones I gave you. How long has it been since you changed? And you're saying it's even more burdensome? I remember the old man gave you quite a bit of money, right? Orochimaru rolled his eyes speechlessly and pulled out 2 sets of snake outfits from the ceiling scroll, tossing them to Chinyu, while also making a very disdainful remark. Here, remember to change your clothes. Wearing the same thing for 2 months is disgusting. After saying that, Orochimaru turned around, feeling a sense of resentment rising behind him. He turned curiously and saw that Akamichi Red Bean, hugging Naruto, was pouting and looking at Orochimaru with resentful eyes. Hey, Red Bean. Uncle Snake's clothes aren't suitable for women. I'll prepare a set for you later, something super cool. Seeing Orochimaru's slightly awkward expression, Chinyu, hastily changing into new clothes, quickly spoke up to smooth things over and comfort Akamichi Red Bean. Ahem, Chinyu, about your chakra issue. Orochimaru awkwardly cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject, pointing at the seal on Chinyu's lower abdomen. I found a reason. It should be that the seal in your body is absorbing and neutralizing the excess chakra you refined with the chakra of the Ninetails. Seal? Neutralizing Ninetails chakra? Chinyu, seemingly understanding, poked at the yin-yang seal on his lower abdomen. So, it's not that I haven't refined enough chakra, but that this thing has drawn it away? No, to be precise, it has stored your excess refined chakra along with the Ninetails chakra for neutralization. After a pause, Orochimaru continued. It's similar to a sealing scroll, temporarily storing things you don't need, which you can retrieve when necessary. Stura? Chinyu was dumbfounded. Storing chakra? Isn't that just like Tsunade's seal? When facing an unbeatable enemy, explode with power. This thing is really good directly bursting forth before a fight, saving the energy buildup. Thinking of this, Chinyu became excited and hurriedly asked Orochimaru, "Ben, how do I extract the store chakra?" However, Orochimaru straightforwardly replied with 3 words, "I don't know." Huh. So that is how it is. Watch me explode with power when I meet an enemy. Fight. Wait. Chinyu was still immersed in the joyful fantasy of being able to explode with power when he suddenly realized something. No, you don't know. Chinyu was dumbfounded. After all this time, Orochimaru had only found a reason, but not a solution. It felt like half of one's pants were down, and then you said you had your period? Well, I don't know much about the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, but I have a friend who is more familiar with chakra storage. When I see her next time, I'll ask for you. Counting the entire ninja world, there are probably only a handful of people capable of storing chakra. And if it's Orochimaru's friend, isn't that Tsunade? But at this moment, Tsunade is probably gambling somewhere in some unknown village, so finding her would be a miracle. It seems that the only way. Chinyu drooped his head. The excitement he felt earlier instantly drained away, and that feeling of disappointment, who knows it best? But soon, Chinyu shook off his disappointment, and the expression of disappointment on his face transformed into anticipation, his speed comparable to flipping a book. Uncle Snake, does this mean I can learn ninjutsu now? Yes. Receiving Orochimaru as confirmation, Chinyu excitedly jumped up. Then Uncle Snake, let us start now. I want to learn super powerful ninjutsu. Chinyu rubbed his hands together eagerly, looking impatient. Seeing this, Orochimaru licked his lips, took out a small scroll from his pocket, and tossed it to Chinyu. First, master these techniques. If you don't understand anything, ask Redbean. After saying that, Orochimaru transformed into a shadow and disappeared. With great anticipation, Chinyu unfolded the scroll, but upon seeing the markings on it, he immediately went dumbfounded. Moments later, Chinyu jumped up in rage, slamming the scroll on the ground and then stepping on it fiercely a couple of times. Chapter 15. What more do you want? A bicycle? The body replacement technique. I've been struggling for 2 months. You just teach me the body replacement technique. The body replacement technique. Let you learn the body replacement technique. Chinyu gritted his teeth, pressing his foot down hard on the scroll, rubbing it vigorously, looking determined not to give up until the scroll was destroyed. After messing around for a while, as if he had vented his frustrations, Chinyu disdainfully picked up the dirty scroll he had stepped on and patted it. Fine. The body replacement technique is fine. At least it can save my life in a critical moment. After muttering to himself for a while, Chinyu finally sat cross-legged and carefully studied the contents of the scroll regarding the body replacement technique. Seeing that Chinyu had vented his anger, Yusha Red Bean hugged Naruto and approached Chinyu from behind. Little Chinyu, take it slow, and if you don't understand something, just ask me, okay? Once you learn the body replacement technique, I'll secretly teach you wind release, but you can't tell the teacher. Really? Chinyu perked up, quickly turning his head to look at Yusha Red Bean. In his excitement, he turned his head too quickly, and with a crack, his neck made a sound. Hey, Red Bean, help me out. My head 1T turned back. 2 hours later, Chinyu silently put away the scroll on the ground and skillfully formed hand seals with his hands. Body replacement technique. With a puff of smoke, 3 Chin suddenly appeared in the mist. Huh, you learned it so quickly? No, when did you practice the hand seals? They're so proficient. Yusha Red Bean looked at the 3 Chin in surprise, 2 of whom appeared slightly illusory. At this moment, Chinyu felt so relieved. Back when he lived on that beautiful blue star, his Chinibu traits were fully developed. He had even specifically searched for information to learn the hand seals back then, and whenever he was bored, he would mess around with his hands, and over time, he became proficient. If I said I started learning hand seals in the womb, would you believe me? What happened in my past life is just like being in the womb in this life. Yusha Red Bean rolled her eyes at Chinyu. I believe you, you big-headed ghost. What about the transformation technique and body replacement technique? I learned them all. Just then, the long-lost system sounded in Chinyu's mind. Congratulations, host has learned E-rank ninjutsu, body replacement technique, and received 1,000 dimensional points. Congratulations, host has learned E-rank ninjutsu, transformation technique, and received 1,000 dimensional points. Congratulations, host has learned E-rank ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, and received 1,000 dimensional points. 3 consecutive system notifications rang out, and Chinyu momentarily didn't T-react. Dimensional points. No wonder the exchange rate for dimensional points is so expensive. It turns out the main way to earn them is through this. After a moment, Chinyu jumped up, causing the 2 clones beside him to disappear. Wow, what happened? Chinyu's sudden movement startled Yusho Washi Red Bean. And no, it's nothing, Red Bean. What you said earlier better count. Chinyu suppressed his impulse to check what he could do with 3,000 dimensional points and smiled at Yusho Washi Red Bean. Huh? What? Yusho Washi Red Bean blinked her big eyes, momentarily unable to comprehend Chinyu's sudden question. Right, if I learn the body replacement technique. You'll teach me the great breakthrough, right? Oh, of course it's true. Hee, then you better watch closely. After saying that, Chinyu began to form hand seals. Although his speed was not fast, it was very standard, and compared to many children just starting to learn ninjutsu, he was already quite fast. As a puff of smoke dissipated, Orochimaru's figure slowly appeared. Although Yusho Washi Red Bean knew that the Orochimaru in front of her was transformed by Chinyu, her expression still became somewhat solemn. Without waiting for her to react much, Chinyu formed hand seals again, and another puff of smoke rose. When the smoke cleared, a tree branch appeared in its place, while the Chinyu who had transformed into Orochimaru had long disappeared. How was that? How was that? From behind the bushes, Chinyu walked out with a grin, and Yusho Washi Red Bean raised an eyebrow. Not bad, just a little slower than I learned. Yusho Washi Red Bean said this. But in her heart, she was extremely jealous. This was not just a bit slower than her, it was outright crushing. When she learned the body replacement technique, it took her 2 whole days to learn the body replacement technique, shadow clone technique, and transformation technique. Hee. So Chinyu rubbed his hands together, looking very pleased. Yusho Washi Red Bean rolled her eyes. Although she didn't expect Chinyu to learn the body replacement technique in just 2 hours, she also didn't go back on her word. Got it. Watch closely. This is the hand seal for the great breakthrough. Saying this, Yusho Washi Red Bean told Chinyu all about the hand seals and how to circulate chakra. Chinyu stroked his chin, nodding as if he understood. Is that so? It seems quite troublesome. Come on, the great breakthrough is a C-rank ninjutsu. It took me over a month to learn it, but it's too late today. Let us practice tomorrow. After saying this, Chinyu picked up Naruto from Yusho Washi Red Bean's arms, greeted her, and then ran down the mountain. While Yusho Washi Red Bean only started walking down the mountain after Chinyu's figure completely disappeared. Just as Yusho Washi Red Bean was making her move, Orochimaru's figure suddenly appeared beside her. How is it? Huh? Teacher, why are you? I didn't leave, so what do you think of Chinyu? Orochimaru habitually licked his lips, his eyes sparkling as he looked in the direction Chinyu had left. His talent is very high, much higher than mine. Is that so? After a moment of silence, Orochimaru patted Yusho Washi Red Bean on the shoulder and then left the place again. System. Back home, after feeding Naruto milk, Chinyu hurriedly called out the system in his mind. Here, dimensional points. Does this mean I get 1,000 dimensional points each time I learn ninjutsu? Replying to the host, to be precise, for every ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu learned at each level, you will receive corresponding dimensional point rewards. Each E-rank ninjutsu grants 500 dimensional points. Each D-rank ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu grants 1,000 dimensional points. C-rank grants 5,000 dimensional points. B-rank grants 30,000 dimensional points. A-rank can be exchanged for 50,000 dimensional points, and S-rank grants 150,000 dimensional points. Hearing the dimensional point rewards for the final S-rank ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, Chinyu's eyes lit up. 150,000 dimensional points, 150,000 dimensional points. What more do I want? A bicycle? Why learn C, B, or A? I'll just go steal the ceiling book and run away tomorrow. ISNT that directly becoming a big boss? Imagining this beautiful future, Chinyu couldn't help but laugh heartily. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the crystal ball, showing Chinyu inexplicably laughing maniacally, and his sense of guilt increased a bit. Maybe we should send someone from the Konoha hospital to check on Chinyu tomorrow. These 2 kids, sigh. I hope their mental state doesn't have any problems. Chapter 16, Uncle Snake? Or Aunt Snake? Time never stops for anyone. Before we knew it, the new year arrived as scheduled. This was Chinyu's 4th new year in Konoha and the first New Year's Eve since the deaths of Minato Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki. Looking out at the dazzling lights and the bustling streets filled with people, Chinyu stood by the window holding 1-year-old Naruto, his face showing no expression. Ding ding clang clang, the sound of plates clattering on the dining table behind him made Chinyu twitch slightly at the corner of his eye. He turned around and dragged the small, smart mechanical arm away from the table. This small, smart mechanical arm, called Little Fool, was an easy version of a smart mechanical arm that Chinyu exchanged for 1,000 dimensional points. Why didn't he exchange for the complete version? Because the complete version required 5,000 dimensional points, which was too expensive for Chinyu at this time. The complete version of this smart arm was the one named Little Fool in Tony Stark's home in the Marvel Universe. Although neither was very smart, they could still perform some simple household chores perfectly. Chinyu exchanged for this easy version of the smart mechanical arm just to help with cleaning. After all, this mechanical arm was the most cost-effective item within 1,500 dimensional points compared to things like Nick Fury's eye patch. It wasn't that Chinyu didn't want to save up for more useful items in the future. It was just that slightly useful items, which involved some unique abilities of heroes, required double the dimensional points before obtaining the hero's genes. That was quite frustrating. Currently, all Chinyu had was the Super Soldier gene, which was Captain America's gene, but the Captain didn't have any special abilities except for that shield, which seemed to belong to Stark Industries. Besides that, there didn't seem to be anything else special. Forget it. Although it was a bit foolish, it was still somewhat useful most of the time. Chinyu sighed lightly, gently patted the mechanical arm, and turned to place Naruto in the baby chair that Sarutobi Hiruzen had sent over. Just as Chinyu was about to prepare the New Year's dinner for himself and Naruto, milk and instant noodles, there was a knock at the door. Here it comes. Chinyu frowned. He really couldn't think of anyone running to his Fox Demon home on New Year's Eve, a place everyone avoided. Little Chin, you Happy New Year. As soon as the door opened, Mitarashi Anko gave Chinyu a big hug and then handed him a small gift box. Here, this is your New Year gift. I didn't prepare any New Year gifts. After all, the shops in the village don't welcome me. Chinyu shrugged, somewhat self-deprecating. However, Mitarashi Anko didn't mind. Gently pushed Chinyu aside and walked into his home as if she were an old friend. Hello, little fool. The smart mechanical arm moved slightly, pointing its arm up and down towards Mitarashi Anko. Mitarashi Anko smiled and waved at the nearby, smart mechanical arm. During this time, she had visited the Namikaze household a few times and had seen this mechanical arm. Unfortunately, this arm was just an easy version and couldn't talk like the one in Tony Stark's home. However, it could still do simple responses, such as moving its arm up and down or side to side. Hello, Happy New Year, little Naruto. Mitarashi Anko pinched Naruto's chubby little face and then picked him up, walking over Chinyu. What are you looking at? Let us go. Huh? Where? Chinyu was stunned. What was going on? Was Mitarashi Anko acting strangely? She randomly came to his house and suddenly picked up Naruto, asking him to go somewhere. Seeing the confusion on Chinyu's face, Mitarashi Anko realized she hadn't explained the purpose of her visit. Oh, I forgot to say. Mitarashi Anko made a funny face at Chinyu, then continued, It's New Year's Eve today, and the teacher said he's treating us to barbecue. Are you going or not? If you don't go, I'm taking Naruto and going myself. As she said this, she made a motion as if she was going to rush out the door. Chinyu was speechless, 3 black lines appearing on his forehead. After spending this past half year together, he and Mitarashi Anko had completely bonded, really bonded, even if most of the time it was her bullying him. But occasionally, he could still hold his own against her. Stop. We have to go. Uncle Snake is treating. Anyone who doesn't go is disrespecting Uncle Snake. We must go. In front of the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, Chinyu hesitated to go in, noticing that the originally lively streets had formed a small empty area around him due to his presence. What's wrong? Let us go in. Seeing Chinyu standing in front of the restaurant for a long time without entering, Mitarashi Anko was puzzled. Then she quickly realized. Don't worry. Uncle Dingswa is nothing like those people. As she said this, Mitarashi Anko pointed to the crowd nearby, all wearing disgusted expressions. Uncle Dingswa is a really nice person. Saying this, Mitarashi Anko retracted her hand from pointing at the crowd and gave Chinyu a playful slap on the back, which unexpectedly sent him staggering into the restaurant. Welcome. Sitting at the cash register, Akimichi Dingswa, who was focused on grilling meat, instinctively exclaimed as he heard someone enter. But when he looked up and saw who it was, the rest of his words got stuck in his throat. Seeing this, Chinyu's eyes instantly dimmed. Although the Akimichi clan wasn't large, they were a prominent family in Konoha. As the head of the Akimichi clan, even Dingswa had a look of disgust towards him. Chinyu and Naruto had done nothing wrong. They were also victims of the Ninetails rampage. Why did the village treat him and Naruto like this? Moreover, as the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly knew everything. Yet he didn't explain anything to the village on behalf of Chinyu and Naruto. Uncle Dingswa, is there a seat available? Mitarashi Anko, who followed behind, asked Akimichi Dingswa with a cute smile while holding Naruto. At this moment, Akimichi Dingswa's face turned bright red, and he made swallowing motions, trying to regain his composure. Seeing this, Mitarashi Anko quickly stepped forward and handed him a cup of water from the side. After gulping down an entire cup of water, the redness on Akimichi Dingzwa's face finally faded. Oh, it's Anko. Cough, cough, I'm really sorry. I ate too fast and choked. Akimichi Dingzwa first greeted Mitarashi Anko, then scratched his head, awkwardly explaining to Chinyu. Chinyu's eyes twitched. It turned out Dingzwa was disgusted with him, but was just choking on a barbecue? Should I say that he really is the head of the Akimichi clan? Orochimaru already reserved a table for me. Here, this is for you. Go ahead and sit down. As he spoke, Akimichi Dingzwa took a wooden sign engraved with the number 9 from under the cash register and handed it to Mitarashi Anko. He then shouted towards the kitchen, Table 9, 10 pounds of beef and 10 pounds of lamb. No, Uncle Dingzwa, that's too much. Including the teacher, there are just 3 of us. We can't finish it. Not too much, not too much. Consider it a thank you for Anko helping me earlier. If it's not enough, just let me know. Akimichi Dingzwa smiled in a silly manner, and unable to refuse, Chinyu and Mitarashi Anko, still holding Naruto, had no choice but to sit at table number 9 as directed by Dingzwa. Not long after the two sat down, Orochimaru walked in through the door, scanning the room before finding Chinyu and Mitarashi Anko. Teacher, you're here. Happy New Year, teacher. Yusho Tai Hondo was the first to spot the slowly approaching Orochimaru and quickly stood up to greet him. At that moment, Chinyu turned to look at the door, and he was almost blinded by what he saw. Orochimaru was wearing a light purple kimono, his black hair cascading down his back, and he even had a pennant on his right ear. Snake, Uncle Snake? Chinyu was a bit uncertain. Should he call the Orochimaru in front of him Uncle Snake or Aunt Snake? The reason was simple. Orochimaru looked too enchanting, too beautiful at that moment. The androgynous kimono, the androgynous pendant, the long, straight black hair, and the nearly pale skin with a perfectly oval face reminiscent of Boruto's era. This figure, this skin, this appearance, placed in the 21st century of Blue Star, would undoubtedly be a super beauty. Happy New Year, Hondo-chan, Chinyu-kun. The approaching Orochimaru smiled slightly, his eyes like crescent moons, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved, looking as enchanting as a celestial being. Wow, is this really Uncle Snake? The recent transformation has been intense, giving us more motivation to update faster. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 17. The two big goofs of Konoha, what the heck? Is that really Uncle Snake? A dangerous glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he smirked and slowly sat down. Chinyu-jun was surprised. Chinyu felt a shiver run through him, realizing he had spoken his thoughts out loud, but he quickly waved his hands. No, I was just a bit amazed by Uncle Snake's stunning looks. After a pause, Chinyu couldn't hold back and leaned closer to Orochimaru, his eyes continuously examining Orochimaru's face. Just as Orochimaru looked like he was about to explode from being stared at, Chinyu finally moved his face away, pinching his chin. Uncle Snake, you look really good. Why you usually have that fierce old man look? Hearing Chinyu call him an old man, Orochimaru's cheeks twitched, and he had to restrain his impulse to give this rude little brother a good lesson. Although his age could indeed be considered that of an uncle. Who likes to be called an old man? A man remains a boy until death. Who doesn't want children to call them big brother? Chinyu, you are too unlovable. Orochimaru kept silently repeating in his mind, don't hit children during the new year, don't hit children during the new year, don't hit children during the new year. What? Hee. I think it's still okay, right, Sister Hondo? Sister Hondo, why are you sitting so far away? Chinyu chuckled, completely unaware of the killing intent mixed in Orochimaru's tone. In the end, he asked Yusho Washi Hondo, only to find that Hondo had unknowingly moved far away while holding Naruto. Chinyu, you've been a bit distracted in your training lately. It seems necessary for me to supervise you properly. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes exuding a chilling aura. Although he said it with a smile, it felt to Chinyu like 1,000-year-old ice, making him shiver again. And no need for that. Chinyu chuckled awkwardly, shaking off the goosebumps all over his body. But it was true. Ever since he learned that the higher the ninjutsu he learned, the more dimensional points he could obtain, Chinyu had been focused on figuring out how to get his hands on the sealing techniques in the Hokage building, neglecting the training Orochimaru had set up for him. He hadn't even practiced the wind release that Yusho Washi Hondo had taught him much. At this moment, 10 pounds of beef and 10 pounds of lamb were brought up, and Chinyu, understanding the situation, took the grill tongs and became the barbecue chef. Before long, the meat on the grill was sizzling and oozing oil. Thinking it should be done, Chinyu first served some grilled meat to Orochimaru and Hondo before starting to put meat into his own bowl. Yo, Chief Ding, 2 seats. Bring out 40 pounds of beef first. Before he could take a bite, a youthful and energetic voice came in. Chinyu was stunned. Swallowing a piece of grilled meat that was steaming hot, burning his mouth and making him puff for a while before he could finally get it down. He glanced at the smiling Orochimaru, seeing that Orochimaru had no intention of scolding him, and then stretched his neck to look toward the entrance. At the entrance, a watermelon-headed guy in a tight-fitting dark green jumpsuit with silver hair, slanted, wearing a forehead protector, holding a book, entered the shop. Kakashi, too much. We can't finish this. Kakashi didn't lift his head, his gaze still glued to the book in his hands, as if it had some magical power attracting his attention. Youth doesn't allow saying no. Kakashi, as the first duel of the new year. Let us see who can eat more. Whatever, the loser treats. Kakashi's eyes remained on the book as he spoke and walked toward an empty corner of the barbecue shop, even as he passed by Chinyu and the others without looking up. Guy? My guy? He is not as silly as in Kishimoto's writing. Feeling bored, Chinyu muttered to himself and shrank back, obediently continuing as the barbecue chef. After a while, the grilled meat on Chinyu's side was finally done, while in the corner, Might Guy and Kakashi were already devouring their food with grunts and clanks. On either side of them, two waiters were smiling helplessly as they helped grill the meat for Might Guy and Kakashi. Chieftain, another 40 pounds of grilled meat. Seeing the 2 plates of 20 pounds of grilled meat nearly empty, Might Guy shouted towards the cashier. Before long, another 40 pounds of grilled meat was placed on the table, and the waiters responsible for grilling had already changed twice, while Might Guy and Kakashi seemed like starving ghosts. Focused solely on eating, Kakashi let out a loud burp and rubbed his round belly, which looked like it was about to burst, shouting towards the door. Burp! Chieftain, bring me 2 more pounds of beef. Seeing Kakashi ordering 2 more pounds, Might Guy let out a huge burp and then rolled his eyes back, fainting. Looks like I win. Seeing Might Guy collapse, Kakashi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, Kakashi seemed to remember something, waddling over to the unconscious Might Guy, grabbing his collar and shaking him. Guy, wake up. Don't faint yet. Pay the bill first. After being shaken by Kakashi, Might Guy tightly closed his eyes, suddenly burping, and the grilled meat in his stomach surged up to his throat. He instinctively covered his mouth, his throat swallowing wildly, and after a while, he finally let out a deep breath. What the tough guy? Watching this scene, Chinyu couldn't help but click his tongue. Might Guy seemed to have heard Kakashi's words, unconsciously pulling out a withered wallet from his tight jumpsuit and tossing it on the table, a few coins rolling out. Seeing this, Kakashi's expression turned wild. He glanced at the fainted Might Guy, then looked at the withered wallet and those few coins, sighed helplessly, took out his own wallet to pay the bill, and then carried the unconscious Might Guy away, mumbling to himself. Truly, they're the blue beast of Konoha and the 50-50 Kakashi. Watching the two leave, Chinyu couldn't help but feel a sigh in his heart. Chinyu, I've been researching the limits of cells and human structure recently. Orochimaru finished the grilled meat in his bowl, licked his lips, and looked at Chinyu, who was taken aback by Orochimaru's sudden words. Oh, and then? Why make progress? I hope you can be my test subject. I want to study your body structure and that seal within you. As he spoke, a glint flashed in Orochimaru's snake-like eyes, and this fleeting expression was caught by Chinyu, making his heart skip a beat. Test subject? Damn, Uncle Snake doesn't want to dissect me, right? Disciples sacrifice for the heavens. Power is boundless? Recently, the code conversion has been severe, giving us more motivation to update faster. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 18. Wind Release. Great breakthrough, hee hee Snake. Uncle Snake, I am your most adorable, kind-hearted, extraordinarily talented, loved by all, and a super genius little disciple. You would want to dissect me, right? Chinyu chuckled a couple of times, a stream of self-praise pouring out of his mouth. Orochimaru was taken aback by the flattery, furrowing his brows as if pondering Chinyu's words, while beside them, Yusho Washi Azuki rolled her eyes at the absurdity. How shameless. Learning a C-rank ninjutsu for a few months and still having the audacity to call himself a super genius. I just wasn't serious. Do you really think I can't learn it? If I really tried, I could master it in 2 days. Chinyu held his neck high as he looked at Yusho Washi Azuki, but the more he spoke, the quieter he became. Oh, is that so? Yusho Washi Azuki looked at Chinyu with a half-smile, her expression clearly saying, Do you think I believe you? You shouldn't look down on people. Just wait for me. All right, let's leave it at that. Chinyu hadn't finished his sentence before Orochimaru interrupted him. Chinyu, wait for my news. Don't worry, it's just a simple experiment. After saying this, Orochimaru licked his lips, not caring that Chinyu had more to say, and walked toward the cash register. He paid and left the barbecue restaurant directly. It's over. It seems Uncle Snake is determined to dissect me. Should I run away? Yeah, run away. Take Naruto with me. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Chinyu thought to himself, and then slightly turned his head to glance at Yusho Washiazuki, who was teasing Naruto beside him, and then he lowered his head like a defeated rooster. Stop joking. How can I run away with my current delivery boy strength? Not to mention where I could go outside of Konoha. It's uncertain if I can even leave Konoha. The third Hokage's Umbu ninjas are no joke. And that brat Danzo's root has probably been watching me for a long time. Thinking of this, Chinyu sighed deeply. The heavens want to destroy me. Huh? What is wrong, little Chinyu? Haha, nothing. I was just saying how bright the sun is today. Chinyu chuckled awkwardly, randomly finding an excuse, completely unaware that his words were a bit jumbled. The sun? Really bright? Yusho Washiazuki looked up at the starry night sky with a strange expression, then looked at Chinyu with a face that seemed to say he was an idiot. At night, where's the sun? Ahem, no, I meant the moon is really big. Yeah, I was talking about the moon. You must have misheard me. All right, I heard there's a temple fair on the east side of the village. Would you like to go for a stroll, little Chinyu? Upon hearing this, Chinyu was taken aback, opened his mouth, but then thought about the villagers' attitudes toward him and Naruto, and finally shook his head slightly. I want to go, Azukine, you go ahead. Saying this, Chinyu took Naruto from Yusho Washiazuki's hands. Although he felt a bit bitter inside, he still wore a smile on his face. But this smile revealed a hint of helplessness. All right, then I'll just go by myself. Remember to train on the back mountain tomorrow. You haven't been there for several days. That's it then, Chinyu going bye-bye after saying this. Yusho Washiazuki waved goodbye to Chinyu and turned to run toward the east of Konoha. After watching Yusho Washiazuki run away, Chinyu glanced sideways at the villagers surrounding him, who were whispering with disdainful expressions. He sighed. I really don't know how Naruto from the original story managed to endure this for nearly 10 years, surrounded by such feelings of disgust and hatred, and how he didn't turn dark, how he managed not to destroy Konoha with a Rasen shuriken. Thinking this, Chinyu helplessly shook his head, but I can't completely blame them. After all, the leaders didn't do a good job of comforting and debunking rumors. Sigh. Sorry, Toby Hiruzen. He is getting old after all. The next morning, Chinyu brought Naruto to the back mountain. Strangely, Yusho Washiazuki, who usually arrived early, was nowhere to be seen today. After searching the forest for a while and still not seeing Orochimaru and Yusho Washiazuki, Chinyu wisely gave up on continuing to look, found a shady tree, and gently placed Naruto in the shadow. Only then did Chinyu start his training for the day. After the usual physical training, Chinyu sat cross-legged with his hands propping up his chin, trying hard to recall how Yusho Washiazuki taught him wind release, great breakthrough, a few months ago. How did Azuki teach me that day? What was the sequence of hand seals for wind release, great breakthrough? Let me think. I remember it was Zin Si Wu Wei Shun. What was the last one? After thinking for a long time, Chinyu finally recalled the first 6 hand seals for wind release, great breakthrough. But he couldn't remember the last one no matter how hard he tried. After a while of struggling, Chinyu simply decided to give up. Forget it. If I can't remember it, I can't remember it. There are only 12 seals in total. I'll just try them one by one, and I'm bound to get it right eventually. With that thought in mind, Chinyu began forming the standard hand seals one by one. Z, In Si Wu Wei. Shun, Z, wind release, great breakthrough. After completing the 7 seals, Chinyu let out a soft shout, then puffed out his cheeks and exhaled. A gentle breeze blew, and the trees swayed lightly. Holding the Z seal, Chinyu was stunned as a crow cawed and flew over him. Is something wrong? Let's try again. Z, Cho, wind release, great breakthrough. Z, In, wind release, great breakthrough. Z, Mao, wind release, great breakthrough. Z, Su, wind release, great breakthrough. There are only 12 hand seals in total, and Chinyu tried 11 times without success. After struggling for most of the day, Chinyu gradually became irritable. At that moment, a large Z symbol appeared on his forehead, and he was snorting hot air from his nostrils. Although he didn't succeed, each failure took away not only Chinyu's confidence, but also consumed an equal amount of chakra. After failing 3 times, Chinyu had to refine his chakra again. This was already the 4th time he had refined it. If it weren't for his body having undergone the super soldier gene modification, Chinyu would have probably collapsed to the ground by now. Damn it. How is it possible to be wrong 11 times with 12 seals? Could it be that my previous seals were wrong? Or maybe the seals Azuki taught me were wrong in the first place. Having lost confidence, Chinyu began to doubt whether he had forgotten the seals entirely, and even questioned whether Yusho Washiazuki taught him the wrong seals. leading to his failure. I knew it. Azuki, you're not a good person. This is how human hearts work. Once the seed of doubt is planted, it will grow robustly in one's heart. At this moment, Chinyu was convinced that Yusho Washi Azuki hadn't taught him the correct hand seals. Anyway, there's just one last seal left. Should I try again? Or maybe not. I already know Azuki didn't teach me the correct seals. So what is the point of struggling? Murmuring to himself, Chinyu's hands nevertheless formed the seals on their own. Si Wu Wei Shun Hai. Wind release. Great breakthrough. As Chinyu completed the 7 hand seals, he gathered all his chakra in his chest and took a deep breath through his nose. In Chinyu's mind, since he wouldn't succeed anyway, even if he gathered all his chakra, failing would only consume part of it. When Chinyu exhaled the air he had inhaled, a chilling whirlwind burst forth from his mouth. The whirlwind violently struck the nearby forest, and before long, a large area of trees had been knocked down. I can't believe it. Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? Recently, the coding has been quite serious, giving us more motivation to update faster. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 19, First Exchange. I can't be dreaming, right? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Looking at the fallen trees, Chinyu's mouth hung open for a long time, unable to close. Just as Chinyu was still in shock, several dark ninjas wearing animal masks appeared in an instant. Looking at the large area of fallen trees, one of the dark ninjas asked Chinyu, "Are you the only one here?" Yes. If nothing unexpected happened, it should just be me. Please answer my question honestly." Hearing Chinyu say that he was the only one, the dark ninja clearly looked displeased, with an expression that suggested, "If you are fooling me, I will crush you. Are you trying to trick me? Believe it or not. Kid, do you really think I won't dare to hit you?" After saying that, the dark ninja raised his hand, about to hit Chinyu, but at that moment, a silver-haired Kakashi wearing a fox mask appeared in an instant. Stop. Upon arrival, Kakashi firmly grabbed the dark ninja's wrist, and no matter how hard the dark ninja tried, he couldn't break free even a little. "Lord Hokage, order me to stay by his side. I can testify that apart from me, he was indeed the only one here just now." Then who destroyed these trees? The dark ninja pointed at the large area of fallen trees with displeasure, but Kakashi merely tilted his head slightly to take a look, then cast a half-hearted glance at Chinyu, who was blinking his big eyes and acting cute. "It's just me and him here. Who do you think could have done it? You guys can go back and tell Lord Hokage that it was me." After saying that, Kakashi released the dark ninja's wrist and waved his hand impatiently. "If Lord Hokage has any questions, I will report to him personally." After hearing Kakashi's response, the several dark ninjas were puzzled but did not ask further, and they all vanished in an instant. "Brother Kakashi," Chinyu softly called out to Kakashi's back, and upon hearing that, Kakashi's body trembled but did not turn around, only leaving behind a sentence. "When practicing ninjutsu, try to minimize your chakra output, or else it can easily lead to unnecessary trouble before disappearing from the spot. I thought Hongdo was just fooling me otherwise. Do you think I would use so much chakra?" Watching the spot where Kakashi had vanished, Chinyu mumbled to himself, but soon he became excited again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning C-rank ninjutsu. Wind release. Great breakthrough, gaining 5,000 dimensional points. Ah, I'm rich. 5,000 dimensional points. Slurp. After hearing the system's announcement, Chinyu jumped up, ignoring his tired body that had just exhausted all its chakra, and hopped over to Naruto, picking him up. Going home to spend. I made money. I don't even know how to spend it. I'll buy a Nokia with my left hand and a Motorola with my right hand, ignoring the gazes of others. Chinyu hummed a little song, bouncing back to the Uzumaki home. As soon as he entered, he eagerly placed Naruto in the baby chair and sat cross-legged on the sofa. Come, system. I remember last time I still had 500 dimensional points left. Open the exchange system. Let me see what I can exchange for with 500 dimensional points. As Chinyu's voice fell, a pop-up exchange window appeared in his mind, filled with various items and abilities, filtering the range from 1,500 to 7,000, all categories. Glancing at the top-ranked gene item costing 7 figures in dimensional points, Chinyu directly selected the range filter, and with a flash of the exchange window, the high-priced gene item was replaced with items in the range of 500 dimensional points. Healing Codex consumes a large amount of chakra, restores 10 of physical function. Cooldown time, 10 days, 500 dimensional points. SHIELD. First Aid Kit, one-time use item, restores 25 of physical function, 500 dimensional points. Schwanwu Mechanism Crossbow, modified. Half-consumption type attack item. Can store 40 shurikens. Consumes a small amount of chakra. To trigger, can instantly shoot all stored shurikens at extreme speed. 500 dimensional points. Shadow Dual Blade Axe. Attack type weapon. Can provide 6 physical quality to the holder. 500 dimensional points. Everything seems fine. At least there are no ridiculous items like Nick Fury's eye patch, but these things don't seem to provide much enhancement for me. You mumbled a bit, continuously scanning the exchange box. After a while, his gaze finally stopped on 2 items, and his furrowed brows indicated his inner struggle. Death Seed, continuous type item. Accelerates cell death speed when the owner refines chakra, increasing refinement speed by 700 dimensional points. Widow's Sting, half-consumption type attack item. Can store a small amount of chakra, shurikens, and explosive tags, 6 each. Consumes a small amount of chakra to trigger, rapidly shooting out stored shurikens, explosive tags. And can release a paralyzing electric shock to the target. Note: non-lethal, 5000 dimensional points. TSK, increasing chakra refinement speed by 2, good stuff. As for accelerating cell death, I have a super soldier gene, so I'm not worried about a little cell death. This is simply a perfect match for me. It's just a pity that I have a Ninetails, a chakra power bank. Chakra won't be lacking for me in the future, but it would still be a significant enhancement for me right now. As for the Widow's Sting, I remember this seems to be the thing that Black Widow Natasha has on her hand, right? It can store and trigger explosive tags, shurikens, and can also generate electric shocks. This might not be very useful in the future, but for me now, it could save my life. Just the surprise attack with explosive tags aside, that paralyzing electric shock, who can withstand it except for high-level ninjas? Even if it's just for a second or two, even if I can't kill them, it would be enough for me to escape. After much deliberation, Chinyu ultimately chose the Widow's Sting, justifying it as, it's important to save my life. As long as I'm alive, I can have everything. Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging for Widow's Sting, consuming 500 dimensional points. As the system's voice faded, Chinyu felt a tightness on his wrist, and looking at his hands, he saw that each wrist now had a bracelet made of several small shurikens linked together. This thing looks too ugly. I remember the original bullet shape looked pretty good. Chinyu kept complaining, but his hands were very honest as they gently touched the Widow's Sting. After a thorough examination, Chinyu finally successfully infused chakra into the Widow's Sting. With this little chakra, how strong can the paralyzing electric shock be? After infusing a small amount of chakra, the Widow's Sting began to glow with blue patterns, and Chinyu frowned. The amount of chakra the Widow's Sting could hold was far below his expectations. It's non-lethal anyway. Let's give it a try. If it can't even paralyze me for long, then this thing isn't very useful. Saying this, Chinyu aimed the Widow's Sting at his thigh, activated the chakra within the Widow's Sting, and a fine blue electric arc shot out from the tip of the Widow's Sting with a crackle. Chinyu immediately felt his whole body go numb, and then he collapsed onto the sofa like a wooden stick. Ah, damn, I've gone too far. Recently, the code has been quite severe, giving us more motivation to update faster. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 20. Young Uchiha Itachi. Wow. This thing is terrifying. The next morning, Chinyu limped out of the house, still feeling somewhat numb from last night's encounter with the Widow Bee, which left his body stiff and immobile. It was thanks to the simple, smart arm, Xiao Bin, that he and Naruto were dragged back into the room. Otherwise, he would have probably spent the entire night on the sofa. After finishing the breakfast prepared by Xiao Bin, Chinyu felt his body recover significantly. With some trepidation, he touched the Widow Bee on his wrist and cautiously channeled chakra into it again. He had to be careful with this thing. What if he accidentally aimed it at himself during a fight? Muttering to himself, Chinyu picked up the bento Xiao Bin had prepared for himself and Naruto, then grabbed Naruto, who was holding onto a baby chair and trying to walk, and dashed out the door, racing towards the back mountain. Having received a C-rank ninjutsu reward, he was feeling quite impatient. At this moment, Chinyu really wanted to find Mitarashi Anko again and ask her to teach him a few simple C-rank ninjutsu. After all, if the Widow Bee, which cost him 5,000 dimensional points, was as powerful, wouldn't he, an item costing over 10,000 dimensional points, be able to easily defeat a Jonin? If he only knew where the Book of Seals was hidden, he would probably have stormed into the Hokage building by now. Where is everyone? Why hasn't anyone shown up? Looking at the empty back mountain, the corners of Chinyu's eyes twitched slightly. Uncle Snake must have taken Anko to cook something special. How nice of them to leave me out. After not seeing Mitarashi Anko and Orochimaru for 2 days, a sense of dissatisfaction rose within Chinyu. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he turned to Naruto and began to walk down the mountain. If they don't want to bring me along, then fine. They say I don't take training seriously, but they clearly just don't want to teach me properly. Ugh, if they don't teach me, I want to learn. Just wait until I steal the Book of Seals. I'll make Uncle Snake into Aunt Snake, and Anko into Green Bean. The more he pondered, the angrier he got. In frustration, Chinyu kicked a small stone on the ground, sending it flying in an arc into the woods. Ouch! A cry of pain came from the woods, startling Chinyu. No way. Did I just hit someone? Who asked throwing stones around? Don't they know it can hurt someone? A small figure dashed out from the woods, holding the stone that Chinyu had kicked, mumbling to himself. What the heck? This outfit, this hairstyle, this face, Uchiha Itachi. And he is still a teenager. Was that stone thrown by you? Do you know it hurts to get hit by a stone? While Chinyu was still shocked to run into Uchiha Itachi here, Itachi had already marched up to him, holding the small stone with a face full of anger. The 3-year-older Itachi looked down at Chinyu, who was about his height, and the stone in his hand rattled ominously. Huh, sorta. I didn't mean to. I usually come to the back mountain at this time, and there's no one around. Seeing Chinyu's timid apology, Itachi's anger dissipated significantly, and he helplessly rubbed the small bump on his head. Forget it. You didn't mean it anyway. Just be careful next time. Getting hit by a stone really hurts. After saying this, Itachi casually tossed the stone into the woods. Ouch! The moment the stone fell into the woods, another cry of pain echoed out. Which brat is throwing stones so early in the morning? Just wait until I catch you. I'll skin you alive. Hearing the angry shout from the woods, Chinyu and Uchiha Itachi mechanically turned their heads to look at each other, both shouting at the same time, "Run!" Then the two of them quickly took off, kicking up a cloud of dust behind them. At this moment, the person who had been hit by the stone also rushed out of the woods, stomping their feet in frustration at seeing Chinyu and Itachi running away. You little brats. Don't run. They raced down the mountain and quickly arrived at the bottom, both panting slightly as they exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Let us introduce ourselves. I'm bluffing Chinyu, and this is my brother. After introducing himself, Chinyu pointed beside him, but when he looked over, he was stunned to find that Naruto, whom he had been holding, was gone. Your brother? That kid who was right beside you? You seem to have forgotten him up the mountain. Chinyu was dumbfounded. He had run down too quickly and forgot to carry Naruto. Little brother. With a wail, Chinyu sprinted back up the mountain, even faster than he had come down. Uchiha Itachi watched Chinyu run back, feeling a headache coming on. After a moment of hesitation, he followed after him. Before long, the two returned to the original spot, but there was no sign of anyone, not even the person Itachi had hit with the stone. Where's everyone? Panic-stricken, Chinyu searched around. At that moment, faint cries came from the distant bushes. Frowning, Chinyu took off like the wind. In the bushes, a bald uncle had one hand gripping Naruto's collar and the other raised high, slapping Naruto's face repeatedly. Naruto was in pain, his body emanating waves of crimson chakra. Just as the bald uncle was about to bring his hand down on Naruto's face again, Chinyu charged in like a cheetah. At the very moment the uncle's hand was about to hit Naruto, Chinyu tightly grasped the bald uncle's wrist. You bald donkey! If you hit my brother one more time, I swear I'll make you regret it. You little demon fox, you dare to come back? The bald uncle didn't take Chinyu seriously at all, looking at him with a mocking smile. He struggled his arm, but couldn't break free from Chinyu's grip. Demon fox, let go of me, or you'll end up like this little demon fox. How dare you? Hearing the bald uncle repeatedly call him a demon fox, Chinyu finally lost his temper. He jumped up and delivered a powerful kick to the uncle's abdomen, sending him flying several meters away. A demon fox, huh? All right. Today I'll show you what a demon fox is. What? I'll make you wish you were never born. While cursing, Chinyu quickly ran up and sat on the bald uncle, his small fists raining down on the uncle's face. He didn't know how long he had been hitting him, but by the time Chinyu was out of breath, he finally climbed off the now beaten-up bald uncle. Ugh, you think you're tough? Weakling. Spitting on the unconscious bald uncle, Chinyu then jogged over to Naruto, who was now being shielded by Itachi. Who didn't want the young Naruto to witness such a brutal scene? Is it done? Yeah, I didn't kill him, but he might be in bed for a while. Chinyu nodded slightly, reaching out to pick up Naruto from Itachi's arms. Thanks. After expressing his gratitude, Chinyu turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he paused. By the way, you still haven't told me your name. Of course. If you don't want to, just forget I said anything. Leaving that remark, Chinyu lifted his foot to depart, but Itachi quickly caught up. My name is Itachi, Uchiha Itachi. Recently, the transcoding has been severe, which motivates us to update faster. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 21. Might Guy in the Hokage office. Chinyu was holding the 1-year-old Naruto, who was proudly raising his head in a corner of the office. Uchiha Itachi was looking down at his toes, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, sitting at the desk, exhaled a puff of smoke. Chinyu, I hope you can explain what happened yesterday, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, glancing helplessly at the villager whose head was wrapped like a mummy. Chinyu, seeming unconcerned, continued to shake Naruto's hand. Ahem, Chinyu. Seeing that Chinyu was completely oblivious to the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed heavily twice to get his attention. Chinyu lifted his head slightly, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen with confusion in his eyes. What's wrong? Is the Hokage sick? You can't take a cold lightly. If a small illness drags on, it can become a big problem. Stop. I'm not talking about being sick. I'm talking about the incident where you hit someone a few days ago on the mountain. Seeing that Chinyu had no intention of stopping his chatter, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly interrupted, rubbing his throbbing temples. Huh? The incident where I hit someone on a mountain a few days ago? Did I hit someone? I just dealt with an ungrateful bald man. Chinyu shrugged nonchalantly, showing a carefree attitude. Hey, Hokage-sama, look. Is there still any law left? The uncle whose head was wrapped like a mummy stomped his feet angrily, mumbling in a language that no one understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt even more of a headache. Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, tapping his pipe on the desk. Itachi, you explain what happened. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen call him, Uchiha Itachi finally raised his head, first glancing at the mummy-wrapped uncle, then at the still nonchalant Chinyu, and slowly began to explain. Hokage-sama, it was like this that day, and so on. Uchiha Itachi recounted the events from the day he met Chinyu while training on a mountain, word for word, without missing a detail. After hearing the whole story, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply again. So, it really isn't Chinyu's fault. According to the village rules, if you strike someone first, especially a 1-year-old child, the village should put you in the wood prison. But since you've already been punished by Chinyu, I'll let it slide this time. After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, signaling the mummy-wrapped uncle to leave. But the uncle was unwilling, still mumbling angrily about something, while no one in the office could understand him. Seeing the mummy-wrapped uncle continue to mumble, Sarutobi Hiruzen impatiently shouted towards the door, Kakashi. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice fell, Kakashi slowly pushed the door open and entered. Kakashi, take this, cough, take him to the hospital. Kakashi nodded slightly and walked up to the mummy-wrapped uncle, pointing towards the office door. Please come with me. His tone was cold and emotionless. The mummy-wrapped uncle, still mumbling, finally stopped when he saw Kakashi's icy gaze. He cast a reluctant glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen and shot a resentful glare at Chinyu before following Kakashi out of the Hokage office. Sai, all right. You three can leave too. Remember, Chinyu, no more private violence against villagers. After the mummy-wrapped uncle left, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly again, repeatedly reminding Chinyu before waving for him and the others to leave. Got it, Hokage-sama. Chinyu, still nonchalant, picked his nose with his pinky, flicking away the black speck he pulled out, and prepared to leave with Naruto. All right, Hokage-sama. Do you know where Uncle Orochimaru and the others have been these past few days? I haven't seen them in days. Orochimaru. I see. I'll have the Umbu keep an eye on his whereabouts. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Chinyu shrugged and headed straight out of the Hokage office, holding Naruto. Hey, Itachi. Are you going home or go to the back mountain to train? Just after stepping out of the Hokage building, Chinyu turned around to ask Itachi, who was walking behind him. Itachi paused for a moment and thought for a while. I'll go back first. Suddenly being brought to the Hokage building by the Umbu. My mother must be worried. It's nice to have parents who care. All right, you go back first. I'm going to the back mountain. After parting with Itachi, Chinyu bent down to carry Naruto and headed towards the back mountain. 9,995, 9,996, 9,997. Before entering the depths of the mountain, Chinyu heard a voice counting. He raised an eyebrow. He had heard this voice a few days ago. On tiptoe, Chinyu stealthily pushed aside the bushes in front of him, revealing Might Guy, who was doing handstand push-ups. 9,999, 1,000. With a light shout, Might Guy bent his arms and exerted force, launching his body into the air, flipping several times before landing steadily on the ground, beads of sweat soaking his green outfit. Might Guy? Wow, is this guy really human? Doing 10,000 push-ups in a handstand. Watching Might Guy land and rub his arms, Chinyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Who is there?" Just as Chinyu was about to comment, the alert Might Guy noticed him. I just happened to pass by. Do you believe me? Chinyu awkwardly scratched the back of his head as he stepped out. Might Guy saw that it was just a half-grown child and didn't take it too seriously. Hey, passing by? Little buddy, it's very dangerous to go up the mountain without an adult. Is it? I often come here to train, and I haven't encountered any danger. Chinyu opened his big eyes, looking innocent and naive at Might Guy. You often come here to train? Looking at the cute little kid in front of him. Might Guy didn't believe Chinyu's words. A kid this small training? What could he possibly train? Don't underestimate me. Even though I'm small, I'm very strong. Right. You're very strong. Might Guy casually dismissed him while wiping the sweat off his body, then squatted down to look at Chinyu and Naruto, asking, little brother, where's your home? I'll take you back. Forget it. You won't understand. Seeing Might Guy's big face getting closer, Chinyu rolled his eyes, pushed Might Guy's face away, and walked over to a big tree. Slowly, Chinyu raised his somewhat childish little fist. Huh! With a light shout, Chinyu's small fist slammed into the big tree, making a dull sound as his tender fist went straight through the tree. This punch not only startled Might Guy, but even Chinyu, who had intended to show off, was also taken aback. What the heck? Is Tsunade possessing me? Is the growth limit of the captain's super soldier gene really that high? TSK, truly deserving of being someone who can pull a plane with bare hands. Recently, the transcoding has been severe, giving us more motivation to update faster. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 22 Burn. Youth. Oh ho. Youth. Young man, would you like to practice physical techniques with me? After a moment of shock, Might Guy stood up with a whoosh, giving a big thumbs up to Chinyu with his right hand, the bright white light reflecting off his dazzling teeth. Chinyu blinked a couple of times, his eyes irritated by Might Guy's gleaming teeth, and shook his head vigorously. No, you can't even win against Brother Kakashi, and besides, I already have a teacher. After saying that, Chinyu pulled Naruto's arm and pretended to leave. Wait, how do you know I lost to Kakashi? And in all of Konoha, whose physical techniques are better than mine, the Azure Beast. On New Year's Eve, when you were competing with Brother Kakashi to eat meat, I was at the barbecue restaurant with my teacher. And who told you my teacher teaches physical techniques? Huh? You were there that night? With your strong physique? Not learning physical techniques? Are you learning ninjutsu instead? What a waste. As he spoke, Might Guy fell to the ground, one hand raised toward Chinyu. Really? Want you consider learning physical techniques with me? I am the strongest Azure Beast in Konoha. If you learn from me, I can definitely train you to become the second strongest little beast in Konoha. Looking at Might Guy's heartbroken expression and imagining himself in a green bodysuit with a watermelon head in the future, Chinyu couldn't help but shiver. Absolutely. No. Way. Youth. How can you ignore your own youth like this? Tears streamed down Might Guy's eyes like a small waterfall, and seeing this, 3 vertical lines appeared on Chinyu's forehead. How about this? I can learn physical techniques from you, but I absolutely will not take you as my teacher. I can't have you as my disciple. Hearing this, Might Guy lowered his head in thought. After a long while, he slowly raised his head and looked at Chinyu very seriously. Okay, as long as you practice physical techniques with me, even if you don't acknowledge me as your teacher, that's fine. Come on, from today on, let's ignite our youth together. Just a second ago, Might Guy was crying on the ground, and in the next second, he was as if he had come back to life, thumbs up high. His bright white teeth sparkled with light. Chinyu helplessly covered his forehead, not knowing how the characters in the original story, Ten and Niji, endured this Chinibu teacher. Wait, let's make this clear. I can practice physical techniques with you, but you have to teach me the techniques. If it's just physical training, I can do it myself without bothering you. That's for sure. Come on, little guy, let me see where your physical limits are. Let's start by running 10 laps around Konoha. Let us make our youth shine all over Konoha. Goodbye. Hearing Might Guy say to run 10 laps around Konoha, Chinyu decisively turned to leave. Crazy. Run 10 laps around Konoha? Do you know how big Konoha is? I'm still a kid. Run 10 laps. Am I being chased by a monkey? Grumbling, Chinyu quickened his pace, afraid Might Guy would insist on dragging him for 10 laps around Konoha. Wait. Not running is fine too. Seeing Chinyu so determined to leave, Might Guy was stunned and quickly ran up to block Chinyu and Naruto's path. Don't go. Don't you want to learn physical techniques? I'll teach you. I'll teach you right now. You said that. I didn't force you. Hearing Might Guy say he would teach him physical techniques now, Chinyu pretended to stop reluctantly, nodding his head. Fine. So what physical technique are you going to teach me first? Let me think. Might Guy rubbed his chin. His already muscular brain was now operating at high speed. Think slowly, no rush, don't burn out the CPU. Chinyu couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but he seemed to see white smoke rising from Might Guy's head. Hungry. Just as Chinyu was worried that Might Guy might burn out his brain, little Naruto gently shook Chinyu's arm. Naruto, did you just speak? Chinyu looked at Naruto in disbelief. After a year of being both father and mother, he finally heard Naruto speak. Although his pronunciation wasn't standard, it was enough to excite Chinyu for a long time. Hungry. Ha ha, great. Let us go. Big brother will take you to eat ramen. Chinyu laughed excitedly, picking up Naruto and turning to leave, completely forgetting about Might Guy, who was still considering what physical technique to teach Chinyu. After some time, Might Guy seemed to have made up his mind, pounding his palm and shouting. Decided. I'll teach you this technique. The vibrancy of youth. Prelude of power. While shouting, Might Guy gave a big thumbs up to Chinyu, but as he looked, he saw several tufts of wild grass swaying in the wind. Might Guy instantly froze in place, and after a while, his heart-wrenching wail echoed through the mountains. Youth. At this moment, Chinyu had already brought Naruto to the Ichiraku ramen shop. Uncle Ichiraku, 2 bowls of chashu ramen, 1 with extra chashu. Oh, it's Chinyu. Just a moment. Coming right up. In no time, Uncle Ichiraku served 2 big bowls of ramen. After expressing his gratitude, Chinyu clasped his hands together. I'm going to dig in. Then Chinyu began to slurp the ramen like a whirlwind, and soon the bowl was empty. As he moved his chopsticks, they unexpectedly reached the bottom of Naruto's bowl. Initially thinking Naruto, being so small, couldn't eat that much, but when he looked over, he saw Naruto's bowl was completely empty, not even a drop of soup left. Looking at Naruto, he saw him gazing at Chinyu with pitiful eyes, as if saying, Brother, I'm still hungry. No way, how can you eat so much? Chinyu was speechless and waved to Uncle Ichiraku for another bowl of ramen. Ah, so full. Ichiraku ramen is still so delicious. After finishing the ramen, as Chinyu and Naruto just walked out of the Ichiraku ramen shop, a long-lost figure appeared in front of Chinyu. Orochimaru, you finally showed up. It was you who said you would take me as your student, and now you've abandoned me. Have you taken Sister Red Bean to a secret place to cook? Good. I guessed it right. It turns out I, your little disciple, am not valued. I understand now. Orochimaru, you don't need to say anything, I get it. As soon as he saw Orochimaru, Chinyu began to talk non-stop like a resentful woman, leaving Orochimaru no chance to interject. Are you done? Seeing Chinyu's expression of as expected, 3 vertical lines representing speechlessness appeared on Orochimaru's forehead. If you're done, come with me. Recently, the conversion has been serious, giving us more motivation to update faster. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 23. The Curse Mark of Heaven in a basement somewhere in Konoha. Chinyu stared in awe at the various experimental equipment he had never seen before. So, Uncle Snake, can I? As he spoke, he walked towards the inner room of the underground laboratory. Upon entering, he saw Yuhi Red Bean lying motionless on the operating table, and the words he was about to say got stuck in his throat. Snake Uncle, you didn't kill Red Bean, did you? This, calling me here, is useless. I can't save anyone. Seeing Yuhi Red Bean lying quietly, not even breathing, Chinyu panicked. Although in the original story, Yuhi Red Bean was not killed by Orochimaru. Who knows if something might happen due to his arrival. No, I have to leave quickly. If someone finds out, I won't be able to clear my name, even if I jump into the river. Saying this, Chinyu pulled Naruto, who was still curiously examining the experimental equipment, and headed for the exit. Stop! Just as Chinyu was dragging Naruto out the door, Orochimaru's cold voice came, followed by a terrifying killing intent that made it hard for Chinyu to lift his feet. Are you trying to run? TSK, TSK, TSK. Orochimaru licked his lips, his snake-like eyes filled with mockery as he looked down at Chinyu. What? You've already killed Red Bean, and now you want to kill me? Can't I struggle a bit in resistance? Who said I killed her? Orochimaru rolled his eyes and pointed at Red Bean on the operating table. She's in a deep coma. This will reduce her unnecessary suffering for the upcoming experiments. Deep coma? Reducing suffering? Anesthesia? Chinyu murmured. Want to turn around to take a closer look at Yuhi Red Bean's condition. Yes, you too. Just as Chinyu turned around, Orochimaru's voice reached his ears. And then Chinyu felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck. He touched the back of his neck and turned around dumbfounded to look at Orochimaru. What the? Before he could finish the word, Chinyu felt a wave of dizziness. Darkness enveloped him, and his body went limp as he collapsed. I thought I wouldn't be able to knock you out. Orochimaru looked at the collapsed Chinyu with a hint of helplessness. Earlier, when he saw Chinyu didn't fall immediately, he suspected he might not have used enough strength or missed. But it turned out that Chinyu was just a kid who could take a beating. So, how should I deal with you? Orochimaru turned to Naruto, who was staring wide-eyed. After some thought, he slowly reached out to Naruto's neck. With a gentle pressure, Naruto could only hold on for a few seconds under Orochimaru's grip before rolling his eyes and fainting. Beep, beep, beep. Unknown energy body intrusion detected. Beep, beep, beep. Beginning to analyze unknown energy body. Beep, beep, beep. Analyzing. Beep, beep, beep. Analysis successful. Unknown life form detected. Extermination recommended. Beep, beep, beep. Extermination successful. Energy body corrected. Correction successful. Beep, beep, beep. Acquiring special energy body. Activating chakra for energy body. Temporary enhancement of physical attributes. Enhancement level unknown. Time passed, and Yu's eyelids twitched as he slowly opened his eyes. Instinctively, he reached to rub his aching neck. Ugh, it hurts! As Yu regained consciousness. The pain in his neck intensified, and he couldn't help but cry out. You're awake so soon? Snake, Uncle Snake, it hurts. What have you done to me? Yu shouted, the excruciating pain radiating from his neck, nearly driving him to the brink of collapse, dark red. Tadpole-shaped patterns slowly spreading from his neck. Nothing much, just extracted a bit of your cells and blood, discovered some good stuff, so I prioritized using it on you. Orochimaru looked at Yu's nearly frantic expression with satisfaction, his long tongue instinctively licking his lips. The curse mark. You put a curse mark on me. At this moment, Yu finally saw the dark red patterns spreading to his arms. The moment he saw the dark red curse mark, an inexplicable rage exploded within him. You dare to put a curse mark on me? Yu roared, his body shooting up from the bed, instantly charging towards Orochimaru at high speed. Not bad. As Orochimaru's words fell, Yu's young fist slammed hard into Orochimaru's chest, followed by a muffled sound as Orochimaru coughed up blood, his body crashing into the wall. Cough, 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 not bad. Your power is perfect. Orochimaru grinned, utterly unconcerned about his pain. At this moment, Yu charged at Orochimaru again, his small fist raining down on Orochimaru's chest. D. With a roar, Yu's small fist, accompanied by a whistling sound, struck out with all its might, and with one punch, the wall behind Orochimaru shattered, while Orochimaru's body dissipated into a puff of white smoke. That was close. If I'd been hit by that punch, I might have died. Orochimaru looked in fear at the stone wall that had been blasted open, while Yu seemed to have vented all his frustration. The curse mark slowly receding until it eventually shrank into 3 comma-shaped patterns at his neck, and Yu rolled his eyes and fainted again. What a perfect body. It's a pity that it's sealed with the Ninetails. Orochimaru clicked his tongue and shook his head slightly before covering his chest and moving forward to place Yu back on the bed. After an unknown amount of time, Yu woke up again, this time feeling completely refreshed. After a big yawn, Yu finally noticed Orochimaru nearby, playing with a toy to entertain Naruto. Yo, Uncle Snake, taking care of the kid. Huh? You're awake. How do you feel? Orochimaru directly ignored Yu's teasing. He had a strange feeling about Yu now. He was interested in Yu's body, but felt helpless, torn between destruction and attachment, and as for brainwashing, Orochimaru hadn't even considered that direction. I don't know, it feels great. I woke up feeling full of power. Orochimaru looked at Yu with a meaningful gaze. What else? What else? Nothing. What's wrong? Nothing. Orochimaru nodded slightly and threw the toy to Naruto. Come here. As he spoke, Orochimaru led Yu to another operating table, where Yuhi Red Bean lay with her eyes tightly shut, her brows knitted together in pain. Red Bean. As Yu spoke, it seemed he remembered something, squinting slightly as he reached for his neck. Just like you, I planted the curse mark of heaven on both of you, using your genetic cells and some special cells for modification and fusion. You succeeded, possibly because you were the original cell owner. As for Red Bean, she will have to rely on herself. Chapter 24. The Roots of Konoha Curse Mark. The so-called special cells you mentioned should be your cells, right? Or rather, they're the cells of the white snake. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils contracted, and a dangerous aura emanated from him as his gaze locked onto Yu. Don't look at me like that. I don't know anything. It's that guy inside my body who told me. Yu shrugged nonchalantly in response to Orochimaru's terrifying killing intent, putting on an expression of helplessness. Forget it. Believe it or not, just remember to tell me when Sister Hondo wakes up. I'm taking Naruto back first. As Yu walked out the door, Orochimaru did not stop him, but murmured softly, so that's how it is the Ninetails, leaving the basement and stepping onto the surface. Yu glanced around slightly to confirm his location before running towards the village. However, as soon as he stepped onto the streets of Konoha, a group of ninjas wearing animal masks surrounded him and Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, Lord Danzo wants to see you both. Come with us. Upon hearing the name Danzo, Chin Yu's eyes narrowed, realizing the situation was dire. Danzo's root had found him, and considering Danzo's character, he had never had good intentions. Now that he and Naruto had just come out of Orochimaru's underground laboratory, it seemed that Danzo's eyes in Konoha were indeed quite numerous. Seeing that Chin Yu remained silent for a long time, the leading root ninja lost his patience and, regardless of whether Chin Yu agreed or not, dashed towards him. Get out of the way. Chin Yu's eyes widened in anger as he clenched his fist and struck hard at the approaching root ninja. The root ninja didn't take Chin Yu seriously and didn't even dodge. With a dull thud, he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. What? The group of root ninjas was shocked. They had never imagined that a punch from a mere 4-year-old child could possess such power. Taking advantage of their brief astonishment, Chin Yu quickly stepped forward to another root ninja and threw another seemingly weak punch, sending another ninja flying with a dull thud. After knocking down 2 root ninjas in a row, Chin Yu stopped, his eyes scanning the surrounding root ninjas in search of the next target. TCH, troublesome little brat. At that moment, a cold voice sounded from behind Chin Yu. Startled, he quickly raised his fist and turned to strike, but as he moved, a pair of eerie dark purple hands had already slammed into his back. In an instant, that strange dark purple color spread from Chin Yu's back to his whole body, and he suddenly felt his entire body go soft, collapsing uncontrollably to the ground, while every cell in his body screamed with excruciating pain. Yugao, your poison is really terrifying. But don't kill him. Lord Danzo wants him alive. A man with a light brown high ponytail reminded at the right moment. Old girl Yugao nodded slightly at his words, reaching out to Chin Yu's chest. The dark purple toxin that had spread throughout Chin Yu's body seemed to find its home, slowly retracting back into Yugao's dark purple arms. Then, what about this little brat? The light brown high ponytail root ninja asked, looking at Uzumaki Naruto beside him. Lord Danzo didn't say he wanted him, but Lord Danzo has said that having one Jinchuriki of the Ninetails in the village is enough. Yugao did not respond, silently walking toward the wailing Naruto and raising her dark purple arm to grab him. Just as her palm was about to touch Naruto, a figure crackling with lightning flashed in. Raikiri, Yugao. The moment the lightning appeared, the light brown high ponytail man called out loudly. Yugao quickly retracted her arm and retreated rapidly. As the dazzling lightning faded, several root ninjas were taken aback. Looks like we got a troublesome guy. Yamashiro F. Yugao. Are you planning to cause a riot in the village? Kakashi directed a cold gaze at Yugao and the light brown high ponytail ninja. Umbu, directly under the Hokage. Copy ninja Kakashi Hitaki. The light brown high ponytail, Yamashiro F. snorted and revealed Kakashi's identity, while Yugao disdainfully curled her lip at the mention. How about it, F? Let's deal with him together. Hearing this, Kakashi's expression turned serious as he silently gathered chakra within him, preparing for a desperate strike. No, it's too late. A large group of ninjas is rushing this way. We should retreat. But that little brat. Yugao looked reluctantly at the crying Naruto behind Kakashi. Yamashiro F. shook his head slightly. He's not our primary target. Saying this, Yamashiro F. waved his hand. A root ninja silently stepped forward, hoisting the unconscious Chin Yu and disappearing in an instant. Watching the root ninja take Chin Yu away, Kakashi made no move to attack. He knew the strength of this group of root ninjas. With just himself, he couldn't possibly retrieve Chin Yu from them, and he might even risk Naruto's safety. Rather than that, it would be wiser to report the matter to Hiruzen Sarutobi after they left, allowing him to negotiate with Danzo. Not long after the group of root ninjas took Chin Yu away, a dozen Umbu ninjas arrived at the scene. Looking at the collapsed walls before them, the Umbu ninjas all frowned. The situation is critical. I will report to the Hokage. Please take care of things here. Seeing the Umbu ninjas arrive, Kakashi gave a few instructions, picked up the crying Naruto, and vanished towards the Hokage building. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi detailed everything that had happened to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen was furious, his hand holding the pipe trembling. Danzo, bring Danzo to me. Now. Boom. As soon as Hiruzen's words fell, a loud explosion shook the entire Konoha. The ground at the village's edge erupted, and a creature covered in fox bones with 7 tails leaped out from the ground. Once on the surface, the 7-tailed Chin Yu randomly chose a direction and dashed away, disappearing in just a few moments. Damn it! As Chin Yu fled, Danzo emerged from the nearby woods, his messy hair and blood-soaked wounds indicating his current physical state. At the same time, sensing the chakra of the Ninetails, Hiruzen also arrived at the scene. Looking at the freshly turned earth and the bloodied Danzo, Hiruzen's brow furrowed. The aura of the Ninetails. Where's Chinyu? The tailed beast transformation has run away. It's already at 7 tails. It won't be long before the Ninetails goes completely berserk. What? Hearing Danzo's response, Hiruzen's anger flared, and he glared fiercely at Danzo. Why are you doing this? You know that Chinyu's identity is not just that of a Jinchuriki of the Ninetails. Why? Konoha has 2 Ninetails Jinchuriki, but you allow them to grow freely. Do you think that's good for the village? Rather than waiting for them to grow up and harm the village, it's better to make them weapons of Konoha from a young age. Listening to Danzo's sophistry, Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger made his beard stand on end, and he trembled as he pointed at Danzo for a long time without being able to say a word. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to accept reality and let out a deep sigh. From today onward, you are to resign from your position as Hokage advisor, and there is no longer any need for Root to exist. Also, Uzumaki Naruto, you are not allowed to get close to him again. Otherwise, don't blame me for forgetting our past friendship. After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned and left in an instant, leaving Danzo staring blankly at the direction Chinyu had gone. Go! Root will be disbanded today. Spread the word to those who are not in the village, and report immediately after finding information about Chinyu. Danzo quietly instructed towards the distant woods, then turned and slowly left. Chinyu transformed into a tailed beast and left Konoha. Back in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately called Kakashi, Might Guy, and several other Jonin to the office. Kakashi, you are temporarily leaving the Umbu and forming a search team to find Chinyu. Regardless of life or death, this mission is an S-rank special mission. Recently, the transformation has been severe, giving us more motivation to update faster. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 25, Shimura Danzo Ugh, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Chinyu slowly regained consciousness in a cave, his confused eyes fixed on a rock wall. The pain coursing through his body felt like shattered bones, constantly reminding him that he was still alive. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Chinyu leaned against the rock wall and made his way outside. When he reached the cave entrance, he was completely stunned. What greeted him was a gray mist, with raindrops continuously falling from the overcast sky. He was in a cave on a cliff hundreds of meters high. Where is this? What am I doing here? Is this still the land of fire? I don't know. Upon hearing Chinyu's question, the Ninetails' voice echoed in his mind. Huh, you can hear me? Of course, when have I ever said I couldn't? I can not only hear you, but I can also see through your eyes and hear through your ears. Chinyu nodded slightly, not particularly surprised, as the Ninetails in the original story also shared visual and auditory experiences with Naruto. I see, so it doesn't matter. But where have you brought me? And how am I supposed to get down from here? I told you I don't know. The Ninetails snapped back, irritated by Chinyu's repeated inquiries, and let out a loud roar. The sudden shout echoed in Chinyu's mind for a long time, making his ears buzz. After a while, the Ninetails continued. I was in a hurry to get you out of Konoha and didn't pay attention to the direction. Chinyu raised an eyebrow, excitement filling his face as if he remembered something. So, do we take out that old bastard Danzo? I don't know. Hey, how can you not know anything? You can't even kill that old bastard. You're the Ninetails. Chinyu's expression was strange, and his tone was filled with teasing. A bug like him. I could crush him with one bite. If it weren't for. Flashback to a week ago, at the outskirts of Konoha, in a dark basement. The oil woman Toryun absorbed the last trace of poison in Chinyu's body, and he finally woke up. As soon as Chinyu opened his eyes, he saw a middle-aged man leaning on a cane, half his body wrapped in bandages, with an X-shaped scar on his chin, looking down at him. Awake? Seeing Chinyu regain consciousness, the middle-aged man turned and sat on the only chair in the basement. Chinyu, orphaned by war, his surname unknown. Whether he has a bloodline limit is unknown, later adopted by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife, and became a Jinchuriki containing part of the Ninetails chakra due to the Ninetails rampage. The middle-aged man leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on Chinyu's every move and expression change. TCH, is it surprising that I know all this? Chinyu felt no surprise at the man's words. In all of Konoha, aside from the Hokage, there was hardly anything this man didn't know. How about I say something that will surprise you? As he spoke, Chinyu slowly got up from the ground and stretched his still somewhat numb body. Shimura Danzo, a ninja of the same generation as the 3rd Hokage, a student of the 2nd Hokage. Later, due to insufficient enlightenment, he lost to Sarutobi Hiruzen in the succession of Hokage. Out of resentment, He suggested establishing a Hokage advisory council and secretly founded the Root organization, which he falsely named the Shadow of Konoha, actually just a department established for his own ambitions. Later, he couldn't surpass my father in achievements and lost the election for the 4th Hokage. While speaking, Chinyu called out to the system in his mind. System, is there any way to lift the seal inside me? Returning to the host. Lifting the Tuin seal requires the host to go to the sealing location and release or loosen it using the host's own chakra. Sealing location? The spiritual space? I understand now, that old bastard Danzo. Just wait, I'll give you a big surprise soon. While communicating with the system, he continued to taunt and provoke Shimura Danzo. You really are pathetic. You can't compete with the 3rd Hokage, can't outdo my dad, and can only play your schemes in this dark place. TSK. Compared to the 3rd Hokage and my dad, you're really far behind. Say whatever you want, but bringing you here today means I never intended to let you go. You can either join Root or die here. Choose one. Danzo, holding back his anger at Chinyu's taunts, looked at him with fierce eyes. What if I choose neither? What can you do to me? Chinyu pretended to be indifferent, picking his nose, and finally flicked a piece of black-brown dirt at Danzo. Not choosing? Then don't blame me. Finally unable to endure Chinyu's repeated provocations, Danzo tossed aside his cane and quickly formed hand seals. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. A series of chakra-compressed wind bullets were shot from Danzo's mouth, aimed straight at Chinyu. Chinyu was startled and thought, as expected of Danzo, he immediately resorts to a B-rank ninjutsu attack. How shameless. However, despite his thoughts, Chinyu hurriedly dodged. Although his speed couldn't keep up with the rapidly shot wind bullets, he managed to avoid some fatal damage, even though he had several holes punched in his body. If this keeps up, I'm going to die. Chinyu cursed inwardly, barely dodging the continuously incoming wind bullets while his consciousness had already entered his spiritual world. It was still that dark and damp corridor with a huge wooden bar door. Behind the door, the Ninetails was lazily lying down, half-closed eyes. Ninetails? Huh, little brat. You finally came. Hearing Chinyu's call, the Ninetails slightly opened its squinted eyes. Upon seeing Chinyu, the lazy Ninetails instantly became energetic and leaped up from its lying position. Stupid little brat. Come here. Let me bite you. Are you crazy? Let you bite me? Do you think I can still live after that? Looking at the Ninetails baring its teeth, Chinyu muttered a few words, then seriously stared into the Ninetails' large eyes. How about this? Let's make a deal. Lend me your chakra, and I'll find a way to get you out later. Roar. Little brat, are you looking for death? As soon as Chinyu finished speaking, the Ninetails suddenly exploded in anger, its sharp claws lunging towards Chinyu. The sudden outburst from the Ninetails startled Chinyu, causing him to take a few steps back. When he saw that the Ninetails' claws were deflected upon hitting the bar door, his racing heart finally calmed down a bit. Why are you so worked up? I just want to borrow a bit of chakra. Aren't you supposed to be the Ninetails? Who has infinite chakra? Why so stingy? Little brat, I'm going to eat you. I must eat you. The Ninetails, having been deflected, tumbled around, but was still roaring without making any extreme movements. At this moment, the yin-yang fish on the bar door began to slowly spin. Seeing this, the Ninetails' pupils constricted, and it turned to run towards the end of the corridor. But just as it turned, the Ninetails gave up on escaping, allowing the yin-yang fish to draw its deep crimson chakra. What's going on? Watching the scene unfold, Chinyu was taken aback. Roar. Stupid little brat. You keep drawing my power every day. Now you come to borrow my power. Huh. Alright, Uncle Snake seems to have mentioned that the seal is extracting your chakra. At this moment, Chinyu finally remembered that Orochimaru had said that the seal inside him was extracting the Ninetails' chakra. No, it's this thing that is extracting your chakra. It's not me. What good does it do to yell at me? Hearing the Ninetails' constant roar, Chinyu also got angry, picked up his shoes, and with a slap, threw them right at the Ninetails' big fox face. Recently, the encoding has been serious, giving us more motivation to update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 26. Tailed Beast Transformation. Let me be straightforward. I can temporarily release this thing and let you go out for a bit. Are you going or not? Now was the Ninetails' turn to be confused. After so many Jinchuriki, it was the first time I'd heard someone say they would release the seal to go out. The Ninetails couldn't help but begin to doubt Chinyu's intentions. Little brat, you must have a scheme, right? You must want to use an even more terrifying seal to deal with me, right? As it spoke, the Ninetails' enormous fox head nodded slightly, as if to say, I knew it. Not going. Whoever wants to go can go. I'm very comfortable here. Huh. Are you out of your mind from this thing, draining your chakra? You want to come out even if I let you go? Chinyu was also dumbfounded. The Ninetails was acting completely out of character. It shouldn't be that upon hearing it could break the seal, the Ninetails would be overjoyed and agree to go out. Right? Are you sick? You have to come out today. With a little temper rising, Chinyu slowly floated up, his hand slapping left and right on the Yin fish and Yang fish. As he exerted force, the Yin and Yang fish slowly separated, and the tightly closed gate slowly opened. Looking at the wide-open wooden gate, the Ninetails' pupils narrowed, and its heart began to stir slightly. Not coming out, huh? While saying this, Chinyu rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the Ninetails. I'll swallow you whole. As Chinyu stepped into the wooden gate, the Ninetails leaped up and opened its enormous mouth to bite at Chinyu. Cool me, cool me, cool me, cool me. If you don't swallow me today, you're my son. Watching the Ninetails' large mouth approaching, Chinyu forced himself to steady his trembling legs, stretching his neck towards the Ninetails' big mouth. Seeing this, the Ninetails' mouth stopped just above Chinyu's head. When the Ninetails stopped, Chinyu felt somewhat dissatisfied, grabbing the Ninetails' big mouth with both hands and thrusting his head into the Ninetails' mouth. The Ninetails' pupils contracted, and its mouth, held by Chinyu, slowly closed down. Feeling the Ninetails' mouth close, Chinyu hurriedly spoke. If you bite me to death, let us see if I die. Can you revive me? Hearing this, the Ninetails immediately halted its closing mouth, its sharp teeth barely stopping at Chinyu's neck. With his entire head in the Ninetails' mouth, smelling the foul odor, Chinyu's tears streamed down. If the Jinchuriki dies, I, as a tailed beast, will also die, but I will definitely be able to revive. The Ninetails, holding Chinyu's head, spoke with a booming voice that made Chinyu dizzy. Yes, tailed beasts can revive, but you're different. After hearing Chinyu's words, the Ninetails paused slightly, its sharp teeth that were close to Chinyu's neck loosening a bit. What do you mean? It's very simple. Tailed beasts can revive. That is true, but you belong to the Yin aspect here. As long as the Yang aspect of you is still sealed within Naruto, you can forget about ever reviving. Feeling the Ninetails wavering, Chinyu forcefully pulled his head out from the Ninetails' mouth. So, Ninetails, trust is mutual. If you help me, I can open the seal and occasionally let you out for a stroll, and later I will find a way to let you leave the seal. After much hesitation, the Ninetails' enormous head finally gave a barely noticeable nod. Okay, but if you get lost or die because of my power's erosion, then don't blame me. Hee, don't worry. I won't die. Everything happening in the spiritual space only takes a few moments in reality, and in that brief moment of distraction, several wind bullets had already penetrated Chinyu's abdomen. Oh by dang. Just wait for me. I'll get you. Ninetails, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chinyu glared fiercely at Danzo, who was still releasing the vacuum sphere, and after a loud shout, Chinyu completely sank into unconsciousness. As Chinyu's consciousness faded, his body erupted with a repulsive, deep crimson chakra. In an instant, Chinyu's body became a bloody mess under the corrosion of the deep crimson chakra, and four tails resembling blood and flesh appeared behind him. Not good. Danzo was shocked. This situation far exceeded his expectations. Watching Chinyu transform into a tailed beast, Danzo quickly formed hand seals. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. A massive high-pressure wind ball was expelled from Danzo's mouth, and with a muffled sound, the tailed beast-formed Chinyu was blasted away and crashed into a distant wall. Roar. The tailed beast-formed Chinyu let out a roar, pushing off the wall with his legs, dragging four blood-red tails, and charged at Danzo like a cannonball. Seeing this, Danzo quickly retreated, unleashing one high-pressure wind ball after another as if he had an endless supply of chakra. But Chinyu, already in the four-tailed form, was moving at lightning speed and dodged them all. Just as it seemed Chinyu was about to reach him, Danzo pushed off the ground to retreat again, but only took a few steps before his back hit the wall. There was nowhere to escape. Helpless, Danzo sneered and increased the speed of his hand seals. Oof. Wind release. Vacuum wave. With a deep breath, Danzo unleashed 3 overlapping wind blades towards the charging Chinyu. With no time to dodge, Chinyu was heavily struck and sent flying, a large cross-shaped wound appearing on his chest, deep enough to see bone. Roar. Roar. With 2 more roars, 2 more tails extended from behind Chinyu, and, at the same time, several segments of bone appeared on his body, bones belonging to the Ninetails. This is bad. I must find a way to seal him. Looking at the 6 tails behind Chinyu and the 9 tails bones on him, Danzo hastily tore off his clothes, revealing his right shoulder that had cells from Hashirama Senju grafted onto it. I never expected it to be like this, but that is fine. Let me test the power of Hashirama's cells in this arm. Saying this, Danzo slightly formed hand seals and the Hashirama cells on his right arm surged wildly. Would release. Would. But before Danzo could unleash the would release, Chinyu's figure, on all fours, suddenly appeared in front of him. His clawed hand wrapped in bone, fiercely gripping Danzo's right shoulder, where Hashirama's face was. The excruciating pain struck instantly, and Danzo gritted his teeth. Having lost the best opportunity to use would release, he decisively changed his ninjutsu. Seating technique, préoccupation cursive. With a soft shout from Danzo, red curse seal patterns slowly spread from Chinyu's hand towards Danzo's arm. Seeing that he successfully cast the sealing technique on Chinyu, Danzo took a few big gasps and retreated a few steps. He is really a dangerous guy, but from now on, you will become my root's ultimate weapon. Danzo's smug words had not yet finished when the sealed Chinyu trembled all over, and the six tails behind him extended another one. With a roar from Chinyu, the cursed seal patterns wrapping around him instantly vanished. Danzo, who was feeling quite pleased with himself, didn't he have time to react as the seven-tailed Chinyu swiped a paw and slammed Danzo into the wall, then raised his head high. A pitch-black chakra mass gathered around the nine-tails bones above Chinyu's head. This is bad. Recently, the encoding has been serious. Let us give us more motivation to update faster. Please take a moment to exit the reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 27. Paper Angel Shaun and So. You gave that old man Danzo a punch and then turned around and ran? Huh, you little brat. If I hadn't sensed that your mental state was about to collapse and your physical body was slowly dissipating, would I have run away? I was already unhappy about being forced to flee, and now, with Chinyu's teasing, the Ninetails couldn't hold back any longer. You let me in. This time, I'll definitely swallow you whole. Am I stupid? Knowing you want to swallow me, why would I go in and seek death? Chinyu rolled his eyes, sat down on the ground, looked at the gloomy surroundings, and then at the unfathomable abyss, letting out a helpless sigh. What to do now? I can't go down. After thinking for a long time, Chinyu finally accepted reality and had to immerse his consciousness into the spiritual space. Ninetails, lend me some chakra. No, not lending. Originally, Chinyu thought the Ninetails would roar a couple of times upon seeing him, but surprisingly, the Ninetails was as calm as water, which made Chinyu feel a bit unaccustomed. Huh, I came in, and you didn't even shout about wanting to swallow me. You can't swallow me. Why don't you try lifting the seal and coming in? Looking at Chinyu outside the bar door, the Ninetails snorted in annoyance. Ahem, Ninetails, sir, can you lend me a bit of chakra? Just a little bit, enough to transform into a tail. I said no, none. If you have the ability, come in and get it yourself. As he spoke, the Ninetails fixed his fox eyes on Chinyu, clearly indicating that if he dared to open the seal, he would really bite him to death. Seeing this, Chinyu shrank his neck, awkwardly but politely waved at the Ninetails. Hey, I think the spot is pretty good. I can enjoy the scenery. You go ahead and be busy. I have things to do. I'll head out now. Without waiting for the Ninetails to respond, he turned around and left the spiritual space. If you want to lend me chakra, then fine. I've been living in my body for 4 years. And you still have grievances about me collecting some interest? If you want to lend it, forget it. I'll just jump down and die together. Saying this, Chinyu stood up abruptly, pretending to jump off the cliff, but when he saw the bottomless abyss again, he hesitated. Ahem. There is no need to argue with a tailed beast, right? Exactly, no need. While convincing himself, Chinyu slowly pulled back his feet from the edge of the cliff. As the saying goes, it's better to live poorly than to die well, especially since Chinyu didn't want to die just yet. What? Not jumping anymore? Jump! Death is the end, and then I can wait to merge with the other half of chakra. You go die. I'm only 4 years old. I still have 96 years of youth to squander. After saying this, Chinyu ignored the Ninetails. No matter how much the Ninetails mocked and laughed at him, Chinyu remained unmoved. By the way, I still have 500 dimensional points. I should be able to exchange for a parachute or something, right? Thinking this, Chinyu hurriedly asked the system. System, within 500 dimensional points, give me something that can safely land from a high altitude. Beep, beep, beep. Searching. Search complete. One-time improved parachute. Requires a large amount of chakra to activate. Costs 500 dimensional points. Do you want to exchange? Enduring the heartache, Chinyu exchanged his last 500 dimensional points for this so-called improved parachute. With the parachute on his back, Chinyu stepped toward the cliff. Do you really think I can't go down without you lending me chakra? Before jumping off the cliff, Chinyu couldn't help but mock the Ninetails in his heart. As he heard the whistling wind in his ears, tears streamed down Chinyu's face from the wind. It was only after he input chakra into the parachute that he tragically discovered he had forgotten to refine the chakra. And now the chakra in his body was simply not enough to activate the parachute. On Ninetails, Tail brother, Tail sir, help, not helping, I'll let you fall to your death. As he watched the ground getting closer, Chinyu closed his eyes, waiting for death, but at that moment, he suddenly felt his body lighten. He opened his eyes to see deep red chakra overflowing from him, and the parachute behind him had been fully activated, catching the wind and slowing his descent. TSK, what a bothersome weather. On the muddy road, amidst the drizzling rain, breathing in the damp air, Chinyu complained listlessly. What kind of place is this? What kind of place is this? What the hell is this place? That's not even a place to hide from the rain. If I had known it would be like this, I might as well have stayed in the cave. While complaining, he stepped into a puddle at his feet, splashing water everywhere, completely unaware that not far behind him, pieces of paper were suddenly falling from the sky, slowly gathering into a figure. It was a woman with purple-blue long hair, wearing a black robe with red clouds, floating in the air, with a pair of paper-folded wings gently flapping behind her. Watching Chinyu's thin figure strolling in the rain, the woman was filled with confusion. In her perception, this boy had appeared from the nearby cliff, but the question was, how did such a boy come down from the cliff? She was genuinely puzzled about this. When will this end? In this godforsaken place. I don't even know how long it will take to find a village, and I'm so hungry. Looking up at the gloomy gray sky, Chinyu cried out in despair as the drizzle continued to hit his face, as if mocking his incompetence. Little boy, where did you come from? A very beautiful face suddenly entered Chinyu's line of sight. He was taken aback for a moment, and it took him a while to snap back to reality. You. Looking at the woman in front of him, Chinyu stammered excitedly, unable to form complete sentences. He was incredibly familiar with this woman in front of him. She was one of the biggest, wasteful girls in the entire Naruto world, known for using 600 billion explosive tags to blow up a person and still not killing them. Moreover, in his previous life, Chinyu had quite liked this damn wasteful woman. Huffed. Seeing Chinyu's somewhat flustered demeanor, Shounen couldn't help but laugh. Ahem, what is wrong with me? Little guy, what is your name? Where did you come from? Are you lost? Stammering, Chinyu took several breaths before calming his excited little heart. My name is Chinyu, and I don't know where I came from. I woke up in that cave over there. Saying this, Chinyu pointed to the distant cliff that was still vaguely visible. After I woke up, a flamboyantly dressed old man with white hair brought me down and then disappeared. And then I just ended up here. Chapter 28. Tendo Yahiko, as he spoke, Chinyu gestured with both hands, but in his heart he thought, sorry, Jiraiya uncle. Friends may die, but I won't, so I'll just use you as a shield for now. The flamboyantly dressed, white-haired uncle? As Chinyu narrated, a figure slowly emerged in Konan's mind. In her memories, that man sheltered her and Nagato during the war. Yahiko, that man taught the three of them how to grow strong, provided them with a warm home, and taught them to cherish their companions. And it was also that man who resolutely left the three of them to go alone. Oh, right. That white-haired uncle also called himself the Sage of Miyaboka Mountain. The Sage? What kind of sage would casually leave a child in the middle of nowhere? Seeing Konan lost in thought, Chinyu took the opportunity to mock Jiraiya with some baseless complaints. Ashu, far away in the land of iron. During the ceasefire talks between the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Leaf Village, Jiraiya suddenly sneezed. Am I catching cold? Jiraiya mumbled, rubbing his slightly reddened nose. The Sage of Miyaboka Mountain, truly my teacher. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of Konan's mouth. Teacher, even after coming to the land of rain, you still don't want to meet us. Teacher? It's nothing, little one. Where's your home? Let sister take you back, okay? Upon hearing this, Chinyu's face instantly turned extremely sad, a genuine sadness coming from his heart. I have no home. My parents died in the war, and my adoptive parents were also sacrificed in a riot. It's just me and a younger brother left, and now, even my brother is missing. After hearing about Chinyu's tragic experiences, Konan, who was in her early 20s and overflowing with maternal love, showed a hint of pity in her eyes. She squatted down slightly and gently touched Chinyu's black hair. It's all in the past. You can stay in a land of rain from now on. Here, no one dares to bully you. Sister is the enforcer here, you know. After saying this, Konan gently stroked Chinyu's tender face, and a maternal aura instantly filled the gap between them. Hearing this, Chinyu felt a joy blooming in his heart, but his face still wore a sad expression. After a while, he nodded slightly. If sister doesn't mind me, but if I find out where my brother is in the future, I will definitely go find him. All right, then sister will help you look for your brother when the time comes. Konan comforted Chinyu like a child, then gently hugged him in her arms. By the way, my name is Konan. Now sister will take you back to the village. You have to hold on tight to me, or you might fall. Feeling Konan's warm embrace, Chinyu nodded slightly, contentedly wrapping his arms around Konan's neck, his face instinctively resting on her fragrant shoulder. Let's go. With a soft call from Konan, a flurry of origami appeared behind her, eventually forming a pair of beautiful paper wings. With the flapping of the wings, the two slowly ascended into the air. For the first time in history, Chinyu experienced the feeling of flying. This sensation of soaring in the air without relying on an airplane left a deep impression in Chinyu's mind. After a while of soaring, Konan landed with Chinyu on top of the tall tower in the Rain Ninja Village. Looking at the mechanical buildings that seemed somewhat out of place with the Hidden Leaf Village and even this world, Chinyu couldn't help but marvel. Nagato's ambition is truly grand. Most of the buildings in this village are made of this steel machinery. It's just a pity that this world doesn't have cement. Otherwise, if they poured some cement, this village would completely resemble a modern city. Back already? Konan. Just as Chinyu was still admiring the mechanical structures below the tower, a somewhat hoarse voice came from a house behind him. Chinyu quickly turned around and saw a figure with yellow-brown hair, also wearing a black robe with red clouds, whose face and hand were covered in black chakra rods. Pushing the door open, looking at the man in front of him, Chinyu thought to himself, Yahiko? No, it should be Tendo Yahiko. Yahiko should have died long ago. What stands before me is just Nagato's Tendo stand-in. Konan, who is this child? Seeing Chinyu beside Konan, Tendo Yahiko looked at her with confusion. But Konan smiled sweetly, slightly bending down to pick up Chinyu. He is the outsider I sensed earlier. After a brief pause, Konan continued. It was the teacher who brought him to the land of rain. Like us, he has also become an orphan because of the war. If that weren't the case, I don't think the teacher would have sent him here. Observing Konan's somewhat affectionate demeanor, Tendo Yahiko narrowed his eyes, staring at Chinyu in her arms for a while. Jiraiya-sensei. After a long moment, Tendo Yahiko finally murmured, almost inaudibly. After another silence, it was only when Chinyu began to feel uncomfortable under Tendo Yahiko's gaze that he turned and walked back into the house. Since he was brought by the teacher, let him stay in the village. The moment the words fell, the door closed completely. With Tendo Yahiko's approval, Konan happily took Chinyu and flew down from the tall tower. Sister Konan, that person just now, he's the leader of this village. Our village is different from other countries' ninja villages. Oh, you'll understand when you grow up. Saying this, Konan ruffled Chinyu's black hair. Well, you can stay with me for now. You're still young, and when you grow up, you can live by yourself. Naturally, Konan arranged for Chinyu to stay in her home. For Chinyu, Konan felt an inexplicable affection. There were many orphans in the Rain Ninja Village, but she only felt this way about Chinyu. It was a feeling of wanting to protect something. Perhaps it was because Chinyu had experienced similar things as her in Nagato, or perhaps because Chinyu was brought to the Rain Ninja Village by her teacher. Or maybe it was simply because Chinyu was cute. In any case, this inexplicable feeling was something Konan had never experienced before. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Chinyu had been in the Rain Ninja Village for half a year. After this period of interaction, Nagato vaguely saw the resemblance of Yahiko in Chinyu, which subtly changed Nagato's attitude toward him. Konan, have you noticed? He resembles Yahiko a bit. In the tower, Tendo Yahiko and Konan stood not far away, watching Chinyu in front of the glass wall and whispering. He really does resemble Yahiko for back then. Chapter 29, Recruiting Kakuzu. Hey kid, we're ready to go. A hoarse voice sounded beside Chinyu, and with a rustling noise, a figure dressed like a pitcher plant emerged from the ground. Chinyu's eyes widened in anger, and he leaped up, launching a chakra-encased punch toward the pitcher plant-like figure. Who are you calling a kid? Accompanying Chinyu's furious shout was a loud crash as the floor cracked beneath him. Your temper is quite something. Not very charming at all. The pitcher plant figure dodged Chinyu's punch just in time, spouting nonsensical words while dramatically patting his own chest, as if to calm his racing heart. Zetsu, if I hear you call me kid again, or if you sneak into Sister Shannon's house, I swear I'll beat you to death. This pitcher plant figure was Zetsu, a new member recruited by Pain Yahiko and Shounen 2 months ago. Chinyu knew this guy all too well. He wasn't even a real person, or rather, he was just a thought body of Kagaya Tsutsuki. TCH, kid, you're getting a bit too arrogant. Do you really want to die? As soon as Chinyu's words fell, his figure had already flashed to Zetsu's back. Before Zetsu could react, Chinyu swept his leg, sending Zetsu flying, then pushed off the ground with his hands and kicked Zetsu high into the air. Before Zetsu could land, Chinyu soared up and delivered a fierce flying kick to Zetsu's black and white face. With a howl, Zetsu's figure flew straight out of the house, but Chinyu relentlessly pursued. Reaching out to grab the flying Zetsu, and with a chakra-encased fist, he aimed for Zetsu's face. Universal pull. Just as Chinyu's fist was about to make intimate contact with Zetsu's black and white face, Pain Yahiko and Shounen appeared not far away, using universal pull to draw Zetsu to their side. Brother Nagato, this guy is so rude, barging into other people's homes, and he called me a kid. Let me go. I'll knock him out. All right, stop messing around. Clean up and get ready to depart. After dropping this line, Pain Yahiko lifted Zetsu like a chick and floated away. Huh, where are you going? Watching Pain Yahiko fly away, Chinyu blinked in confusion for a moment. Aren't you always wanting someone to teach you ninjutsu? We're all bloodline limit holders, and you can't learn our ninjutsu, so Nagato is helping you find a ninjutsu master outside. TCH, Sister Shounen, you know that I don't learn regular ninjutsu. Those low-level techniques are useless. Chinyu scratched his ear dismissively, showing no interest. So you don't want to go? Fine. You can stay in the village. Nagato and I will go, but the land of waterfalls is quite far from here, so we might be gone for a while. While what? The land of waterfalls? Chinyu's eyes widened, and a figure with 4 masks slowly appeared in his mind. Yes, the land of waterfalls, or more precisely, near the waterfall ninja village. There's a guy named Kakuzu who, according to Zetsu's intel, can use 5 different types of ninjutsu, and is quite powerful. So Nagato plans to recruit him into the organization to teach you ninjutsu. Hearing this, Chinyu instantly froze, staring blankly at Shounen, while his mind was frantically complaining. 5 different types of ninjutsu? Aside from the 3rd Hokage, it must be Kakuzu. No way. Kakuzu was recruited into the organization because of me? This is ridiculous. What's wrong? Seeing Chinyu's dazed expression, Shounen curiously patted his shoulder, bringing him back to his senses. Huh? Oh, nothing at all. All right, if you really don't want to go, just stay in the village. When we bring him back, you can decide whether or not to learn from him. That's it. Nagato is still waiting for me. Finishing her sentence, Shounen turned to leave, but Chinyu quickly called out. Wait, who said I'm not going? Wait for me. As he spoke, Chinyu turned and ran into the house. Before long, he appeared in front of Shounen, wearing a small-sized black robe with red clouds. Seeing Chinyu in the Akatsuki outfit, Shounen nodded slightly, her big eyes turning into crescent moons. Let's get on you. Let's go. Not long after, Shounen brought Chinyu to the entrance of the Rain Ninja Village. After meeting up with Pain Yahiko and Zetsu, the 4 set off together toward the Waterfall Ninja Village. Of course, the whole way, Chinyu was carried on Shounen's back. Although he had requested to walk several times, Shounen refused, citing his slow speed as the reason. In truth, Chinyu understood that it was mainly because Shounen thought he was too young and feared he would tire out, which was why she insisted on carrying him. In a village within the land of waterfalls, the 3 adults and 1 child, all dressed in black robes with red clouds and wearing straw hats, walked side by side. The villagers watched the 4 with strange expressions, whispering among themselves. Ah, this is really uncomfortable, Zetsu said, shaking his pitcher plant-like body a bit awkwardly. Not just Zetsu. Even Shounen felt a bit uneasy under the stares and whispers of the strangers. Don't mind them, Zetsu. Just focus on the task. The detailed location of the target is in the intel. Zetsu nodded slightly upon hearing this, and after saying wait for me, his figure slowly sank into the ground like a pendulum. This move caused quite a stir among the villagers, leading to even more pointing and whispering directed at Chinyu and the others, though they instinctively kept their distance from the 3. I found it. It's an underground bounty station about 100 meters east of the village. Before long, Zetsu emerged from the ground beside the 3, and upon hearing this, they all silently ran in the direction Zetsu indicated. So who are you guys? Outside the underground bounty station, Kakuzu, carrying a large box of money, was blocked by the 4. Akatsuki, we're here to invite you to join our organization. The one in front, Pain Yahiko, spoke coldly as if addressing a corpse. Akatsuki? I've heard of you, the organization that killed Hanzo and took over the Rain Ninja Village. As Kakuzu spoke, he began to remove his clothing, revealing the 4 masks on his back, clearly preparing for a fight. It seems you're ready to throw down first. Seeing Kakuzu's demeanor, Pain Yahiko narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing in his Rinnegan. I don't want to join any organization of unknown strength, lest I end up. Let us fight already. Why all the nonsense? Chapter 30. Group fight with Kakuzu. If you want to fight, then fight. Why all the fuss? Before Kakuzu could finish speaking, he was abruptly interrupted. Chinyu stepped forward and shouted at Kakuzu. You ghostly thing, you think we would even take you in? Little brat, are you looking for death? Kakuzu, furious and his face alternating between blue and purple, glared at Chinyu and quickly began to form hand signs. Brother Nagato, stop him. Seeing Kakuzu starting to form signs, Chinyu quickly called out. Yahiko, without saying much, raised his arm towards Kakuzu. Universalpul. A tremendous gravitational force instantly pulled Kakuzu up, interrupting his hand sign formation. Huh, no way. Caught in the immense gravitational pull, Kakuzu shook his hands, and his palms dug into the ground, finally stopping his body. Sister Konan, come on. Let's try that move. Seeing that Kakuzu, using lightning release, false darkness, was struggling against the universal pull and couldn't move, Chinyu's playful side emerged. He tugged at Konan's leg, looking at her with innocent eyes. Konan couldn't resist Chinyu's charm. After confirming that Kakuzu couldn't move for the time being, she reluctantly nodded. We can try, but you can't get too close. With Konan's agreement, Chinyu happily ran over to Yahiko. Hey, Brother Nagato, help me out. As the leader of the organization, Yahiko certainly knew what Chinyu was planning. He glanced at Konan, saw her slight nod, and then nodded in agreement. Positions. Seeing Yahiko also agree, Chinyu grinned widely, shouted positions, and jumped up. Shinra Tensei. At the moment Chinyu leaped high, Yahiko raised his palm towards him. Suddenly, a powerful repulsive force struck, and Chinyu felt a slight pain in his back before being sent flying towards the sky. Nagato, did you use too much force? Seeing Chinyu turn into a star in the sky, Konan shot a reproachful glance at Yahiko. Yahiko was also somewhat dumbfounded. He clearly hadn't used much chakra. So why did Chinyu fly so high? Seeing Nagato send Chinyu flying, Kakuzu chuckled. Humph, that little brat deserves it. Just as Kakuzu was feeling pleased, Chinyu, soaring through the sky, shouted, I'm back. Sister Konan, attack. Hearing Chinyu shout, Konan rolled her eyes in annoyance, turned to Yahiko, and nodded slightly. Yahiko, seeing this, once again pointed his palm at Kakuzu, while Konan sprouted wings and soared into the air. Universalpul. A greater gravitational force enveloped Kakuzu, pulling even his hands, which were buried deep in the ground out. Just as Kakuzu was being drawn towards Yahiko, and the gravitational force was about to dissipate, Konan pointed her slender fingers at Kakuzu. Secret technique. Paper insertion. In an instant, several large spikes formed from origami pierced through Kakuzu, firmly pinning him to the ground. This was a restriction technique that Chinyu had developed alongside Konan, based on the insertion technique from the village of Miao. Kakuzu spat out a mouthful of blood. A wicked smile with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth as he glared at Yahiko and the others. Seeing Kakuzu firmly pinned to the ground, Yahiko's body trembled slightly, and an inexplicable impulse surged within him as he slowly raised his arm towards Kaku. Shinra Tensei. A massive repulsive force instantly enveloped Kakuzu, but since he was firmly pinned down by the paper insertion, he was not pushed away at all by the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei. Because of this, Kakuzu fully endured the pressure of the repulsive force. Feeling his internal organs and even cells being intensely compressed, Kakuzu quickly channeled chakra to protect his organs. But his body suffered significant damage from the immense repulsive force. As the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei dissipated, Kakuzu coughed up another mouthful of blood, grinning wickedly as he looked up at Yahiko. Is that all? You can't kill me like this. Secret technique. Dance of the paper. Part 2. Before Kakuzu's words could finish, Konan clenched her hand towards him, and countless sheets of origami split from her and swirled around Kakuzu, instantly transforming into a paper tornado that enveloped him, with sharp paper blades cutting into his skin, leaving bloody wounds. Kakuzu's screams echoed from within the paper tornado, sending chills down the listeners' spines. At that moment, Chinyu, falling from the sky, quickly formed hand signs. Wind release, great breakthrough. A hurricane shot towards Kakuzu from the air, and as the hurricane collided with the dance of the paper, the already sharp paper tornado rotated even faster under the influence of the great breakthrough. The blades mixed with wind blades, turning Kakuzu into a bloodied mess. Ugh! This little injury is nothing. Although the pain in his body caused Kakuzu to scream continuously, he was not one to easily surrender. Just as he was about to mock them, he caught sight of the explosive tags on the origami. Explosive tag. Kakuzu was startled, his pupils shrinking to the size of mung beans. Hee, did you notice? As Chinyu's voice fell, the explosive tags mixed in with the origami ignited and exploded. A series of roars echoed, and the explosion lasted nearly a minute, engulfing the paper tornado in flames, ultimately transforming it into a fire tornado. He can't be dead, right? Watching the inferno of the fire tornado and hearing the screams gradually fade, Konan looked at Yahiko on the ground with some concern. After all, Kakuzu was the second member they had chosen for the organization, and killing him like this might upset Nagato. Don't worry, he shouldn't die so easily. Chinyu, suspended in the air by Konan, comforted her somewhat impatiently. After all, Kakuzu was a man with 5 hearts. When the flames dissipated, shattered mask fragments fell to the ground, and the charred Kakuzu lay motionless on the ground, not even a rise and fall in his chest. No way. He's really dead? Chinyu rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unable to accept that Kakuzu had been killed so easily. Dead is dead. Yahiko glanced indifferently at Kakuzu's charred body. Dead is dead. The organization doesn't need waste. Chapter 31. Orochimaru's human experiments let it die if it must. The Akatsuki organization doesn't need weaklings. With that, Yahiko turned to leave with the others. However, Chinyu couldn't help but glance back at the charred body of Kakuzu. Just as he turned for the 4th time, several black threads emerged from the ground, momentarily lifting a strange mass that was still slowly pulsating and integrating it into Kakuzu's body. Nagato, that guy isn't dead, Chinyu exclaimed. I told you he wouldn't die so easily. He grabbed Yahiko by the arm, pointing at Kakuzu's chest, which was now slowly rising and falling. Yahiko paused, turning to look at Kakuzu. After confirming that Kakuzu was indeed not completely dead, Yahiko aimed his palm at Kakuzu again. Seeing this, Chinyu was startled, thinking Yahiko was planning to finish him off, which made him nervous. If Yahiko really killed Kakuzu, who knew how much the plot would change? He quickly stepped in front of Yahiko. Wait, Nagato. He's actually quite strong. Really? Look, we've beaten him like this, and he's still not dead. Just being able to withstand this much is impressive. Yahiko remained silent, silently pushing Chinyu aside and with a slight grasp of his palm. A force drew Kakuzu's body towards them. Ju, take him with us. We'll go back to the village first, without caring whether Ju agreed or not. He threw the charred Kakuzu onto Ju's back. So, Nagato, the combined ninjutsu that Sister Konan and I developed is pretty strong, right? At this moment, Chinyu was in a good mood. Kakuzu successfully joined the Akatsuki, which meant that the plot should not change too much. Putting that aside, at least before leaving the Rain Village, his ninjutsu should have a solid foundation. Yes, it's already much stronger than an average A-rank ninjutsu. However, the requirement for this technique is a bit harsh. Without Konan, this ninjutsu cannot be performed. Chinyu had no rebuttal to this. Indeed, as Yahiko said, this technique was initially based on a skill of Konan in the Hidden Rain Village, and she was an essential condition for this technique. Back in the Rain Village, Chinyu sat cross-legged, looking at the charred Kakuzu lying on the bed, whose youthful face bore a painfully tragic expression. What were you thinking? If you had been more perceptive, you could have avoided this beating. Why'd you have to end up like this? Don't you think you owe it? Listening to Chinyu's words and seeing his cat-crying mouse expression, Kakuzu, unable to move on the bed, shivered all over, and his slightly rising chest nearly returned to calm. Hey, but speaking of it, you can take a beating, huh? After all this, you're still alive. TSK, I have to say your skin is really tough. Chinyu suddenly exclaimed as if he thought of something exciting. He gently patted Kakuzu's charred chest. Oh? Right, Ju said you know a lot of ninjutsu. When you recover, can you teach me a couple to play with? Already burned and injured all over, Kakuzu's eyes widened in shock at the slap from Chinyu. The corners of his mouth, which were bleeding, indicated the immense pain he was enduring. Come on, don't stare at me. It's just teaching a couple of ninjutsu. It's settled then. Recover well. I'll come find you when you're healed. Saying this, Chinyu slapped Kakuzu's chest again, almost knocking him off the bed. Ignoring Kakuzu's groans, he turned and pushed the door out. In the land of fire, in the Hokage's office in the Hidden Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, while Kakashi, Might Guy, and Hinata Irika reported on the information they had gathered over the past 6 months while searching for Chinyu. So, half a year ago, the tailed beast-turned-Chin, you directly escaped the land of fire and lost track near the border of the Rain Country? Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a deep puff of smoke, his murky eyes scanning the faces of the three. If Chinyu has gone to the Rain Country, do you think he might have gone to the Rain Village? At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice suddenly halted, and after a moment, he continued, the Rain Country, that's a mysterious village. The death of Hanzo and the change of leadership in the Rain Village are all like enigmas. If Chin, you really went to the Rain Village, that would be a bit troublesome. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were pondering Chinyu's whereabouts, the door to the Hokage's office was suddenly kicked open. Hokage-sama. A ninja secretly following Lord Orochimaru has reported that Lord Orochimaru is conducting human experiments underground outside the village. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, slamming his hands on the desk as he stood up. Kakashi and the others exchanged glances and quietly exited the Hokage's office. Orochimaru. Gather the 3rd and 4th Umbu squads. Lead the way. In an underground laboratory outside the Hidden Leaf Village, Orochimaru, dressed in white, stood beside Mitarashi and Co. While Naruto Uzumaki lay asleep on one bed, snoring. On another bed, a half-human, half-beast creature lay still, its chest rising and falling weakly and slowly. Orochimaru stood at the bedside, bloodied hands, while Anko continually handed him various tools. Just as Orochimaru injected the last cell nucleus into the creature, the door of the underground laboratory was suddenly kicked open with violence. As the dust settled, Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed in combat gear and wielding the raging monkey staff, appeared at the entrance of the underground laboratory. Orochimaru, it's really you. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Orochimaru in his white robe with a complex expression, filled with disappointment, coldness, sadness, and a hint of helplessness. TSK, old man, why are you here? You dare to ask why I'm here? Tell me what you're doing. The missing people in the village. Is it related to you? The more Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, the colder his tone became, eventually carrying a hint of killing intent. Don't be so agitated. You're an old man now. Just let it go. They all volunteered. Hearing Orochimaru's implied acknowledgement of conducting human experiments, Sarutobi Hiruzen's inner anger finally erupted. He swung the raging monkey staff, pointing it at Orochimaru, ready to scold him, but his peripheral vision caught sight of Naruto Uzumaki lying on another bed. Naruto! Sarutobi Hiruzen panicked, using his staff to force Orochimaru back a few steps before rushing towards Naruto to check on him. After confirming that Naruto's body showed no unusual changes, he looked up at Orochimaru, his murky eyes filled with murderous intent. Chapter 32. Orochimaru's defection. Orochimaru, you know his identity is special. Why would you still go after him? Sarutobi Hiruzen glared angrily at Orochimaru. Orochimaru was taken aback by his words, although he didn't understand why Sarutobi Hiruzen thought he would target Naruto Uzumaki. He didn't feel the need to explain himself further, seeing Orochimaru's fearless demeanor and reluctance to speak. Sarutobi Hiruzen became completely enraged and swung his Rui Jingu Bang at Orochimaru. Feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's distrust, Orochimaru felt a surge of disappointment inside. He casually sidestepped to avoid the attack and quickly retreated a few steps. So, old man, even if I tell you that I have no intention of doing anything to Naruto, you won't believe me, will you? Oof. The evidence is right in front of you. How else do you want me to prove it? After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen swung his staff at Orochimaru again and again. Although Orochimaru felt extremely disappointed, he did not retaliate against Sarutobi Hiruzen, but focused on dodging. Orochimaru, surrender. There are Umbu all around outside. After swinging a few times, it seemed like he had vented his inner anger. Sarutobi Hiruzen held the staff behind his back, and the look in his eyes became complex again. Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle, his long tongue slightly licking the corner of his mouth, and the disappointment in his eyes was hard to conceal. Old man, do you think a few Umbu ninjas can catch me? After saying this, Orochimaru moved and was already at the doorway. He glanced back, looking meaningfully at Sarutobi Hiruzen and the unconscious Naruto Uzumaki on the bed. Then his figure flickered and he dashed out of the underground laboratory. At the moment Orochimaru left, the sounds of fighting erupted outside the laboratory, but Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of going out to help. He continued to look complexly at the doorway, where Orochimaru had just exited. After a while, with the last scream fading, the fighting outside the laboratory came to a complete stop. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a deep breath, fully aware that from now on, he had forever lost this most outstanding disciple. Why? At that moment, Mitarashi Anko, who had come to her senses from the shock, was already in tears, repeatedly murmuring why. She didn't understand why things had suddenly turned out this way. She couldn't comprehend why Orochimaru didn't take her with him to escape. She was on the verge of collapse, as the image of the nearly perfect man she admired most, her teacher, was slowly crumbling along with her tears. Damn it, I said, do you even know any other ninjutsu? In Amigakure, Chini took a few quick steps and jumped high, slapping Kakuzu hard on the back of his head. It had been a month since Kakuzu was recruited into the Akatsuki, And during this month of recovery and Shin Yu's meticulous care, Kakuzu had finally healed. Throughout this month, Shin Yu would occasionally slap Kakuzu, or he would carelessly sprain his ankle and then sit on him. But thanks to Shin Yu's careful attention, Kakuzu had been able to rest in bed for an additional half-month, for which Kakuzu was extremely grateful. Although he had often threatened to kill Shin Yu during the year, after truly recovering, he no longer had that thought. The reason was simple. Kakuzu only had one heart left. If Shin Yu and Konan teamed up to attack him again, he might end up meeting Hashirama for good. I can only use Earth Release. If he can't learn it, whose fault is that? It wasn't that Shin Yu couldn't learn it. He could, but his chakra didn't have an Earth attribute. If he forced himself to use Earth Release ninjutsu, the chakra consumption would be nearly doubled. Hey, do you even know whose territory this is? How dare you talk to me like that here? Shin Yu glared, taking advantage of his close relationship with Konan and Nagato, pointing at Kakuzu and preparing to retaliate, but Kakuzu didn't back down. He spread his arms, sat down, and looked as if no one could do anything about it. Anyway, I've taught you. It's your fault for not learning. Even if the leader comes, I'll say the same thing. You destroyed my other 4 hearts. So go find me 4 other hearts with different attributes. Hey, I say, you old geezer, why is it so hard to talk to you? If you want a heart, can't you get one yourself? Tell me to get it. I'm still so young. I'm just a kid. Kakuzu ignored what Shin Yu said, spread his arms, and lay down on the ground, completely disregarding Shin Yu's noise. In Kakuzu's view, he had already completed the leader's task. He had taught the ninjutsu, and it was Shin Yu's fault for not learning, so he couldn't be blamed. After shouting for a long time, Shin Yu finally admitted defeat. No matter how much chakra it took to release Earth Release, it was still a ninjutsu. As long as it was ninjutsu, he could earn dimensional points from the system, and obtaining dimensional points would enhance his strength. I'll learn. Get up. Seeing Shin Yu surrender, Kakuzu finally stood up with a grunt. His mood significantly improved. After a year, he finally felt relieved. Watch closely. After a brief warning, Kakuzu began to form hand seals. To allow Shin Yu to see clearly, he deliberately slowed down the speed of his hand seals. Although Kakuzu was quite displeased with this little brat, it was still a task assigned by the leader. If he accidentally made this little kid complain, Kakuzu's newly healed body might end up back in the hospital. Earth Release, Earth Spear. As the hand seals finished, one of Kakuzu's hands turned pitch black, with a sheen that even had a metallic texture. This was a B-rank ninjutsu, and one of the ninjutsus he was best at, using chakra from his body to transform into Earth attribute chakra, allowing any point of his body to harden. The hardened part would turn black, making it extremely powerful in both offense and defense. As he spoke, Kakuzu raised his blackened arm and punched a nearby boulder with a loud thud, causing it to explode instantly. Yes, just like that. Once you master the conversion of chakra, you can harden without forming hand seals. After saying this, the blackness on Kakuzu's arm slowly receded, returning to its original color in no time. Harden any part of your body, any part. Repeating Kakuzu's words, a not-so-innocent image flashed in Shin Yu's mind, and an inexplicable smile appeared on his lips. Damn it, what am I thinking? Cough, cough. I'm a serious kid. I don't understand those strange things. Yes, I don't understand. Recently, the coding has been severe, giving us more motivation to update faster. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 33. Old Man. Are you trying to scare me? Earth Release. Earth Spear. Shin Yu spoke in a deep voice, waiting for a long time, but there was no change in his body. Shin Yu scratched his head in confusion. Although I don't have the Earth attribute chakra nature, logically speaking, even if I don't possess the chakra nature, I should be able to release the corresponding ninjutsu by consuming a large amount of my own chakra. In the original work, wasn't Kakashi able to use all 5 elemental ninjutsu of earth, lightning, water, fire, and wind? You old man, are you messing with me? You must be messing with me. Unable to think of a reason, Shin Yu turned his spearhead towards Jiao. Do no matter where the problem lies. Shin Yu would never admit it was his fault. Do you know the importance of respecting the elderly and loving the young? You rude little brat. Do I have any need to mess with you? It's you who doesn't have earth attribute chakra nature. Blaming me won't help. After speaking, Jiao Du's green eyes rolled, and he looked at Shin Yu with a wicked smile. Or you could try converting it to another chakra nature. Maybe you'll create a new ninjutsu? Upon hearing this, Shin Yu slapped his thigh, thinking that Jiao Du's words made sense. Who says ninjutsu must follow the rules? Can it be a little flexible? Saying it and doing it, Shin Yu slowly formed hand seals with both hands, while the chakra flowing in his body began to convert into fire attribute chakra and gradually gathered towards his arm. Before long, a large amount of fire attribute chakra gathered in Shin Yu's right arm. At this moment, looking at it, Qin Yu's entire right hand was bright red, as if it had just been forged from fierce fire. "Ha! Old man, I am becoming Just as Qin Yu was about to boast, his fiery red arm suddenly ignited with intense flames. Qin Yu screamed as he patted the flames on his arm, but he couldn't extinguish it at all. Seeing this, Jiao Du was overjoyed, finally avenging the grievance from a month ago. Just wait a little longer, and Qin Yu's arm would be burned away by his own flames. But hearing Qin Yu's cries, a scene suddenly flashed in Jiao Du's mind. It was the moment after Qin Yu's arm was destroyed, with Nagato and Konan each holding their fists ready to beat him up. Thinking of this, Jiao Du couldn't help but shiver. "Kid, if you don't want to lose your arm, I advise you to quickly disperse the fire attribute chakra in your arm." After dispersing the chakra on his arm, Qin Yu looked at his arm, which was red with burns, and glared fiercely at Jiao Du. "Old thing, you must have known this would be the result. Yet you still made me try. Just you wait." After leaving a harsh word, Qin Yu covered his arm and disappeared in an instant. Jiao Du blinked his green eyes, and after confirming he was alone, a thought of taking this opportunity to escape from the Rain Village emerged in his mind. However, as soon as that thought appeared, Jiao Du dismissed it, simply because this was the Rain Village, because he only had one heart, and because he seemed unable to defeat that so-called leader. "Forget it. I might as well go take a look. What if that kid exaggerates and says bad things about me? I might have to suffer again." After dismissing his escape plan, Jiao Du let out a slight sigh and decisively decided to return to the Rain Village, lest Qin Yu distort the facts and complain to Nagato and Konan. On the streets of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki walked with his head down among the crowd, with passers-by avoiding him. Ever since Orochimaru was captured for conducting human experiments and defected from Konoha a month ago, Naruto had completely become an orphan that everyone avoided. Even Anko Mitarashi, who used to care for Naruto, was ordered to stay away from him because of her connection to Orochimaru. For the past month, Naruto felt a deep sense of helplessness and sadness for the first time in his life. Look at that little fox demon. Why is he still in the village? I heard his demon fox brother has already been kicked out. Why hasn't he left? Yeah, such a nuisance should be expelled from the village as well. Why is he still here? Get away, get away. If you get too close, it will bring misfortune. Such words continuously bombarded Naruto's young heart. He didn't understand why the people in the village hated him so much. He didn't understand why he was called a demon fox. He didn't understand why being close to him would bring misfortune. He didn't understand. He really didn't understand. Listening to the disdain and curses from the crowd, Naruto lowered his head and aimlessly walked down the street. After taking a few steps, it seemed that Naruto bumped into something, and before he could react, he fell backward to the ground. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Naruto kept his head down, not daring to look at the person in front of him. Although he fell painfully, even to the point where tears were welling up in his eyes, he still forced himself to apologize first. "Sorry? Do you think I would accept an apology from a demon fox like you?" The person who was bumped into glared, raising a fist the size of a sandbag and swinging it toward Naruto. Even though Naruto was only 2 years old, this small child didn't lessen the force of that punch at all. Naruto looked in terror at the approaching fist, and just as the fist was about to make contact with his face, it suddenly stopped right in front of him. "Who allowed you to hit my person?" A familiar female voice reached Naruto's ears. Surprised, Naruto turned his head to see Anko Mitarashi standing next to him, wearing a fishnet outfit and even holding a skewer of dango. Seeing this, Naruto finally couldn't hold back the tears in his eyes and burst into tears. Anko frowned at this, grabbed the person's wrist, and forcefully threw him against the nearby wall. "Get lost. If I catch you bullying Naruto again, I'll beat you to death." Anko's fierce gaze swept over the crowd watching the scene. Those who inadvertently made eye contact with her quickly shrank back. None of the people here had treated Naruto kindly. They were just ordinary villagers, and how could they dare to confront a ninja like Anko? In no time, the crowd dispersed. "All right, little Naruto, it's okay now." Once the crowd had cleared, Anko crouched down to comfort Naruto. But she didn't know that her comforting only made Naruto's cries grow even louder. "Shut up." For the first time, Anko yelled at Naruto, but her shout startled Naruto into stopping his crying. Damn it. Seeing Naruto looking at her with tearful eyes, Anko secretly cursed. She knew she shouldn't have yelled at him. After all, before she appeared, Naruto had been very strong, and it was only after she showed up that he let go of his forced strength. Anko bent down and wiped away the tears from the corners of Naruto's eyes. "Qin Yu, where have you gone?" Chapter 34. Don't act tough, or you'll be struck by lightning. "Old man, you won't die. I'm not serving you anymore. I found you some people, and you said you needed hearts but couldn't use other ninjutsu. I brought you two, and then you say they're too weak. I don't think you're lacking a heart. You're just lacking sense. Chinyu threw the two wandering ninjas he was holding at Kakuzu's feet and sat down on the ground, cursing nonstop. Kid, we agreed beforehand. If you can't get good quality hearts, don't blame me for not teaching you. Kakuzu glanced at the two wandering ninjas at his feet, kicked them aside, and finished his sentence. Suddenly feeling a chill behind him, he quickly turned around to see Konan floating in mid-air, flapping her paper wings, her eyes emitting a cold glare directed at him. Kakuzu couldn't help but shiver and quickly changed his tone. Well, you see, if the quality of the hearts is too low, they can't be transferred at all, and if the quality is too low, the ninjutsu I can perform will also be low. It's pretty much like that. You understand what I mean, right? Chinyu, familiar with the plot and character settings of Naruto, wouldn't believe Kakuzu's words. He just wanted Chinyu and Konan to help him find some J-Nin ninja hearts. He said something about being unable to transfer them, which was utter nonsense. The Earth Grudge fear that parasitizes Kakuzu isn't just for show, is it? Even a normal person's heart could be perfectly transformed into a ghoul face, but who knows what use that would have. Don't give me that. The hearts are of this quality. Or should I say, if you have the strength to capture people from the 5 great ninja villages, the hearts of J-Nin and Umbu Ninja there are of high quality. Go ahead and capture them. I don't have that strength. Chinyu rolled his eyes, pointing at the two wandering ninjas that Kakuzu had kicked aside. Anyway, I brought you the hearts you wanted, one with fire chakra and one with water chakra. Whether you want them or not, you must teach me 2 ninjutsu, otherwise, keeping you around isn't very useful. After a pause, Chinyu's big eyes rolled around, and a wicked smile slowly appeared on his face. By the way, a couple of days ago, I went to the underground exchange with Sister Konan. Guess how much your head is worth now? TSK. I think if I trade your head for money and then pay someone to teach me ninjutsu, there should be quite a few people willing to do it, right? Kakuzu's expression changed several times upon hearing this. He wanted to kill Chinyu several times, but when he saw Konan flying behind him, his murderous intent instantly cooled. After a struggle, Kakuzu gritted his teeth and nodded, turning to grab the two wandering ninjas and move behind a nearby rock. With 2 piercing screams, Kakuzu emerged bare-chested with a satisfied expression. Chinyu couldn't help but click his tongue. TSK, I really didn't expect you to have this hobby at your age. Kakuzu stumbled upon hearing this, nearly falling over, and quickly steadied himself, pointing angrily at Chinyu. You little brat, if you keep flapping your gums, be careful of me. Be careful of what? Before Kakuzu could finish his sentence, Konan's voice entered his ears, and his anger was immediately doused by half. However, having just obtained 2 hearts, Kakuzu felt he could still be bold, straightening his posture to look impressive at Konan. Be careful, I kill. Before Kakuzu could finish his boastful threat, several sharp paper spikes pierced through him, nailing him to the ground just like that day. Who are you going to kill? Konan smiled, but her voice was as cold as ice. Kakuzu looked at Konan's outstretched hand, recalling the torment he had endured that day, and his throat went dry. Just as Konan was about to lose her patience and close her hand, Kakuzu hurriedly spoke up. No, I said if I don't teach him ninjutsu, let him kill me. Kakuzu's almost desperate shout echoed in the air. Oh, is that so? That's even better. After saying this, Konan lowered her arm, and the paper spikes piercing Kakuzu slowly dissipated. Kakuzu's body went limp, collapsing to the ground, cold sweat pouring out of him. Seeing this, Chinyu happily stepped forward to stand in front of Kakuzu, his hands behind his back, looking down at Kakuzu like an old cadre. Hee, old man. Let me give you some advice. Don't act tough, or you'll be struck by lightning already wounded by Konan, now being mocked by Chinyu. Kakuzu felt a wave of nausea and couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood that sprayed out. This mouthful of blood nearly splattered all over Chinyu. Startled, Chinyu quickly jumped back a small distance, looking at Kakuzu with a guarded expression. What the hell? What are you doing? I didn't touch you. Don't think you can frame me. Kakuzu ignored Chinyu, focused on using the Earth Grudge fear to sew up the holes in his body. Seeing that Kakuzu was unwilling to talk to him, Chinyu felt bored, shrugged, and sat quietly waiting. Kid. Not long after, Kakuzu finished stitching up his wounds and walked over to Chinyu. The new hearts, I still need to adapt to them. Upon hearing this, Chinyu's eyes widened, ready to speak, but Kakuzu didn't give him a chance and continued. If you want me to demonstrate the ninjutsu, I can't do it for now, but I can teach you the sequence of hand seals to practice first. I'll demonstrate in detail 2 days later, without even reminding Chinyu to pay close attention. He quickly went through the hand seal sequence. Chinyu, caught off guard, couldn't clearly see Kakuzu's movements and only vaguely remembered two of the seals before Kakuzu finished. "Hey, old man, you did that on purpose. At least give me a heads up." Knowing he was in the wrong and fearing that Konan would stab him again, Kakuzu snorted coldly. I'll do it again, but if you still can't remember, then don't blame me." Saying this, Kakuzu made the hand seals again, but this time, he slowed down a bit, claiming he would do it again, but under Konan's oppressive presence. Kakuzu ended up repeating the sequence 2 or 3 more times before finally teaching Chinyu the order of the 2 hand seals. "Let's leave it at that for now. I will come find you in 2 days. After leaving the sentence, Kakuzu turned to leave. Chinyu blinked, watching Kakuzu's departing figure. Momentarily unable to process why Kakuzu had suddenly changed his attitude and become so compliant, it felt a bit strange. This old man, has his brain short-circuited? Recently, the encoding has been severe, giving us more motivation to update faster. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 35 Intense Battle with Kakuzu Zisuin. Fire release, head hardening. A cluster of flames fell to the ground, instantly igniting into a sea of fire, filled with continuous wails, which soon came to an abrupt stop. Hey, little ghost. You're making it hard for me. You've burned the head. What am I supposed to turn in for the mission? Watching the charred remains after the sea of fire dissipated, Kakuzu continuously complained, but he no longer scolded like before. It had been several months since Kakuzu obtained the hearts of water and fire, during which he successfully filled the missing hearts of wind and lightning. At the same time, he replaced the 2 middle ninja hearts of fire and water within him with higher quality upper middle ninja hearts. Even though Kakuzu had restored his hearts and his strength was nearly back to what it used to be, he still didn't dare to provoke Chinyu as he had in the past, even with only Chinyu present. Flashback to a few months ago, after Kakuzu successfully filled the last wind attribute heart, he felt his chakra and strength within him swell again, and his heart began to swell with ambition. With the restoration of his strength, Kakuzu once again entertained the idea of leaving the Akatsuki organization and returning to the carefree life of a bounty hunter. Glancing at Chinyu, who was lazily chewing on some grass and leaning against a huge rock, Kakuzu's desire for freedom intensified. Lightning release, false darkness. With a surge of determination, Kakuzu quickly formed hand seals. The sharp sound of thunder rang out, and a blinding lightning bolt transformed into several sharp, long spears shooting directly at Chinyu. Having been genetically modified as a super soldier, Chinyu had an extraordinary sense of perception. The moment the thunder sounded, he realized something was wrong. With no time to spit out the grass, he quickly dashed to the side, narrowly avoiding the lightning spears that struck the giant rock he had been leaning against, shattering it into rubble. That was close. Looking at the debris scattered everywhere, Chinyu was shocked. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have been smashed just like that rock, with nothing but a pool of blood left. "Old man, do you want to die?" Suppressing his shock, Chinyu glared fiercely at Kakuzu, while his hands quietly moved behind him. With a thought, the widow's bite appeared on his wrist. "As long as I kill you, I can leave this cursed place immediately. So you think you can kill me?" Chinyu looked at the overly confident Kakuzu with a strange expression, but Kakuzu merely snorted dismissively. The leader isn't here. And Showdown isn't here either. Why do you think I can't deal with you?" With that, Kakuzu quickly formed hand seals and completed them in the blink of an eye. Fire release, head hardening. A cluster of flames was shot from Kakuzu's mouth, flickering in the air as it swiftly flew toward Chinyu. "Using the jutsu you taught me against me isn't very effective." Wind release, great breakthrough. Chinyu puffed out his cheeks, unleashing a powerful hurricane. The wind met the flickering flames, and the flames exploded into a sea of fire with the help of the wind. Through the heat waves of the fire, Chinyu squinted and vaguely saw Kakuzu's hand seals. At the same time, a surge behind Kakuzu indicated that the 4 hearts he had absorbed were showing signs of separating from his body. Chinyu was startled, raising his hands to aim at Kakuzu. As his chakra activated, the widow's bite in his hands emitted a blue light, and several kunai, tied with explosive tags, shot toward Kakuzu at high speed, the kunai igniting as they flew. The moment the kunai were released, Chinyu's figure disappeared from the spot. The sound of wind whistled as Kakuzu squinted his eyes. When he saw the explosive tags attached to the kunai about to explode, he was taken aback, hastily dispersing his hand seals and dodging to the side. Boom! Several explosions echoed across the sky, and the sea of fire dispersed into glowing embers under the shockwave of the explosions. Kakuzu's figure finally emerged from the thick smoke. his black robe with red clouds already tattered and torn. That was close. Just as Kakuzu was relieved that he had dodged in time, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. At that moment, Chinyu appeared behind him, his fist wrapped in light blue chakra, smashing Kakuzu away. "You old bastard. You still want to kill me?" Chinyu shouted angrily, disappearing again, reappearing in front of the flying Kakuzu in the blink of an eye. Chinyu squinted, calculating the timing, then placed one hand on the ground and delivered a powerful kick to Kakuzu's chin, sending him flying into the air. Simultaneously, Chinyu kicked off the ground, appearing next to Kakuzu in midair, his hands clasped together tightly, delivering a devastating punch infused with chakra to Kakuzu's head. Boom! With a loud crash, Kakuzu hit the ground like a cannonball, shattering the earth beneath him. However, Chinyu wasn't willing to end his assault just yet. Fire release. Head hardening. A burst of flames descended into the pit created by Kakuzu's impact, igniting a sea of fire within it. "You old bastard. It's not over yet." At the same time, Chinyu quickly formed hand seals again. Wind release. Pressure damage. A faint black whirlwind emerged from Chinyu's mouth, howling as it spiraled down into the pit. The already raging sea of fire intensified with the intervention of the pressure damage, the flames swirling wildly. Old bastard, you must be dead now." Breathing heavily, Chinyu looked at the swirling sea of flames in the pit. The series of continuous attacks and two Birang Jutsu had consumed a significant amount of his chakra. Just then, three masked figures suddenly shot out from the sea of fire. Not good. Earth grudge fear. Chinyu was alarmed and quickly retreated. Just as he left, several black lines shot out from the ground where he had been standing, while the slightly charred Kakuzu also jumped out of the sea of fire. "Very good, little ghost. You destroyed one of my hearts." As Kakuzu spoke, a broken demon mask slowly fell from his charred back. "To use a jutsu you just learned to this extent, I must say, you are a genius. But I hate geniuses the most." With that, Kakuzu's hands seemed to transform into a series of afterimages, completing 3 jutsu hand seals in an instant. Wind release, pressure damage. Lightning release, false darkness. Water release, water curtain. 3 demon-masked earth grudge fear figures opened their mouths, unleashing 3 different jutsu. The 3 different jutsu did not counter each other, and there was even a hint of fusion, as the dark whirlwind whipped up a tumultuous water curtain, while the lightning spears blended into the water curtain, enhancing their paralyzing effect. No time to dodge. Watching the 3 jutsu coming at him in a cross pattern, Chinyu intended to evade, but having just completed a series of attacks, he hadn't yet caught his breath. Moreover, the 3 jutsu were incredibly fast, leaving him no time to react. Boom! Crackle, accompanied by a loud explosion. The water curtain erupted into a mist, and the crackling of thunder echoed throughout the water vapor. Oomph! What a waste of a genius's heart. Chapter 36. Activate the Curse Seal. First form. As the mist slowly dissipated, a half-kneeling figure gradually came into view, causing Kakuzu's green bean-like pupils to slightly constrict. Ha ha ha. The little ghost is quite tough, but it's good that he didn't die, just in time for me to get another heart. With Kakuzu's words, the mist covering Chinyu completely vanished. Chinyu was kneeling on one knee, gripping Heimdall Asgardian sword tightly in one hand, while the other hand naturally hung by his side. His black and red cloud robe was already tattered, and beneath it grotesque, charred wounds covered his entire body. Heh, Shizuki, you'll have to kill me first. No. I will only break your arms and legs, and then take your heart. Your heart is quite good quality. Kakuzu wore a strange smile as he slowly walked towards Chinyu, believing that, given Chinyu's current state, he should have no ability to resist. At that moment, Chinyu suddenly clutched his neck, letting out a painful wail. The area he was holding, where 3 hooked jewels faintly glowed red, caused Kakuzu to stop in his tracks, squinting as he watched Chinyu writhe in agony. As Chinyu howled, the 3 hooked jewels curse seals on his neck slowly spread, and before long, they enveloped his entire body. Now looking at Chinyu, he was completely wrapped in curse seals, his brown pupils slowly turning white, while the whites of his eyes turned black. His bones creaked ominously, and as the curse seals fully enveloped him, the faint red glow of the seal patterns gradually turned white. In an instant, Chinyu's skin became a sickly pale, covered in patches of scales. So this is the power of the curse seal. I really should thank you, Uncle Snake. Chinyu twisted his neck and slowly stood up. At this moment, his height had suddenly increased, and from a distance, he seemed almost level with Kakuzu. With his eyes slightly closed, he felt the abundant chakra and explosive power within him, wearing an expression of pure enjoyment. Watching Chin Yu's transformation, Kakuzu, though unsure why, felt an inexplicable sense of dread rising within him. "You old fool, oh no, Kakuzu. Now, let us fight again." Before his words had fully left his mouth, Chin Yu transformed into a blur, charging towards Kakuzu. The distance was too close. Kakuzu hadn't even reacted before a sharp pain shot through his abdomen, and then he was sent flying like a cannonball, only coming to a stop after crashing into a massive boulder. "Oof, this power feels wonderful." With one punch, sending Kakuzu flying, Chin Yu took a deep breath, his face alight with comfort, making one unaware think he was enjoying something else. Kakuzu spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling his internal organs misaligned from Chin Yu's punch. He quickly activated his chakra to flow through his meridians, and the misaligned organs were instantly pulled back into place by the earthbound spirits within him. "You little ghost, what did you do? Want to know? I'll tell you once you're dead." Chin Yu grinned wickedly and stomped the ground, turning into a blur again as he charged towards Kaku. Seeing this, Kakuzu narrowed his bean-green eyes. Earth style, earth spear. In an instant, Kakuzu's right hand turned pitch black, seeing Chin Yu suddenly appear before him. Kakuzu threw a powerful punch. Boom! A muffled sound erupted, dust flying everywhere. In an instant, Chin Yu's figure was sent flying back, and, as the dust settled, Kakuzu remained in the position of throwing his punch, but his pitch-black arm was now severely bent, clearly dislocated and broken. Oof! Kakuzu let out a muffled grunt, and the deformed arm suddenly swelled, shortly afterward returning to normal. Again, with a loud shout, Chin Yu charged back from a distance, casually grabbing Heimdall's guardian sword that was deeply embedded in the ground. Kakuzu saw this and quickly formed hand seals, and as he completed the seals, two ghostly figures beside him opened their mouths in unison. Water style, water curtain. Lightning style, false darkness. A combined ninjutsu? TCH troublesome. Watching the rushing water curtain, crackling with lightning, Chin Yu frowned slightly, coming to a sudden halt. He then leaped high into the air, raising his arm. A glimmer of blue light flashed from the widow's stinger on his wrist, and a tiny current shot out instantly, striking Kakuzu's body. The moment he was hit, Kakuzu's pupils dilated in alarm, realizing something was wrong. The paralysis coursing through his body made him lose control, and he hurriedly activated his chakra. Just as Kakuzu was channeling chakra to alleviate the paralysis, Chin Yu, wielding the guardian sword, brought it down with great force, cleaving Kakuzu's body in two. Ha. Are you dead now? You've finally become a dead thing, right? Glancing at Kakuzu's split body, which was gushing blood, Chin Yu threw his head back and laughed, his laughter echoing in the sky. In his frenzied laughter, Chin Yu failed to notice that the severed body of Kakuzu was being slowly reconnected by several black threads. Oof. Little ghost, have you laughed enough? While Chin Yu was still laughing, Kakuzu's cold, sinister voice reached his ears, startling him. Instinctively, he tried to leap back, but it was too late. Kakuzu's dark arm had tightly seized his ankle, and no matter how Chin Yu struggled, he couldn't break free. With a cold snort from Kakuzu, the two earthbound spirits immediately shrank into Kakuzu's body. Seeing this, Chin Yu steeled his resolve, quickly forming hand seals. Since we can't escape, let us not go anywhere. Fire style, head hardening. As Chin Yu completed the hand seals, a cluster of flames erupted from his mouth. Just as the flames were about to land on Kakuzu, an unexpected event occurred. A mask behind Kakuzu suddenly opened its mouth. Water style, water curtain. With Kakuzu's shout, a massive water curtain instantly enveloped him, and the flames, upon hitting the water curtain, erupted into a huge cloud of steam and exploded into a sea of fire. This left Chin Yu in a dire situation. One of his feet was firmly gripped by Kakuzu in the water curtain, rendering him unable to move even half an inch. Deep within the sea of fire, Chin Yu roared, gripping the guardian's sword tightly as it began to absorb the chakra within him. But the raging sea of fire was not something that could be extinguished quickly. As time passed, Chin Yu's chakra was completely depleted, and without chakra to sustain it, the guardian sword's ability to absorb damage also ceased. After a moment, Chin Yu's roars gradually stopped, the sea of fire extinguished, and he collapsed to the ground, his scales covered in black. Seeing that the sea of fire had dissipated and Chin Yu was no longer moving, Kakuzu finally dispersed the water curtain that had enveloped him. You destroyed two of my hearts. You really are a tough little ghost. Saying this, Kakuzu flicked his arm, tossing the charred Chin Yu aside. Having learned from the previous experience, Kakuzu didn't recklessly approach this time. He stood in place for a long time, ensuring that Shinyu had no chance of standing up again before slowly turning to leave. Cough, 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 old fool, you think you can escape? Chapter 37, Mutation. The second form of the curse seal, cough, cough, cough. Old immortal, do you want to escape? Shinyu's weak voice echoed as Jiaodu, who was about to leave, suddenly halted, his green pupils narrowing. Jiaodu was genuinely perplexed. Why was Shinyu, who was almost burnt to a crisp, still alive? At this moment, Jiaodu even began to suspect that Shinyu might have multiple hearts like himself. Turning mechanically to face Shinyu, he saw that Shinyu was tremblingly standing up with both hands propped against the giant sword. Ding! Host chakra is about to be exhausted. Ding! Activating the sealing feedback program. Just as Shinyu struggled to stabilize himself with the guardian sword, a notification from the system sounded in his mind. As the system voice faded, strands of light purple chakra were drawn from the sealing yin-yang fish containing the Ninetails and flowed into Shinyu's meridians. Only then did Shinyu truly appreciate the benefits of having a power bank. The chakra seemed endless, continuously gathering in his meridians. In just a moment, Shinyu felt the emptiness within him fill up with chakra. At this moment, the curse seal on Shinyu's neck seemed to have discovered a delicacy, emitting a burst of crimson light. The newly replenished chakra within Shinyu was instantly absorbed by the curse seal. The chakra, which had just begun to warm up, vanished in an instant, leaving Shinyu stunned. At this moment, he resembled a bridge, with light purple chakra continuously overflowing from within him, while the curse seal at his neck incessantly absorbed the chakra from his meridians. As the light purple chakra was absorbed by the curse seal, Shinyu's body began to undergo a transformation. A pair of horns slowly extended for the top of his head. In just a moment, the horns took shape, and now Shinyu had a strange pair of antlers resembling deer horns on his head, while the scales on his body changed from white to black. Another transformation? Watching Shinyu change again, Jiaodu's pupils constricted, and he instinctively took a step back, feeling a sense of retreat. The reason was simple. The last time Shinyu transformed, he easily destroyed one of Jiaodu's hearts with a single sword strike. This time, the change seemed even stronger. If Shinyu were to destroy 2 of Jiaodu's hearts this time, even if Jiaodu ultimately succeeded in killing Shinyu, the price would be excessively high. Jiaodu, are you ready to die? Shinyu touched the horns on his head, asking Jiaodu with a mocking tone. Just as Jiaodu was about to speak, Shinyu did not give him a chance to respond. His figure instantly vanished from his spot. Jiaodu's pupil shrank as he prepared to retreat. But before he could make a move, a sharp pain struck his abdomen, and he was sent soaring into the air, with a single punch propelling Jiaodu into the air. Shinyu smirked, tightly gripping the guardian sword. He leapt beside Jiaodu, swinging the sword at high speed. Each strike left a deep wound on Jiaodu's body, nearly severing him in half. If it weren't for the strong resilience of the earth grudge fear within Jiaodu, he would have likely been cut into more than 100 pieces mid-air. As Shinyu delivered another downward strike, Jiaodu finally began to fall towards the ground. Watching Jiaodu descend, Shinyu violently swung the guardian sword, piercing through Jiaodu's heart and forcefully pinning him to the ground. Fire release, purple flame. Chapter 38. Kakuzu admits defeat, flame release, purple flame. As if it were second nature, Shinyu unconsciously formed hand seals, and a cluster of light purple flames rose from his palm. Gripping the light purple flame, Shinyu violently hurled it towards Kakuzu, who was pinned to the ground. With a loud bang, a pillar of purple flame shot up into the sky. Watching this soaring light purple flame, Shinyu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This technique looked really awkward, resembling a skill from an arcade game. After the flames landed, Shinyu did not let his guard down. Having learned from the previous lesson, he knew that Kakuzu was not so easy to kill. Even if this attack succeeded in dealing a fatal blow, Kakuzu still had 2 hearts left. Unless he destroyed all 3 of Kakuzu's hearts at once, victory was not guaranteed. Sure enough, after the purple flames dissipated, Kakuzu's charred wrist shook, and his palm detached from his wrist. The palm, controlled by the Earth Grudge Fear, grasped the guardian sword. Then, with a tug from Earth Grudge Fear, the guardian sword, which was firmly embedded in Kakuzu, was pulled out. Seeing this scene, Shinyu was not surprised. Just as he was preparing to strike Kakuzu again, Kakuzu hastily gestured for him to stop. Shinyu paused. His hands forming seals came to a halt. He was quite curious about what Kakuzu could do now. After a long wait, just as Shinyu was about to lose patience, Kakuzu's body shook, and the Earth Grudge Fear surged wildly. In no time, the The charred remnants on Kakuzu's body were shaken off onto the ground. I give up, Kakuzu declared. Chinyu raised an eyebrow, looking at Kakuzu strangely. You say you give up? And that's it? After beating me so badly, you just want to call it quits? Hearing this, Kakuzu's mouth twitched, his eyes darting back and forth over Chinyu, as if to say, me? I beat you badly? Are you sure you're not mistaken? It seems like I'm the one who suffered heavy losses. I admit defeat. Just tell me what you want, but don't go too far. I'm not completely out of strength. With a helpless sigh, Kakuzu knew what Chinyu meant. He simply wanted compensation. But what kind of compensation depended on how Chinyu brought it up. Upon hearing this, Chinyu raised an eyebrow and took a small step back. I know you still have some fighting power left, so I'll beat you until you have none left, and then we can have a proper discussion. As he said this, Chinyu began to form seals again. Kakuzu was alarmed and quickly waved his hands to stop him. It wasn't that Kakuzu lacked the strength to fight. It was just that Chinyu was really getting on his nerves. The first time he had almost killed him at the cost of one heart, only for him to revive fully. The second time, he had lost another heart in an instant, and despite being burned to a crisp, Chinyu was still able to fully revive and become even stronger. This second transformation had delivered a combo that left Kakuzu with no ability to resist, destroying one of his hearts in the process. Who knew what would happen if they continued fighting? If Chinyu went berserk again, would he even survive? Wait. You ask. What do you want? I can give you anything you want. Chapter 39. Mutation Rebirth. Chinyu in crisis, you said it. I didn't force you. After pondering for a long time with his chin resting on his hand, as if he had made up his mind, Chinyu finally clapped his hands. It's simple. Your ninjutsu. This is what you promised to teach me completely. Besides that, I want a third of your assets, and from now on, you must take me to the bounty office. The bounty from the tasks we receive, I'll take 60, you take 40. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu's eyes widened in shock, his nostrils flaring as he breathed heavily, his chest filled with anger. You little brat, aren't you going too far? I won't give you a single cent of my assets. As for the task bounty, the leader only requires me to hand over 20%, and you want to take 60% for yourself? Chinyu raised an eyebrow, a half smile on his face. What's wrong? You unhappy? Hold it in. You can't even beat a 6-year-old. What can you do? If you get scolded, you have to accept it. If you get hit, you need to stand at attention. Oh, right, I almost forgot to mention. The 60% of the task bounty I mentioned is based on the premise that it hasn't been handed over yet. Of course, you can choose to refuse. But once I take you down, I can always find these assets on your corpse. As he spoke, Chinyu slowly formed hand seals. Kakuzu panicked at the sight, feeling very unhappy with Chinyu's words. On one side was nearly a century's worth of accumulated assets, and on the other was this troublesome little brat. If they continued to fight, he might really lose his life. Kakuzu, who valued money above all else, found himself in a dilemma. Then, I guess I should just take you down. That would be the easiest way. Seeing that Kakuzu couldn't make a decision for a long time, Chinyu's lips curled into a cold smile, and he accelerated the formation of his hand seals. Kakuzu was startled and quickly opened his mouth to agree to Chinyu's demands. Fu, ah. Just as Kakuzu was about to speak, Chinyu suddenly let out a muffled groan, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The curse mark on the back of his neck glowed red, and Chinyu bent over in pain, howling in agony. Seeing this, Kakuzu was startled again, thinking that Chinyu was about to transform again. He quickly stepped back, distancing himself from Chinyu. Little brat, I agree to your demands. I'll give you 1/3 of my assets. No, half. After creating some distance, Kakuzu hurriedly spoke up, but after waiting for a while, he saw that Chinyu was still howling in pain, not responding to his words at all. Kakuzu's bean-like eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, Chinyu's body began to change slowly. The 2 horns on his head gradually disappeared, and the scales on his body began to fall off one by one. Before long, Chinyu had reverted to his original form, lying on the ground, motionless. What's going on? Did the ninjutsu fail? Seeing Chinyu lying on the ground without moving, Kakuzu was filled with confusion. He cautiously approached. Walking to Chinyu's side, Kakuzu reached out and pushed Chinyu on the ground, but there was no response. After several attempts to test, Kakuzu confirmed that Chinyu was indeed unconscious, and he didn't want to understand the reason for his unconsciousness. With the confirmation of Chinyu's unconsciousness, Kakuzu's heart perked up again. His bean-like eyes rolled, and he quickly formed hand seals. As Kakuzu finished forming the seals, several black lines of Earth's resentment erupted from his back, stabbing towards Chinyu's chest. Ah! A shrill wail echoed in the vast sky. Chapter 40 Post-War Compensation. A A piercing wail echoed across the vast sky. At this moment, Kakuzu lay on his back, his body pinned to the ground by several paper-thin spikes, unable to move an inch. Just a moment ago, as the ground's resentment was about to pierce through Chin Yu's chest, several paper spikes suddenly descended from the sky with a whistling sound, leaving Kakuzu no time to react. These spikes brutally pinned him to the ground, and one of them even grazed Kakuzu's heart. If it had shifted just a little, he might have been reduced to having only one heart again. Watching Showdown slowly descend from the sky, Kakuzu's pupils constricted. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel panic. He knew how much Showdown adored Chinyu. And moreover, he had never been able to defeat Showdown even when he had 5 hearts, let alone now when he faced not only the descending Showdown, but also Ju, who was slowly emerging from the ground beside him. Showdown, Hue, how could you both be here? Kakuzu looked timidly at the fully landed Showdown and Ju, regretting his reckless actions more than 1,000 times in his heart. However, Showdown ignored Kakuzu's words and squatted down to carefully check Chinyu's condition. After confirming Chinyu's health, Showdown slowly picked him up, casting a cold glance at Kakuzu before flying towards the direction of the Rain Shinobi village. If I were you, I would obediently return to the village and try to compensate that little brat when he wakes up. After all, I don't want to be hunted down by the leader and a protective woman. With that, she left Kakuzu, who was caught in a struggle of thoughts, and her figure swayed as she sank underground. After a long inner struggle, Kakuzu glanced at the direction in which Showdown had left, stealing his resolve, and began to pursue her towards the Rain Shinobi village. In this way, Kakuzu ultimately obtained Chinyu's forgiveness at the cost of half of his own possessions and 60% of the mission's reward. From then on, Kakuzu secretly vowed never to provoke Chinyu again. No, old man, why are you so fixated on bounty missions? Watching Kakuzu slice off the head of a ninja whose face was burned beyond recognition, Chinyu felt quite puzzled. I remember you had quite a bit of money, right? Even if you stop taking bounty missions in the future, that money should be enough for you to live comfortably, shouldn't it? Kakuzu snorted coldly at this, silently placing the completely unrecognizable head into a bag. You took half of my money and are here saying these things. Do you know how many years I spent and how many bounty missions I completed to earn that much money? You, on the other hand, rely on the leader's support and took half with just one word. The more Kakuzu spoke, the angrier he became, and by the end, he was almost pointing his finger at Chinyu to scold him. If it weren't for the beating he received from Chinyu some time ago, Kakuzu might have already gone berserk. TCH, the little bit of money you gave me isn't even enough for my use. Chinyu muttered under his breath. The half compensation from Kakuzu amounted to 600 million, but once it reached Chinyu's hands, half was confiscated by Showdown under the pretext of keeping it safe, leaving Chinyu with only 300 million. Converting this 300 million into dimensional points yielded merely 15,000 points. Indeed, exchanging money for dimensional points is not worth it. It's much faster to learn ninjutsu. Just as Chinyu thought, after fighting Kakuzu on the edge of death, he only received 15,000 dimensional points, while the 4 ninjutsu he learned earlier, all B rank, each contributed 30,000 dimensional points to him. Forget it. I'll keep the money for now. What if one day I need money and find out I have none? That would be embarrassing. Am I supposed to run to the underground bounty office every day, like Kakuzu? Chinyu shrugged indifferently, unaware that he would indeed end up living a life similar to Kakuzu's, going to the underground bounty office every day. Chapter 41. Selecting items. I remember that in 2 days it will be the new year. Unknowingly, it's been a year since I left Konoha. Time really flies. I wonder if Naruto has been bullied this year. In the late night, Chinyu lay at the treetop, looking at the starry sky. His thoughts had already flown to Konoha. It wasn't that he particularly wanted to go back, but his younger brother, who was still young and not well regarded, was still in Konoha. Should I go back and take a look? I just don't know if Konan and Nagato would let me go. If they don't, then there's nothing I can do. I can't beat them. Thinking of this, Chinyu helplessly shook his head and simply turned over, no longer wanting to think about this troubling issue. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Now I have around 136,000 dimensional points. Let's see what I can exchange for. With this thought, Chinyu quietly called out to the system in his heart. System, I want to exchange items. As soon as Chinyu's thoughts settled, the familiar exchange interface appeared before him. After some filtering, he finally selected 3 items that he could currently exchange for and most wanted to have. 1. Improved Captain's Shield. Armor that can block 70 of pure physical attacks for the holder and rebound part of the attack damage. Requires 100,000 dimensional points. 2. Super Agent Combat Skills, an implanted experience item that grants the user super agent combat experience, including various weapons, physical abilities, body control, close combat, and combat deployment, requires 60,000 dimensional points. 3. Improved AKE-2 Battle Armor, a consumable wearable attack armor that increases the wearer's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and illusion abilities by 5. It can block 5 of the damage from attacks by consuming some chakra. Requires 70,000 dimensional points. Note, when durability reaches 0, all ability enhancements and defenses are lost. Each repair requires 1,000 dimensional points. Looking at the 3 items before him, Chinyu fell into a dilemma. All 3 were currently the most beneficial items he could exchange for, which made it difficult for him as someone who had trouble making choices. The Captain's Shield. This thing is good, 70 defense against pure physical attacks. It's practically a nemesis for taijutsu, but it's useless against ninjutsu and jinjutsu, unlike the Guardian Sword, which can directly block 30 of damage. However, that makes sense since the Guardian Sword belongs to the realm of divine weapons. Plus, it feels a bit awkward when fighting. Everyone else uses weapons, and I just pull out a shield. It feels a bit out of place. As for the AKE-2 Battle Armor, the second set made by Tony, a 5 increase in all 3 arts, and it can block damage. I have a bold idea. If I hold the Guardian Sword in my left hand, the Captain's Shield in my right hand, and wear the AKE armor, wouldn't that be just like a human Susanoo? Durable and able to fight. But this thing has durability. Repairing it costs 1,000 points, which is a bit too expensive. Let's forget it for now. When I have more money, I'll just exchange for the best one. After a struggle of thoughts, Chinyu ultimately chose to exchange for the super agent combat skills. His reasoning was simple. It was purely because during his fight with Kakuzu, he was beaten badly due to his incomplete understanding of his body, immature use of his weapons, and lack of practical experience. If he could fully grasp these things, he definitely wouldn't have been so helpless against Kakuzu back then. Chapter 42 Exchange. Over there, Chinyu was still mumbling, and Jiao Du under the tree inexplicably sneezed. What's going on? Can I catch a cold? Jiao Du rubbed his slightly itchy nose unnaturally and said, "Little brat, are you cursing me?" However, Chinyu seemed to not hear him at all, engrossed in the exchange with the system. Seeing that Chinyu was unwilling to engage, Jiao Du lost interest and shifted his body, leaning against the big tree to take a short rest. System, exchange for the super agent combat skills. Ding, exchange successful. Implanting now. Ding, implant successful, consuming 120,000 dimensional points. As the system's voice fell, Chinyu felt a wave of comfort in his body, and, at the same time, various memories flooded into his mind, as if those memories had always existed there. After feeling the change in his body, Chinyu suddenly reacted. Wait, how many dimensional points did you just say were consumed? Returning to the host, a total of 120,000 dimensional points were consumed. You black merchant, wasn't it clearly priced at 60,000 dimensional points? Chinyu was dumbfounded. He clearly remembered that the super agent combat skills only required 60,000 dimensional points. Yet this exchange cost 120,000. What was even more frustrating was that he was only informed of the cost after the implant was completed. Returning to the host. Because the host has not exchanged for the super agent gene, and the super agent combat skills are a special implanted item. Therefore, it requires double the dimensional points to exchange. Upon hearing this, Chinyu's eyes widened in disbelief, and in his anger, he shouted, "What? Double? Why didn't you say that before the exchange? Refund. Give me a refund. You're not an exchange system. You're a black merchant. Black merchant system." Ding, returning to the host. Once this system's items are exchanged, they're non-refundable. After answering Chinyu, the system fell silent again, no matter how Chinyu called out in his heart. The system stubbornly ignored him. Damn it, 120,000 dimensional points for this thing. If I had known it would cost double dimensional points, I might as well have exchanged for a Captain's Shield. Cursing, Chinyu jumped down from the treetop and saw Jiao Du resting against the big tree. A surge of anger rose within him. "It's all your fault." With a light shout, Chinyu kicked toward Jiao Du, who was resting. Suddenly heard Chinyu shout, and with the sound of wind rushing past his ears, instinctively rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding Chinyu's kick. "Little brat, what do you want to do?" "Nothing. Just angry. Wanted to vent my frustration on you." Chinyu, filled with anger, didn't give Jiao Du a good attitude. He stepped forward and raised his fist to smash into Jiao Du's face. Jiao Du furrowed his brow at this, ready to retreat with a push against the ground. But little did he know, Chinyu seemed to have anticipated this. His figure flashed and appeared behind Jiao Du. And that fist wrapped in chakra slammed hard into Jiao Du's back. Little brat, are you crazy? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Flying far away, Jiao Du finally stopped after crashing into 2 or 3 trees. He angrily ran back and glared at Chinyu, his hands poised to form seals. At this moment, however, Chinyu stood there in a daze, looking at his fists somewhat at a loss. He had only wanted to throw a couple of punches to scare Jiao Du. As long as Jiao Du retreated and dodged, that would be enough. But his body seemed to have muscle memory, and before he even thought about it, he had already flashed behind Jiao Du. It was only when he heard Jiao Du's furious shout that he came back to his senses. Wait. I said that was a reflex. Do you believe me? Chapter 43, Identity Exposure. Chinyu, the orphan of the Third Shinobi World War. Adopted son of the late 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the Jinchuriki of the Ninetails chakra. After parting ways with Kakuzu, who was heading to the bounty station to deliver a task, Chinyu returned directly to the Rain Village. Upon arriving at the tower in the Rain Village, Yahiko, Konan, and Toby suddenly appeared to block Chinyu's path. Nagato, you're joking, right? How could I possibly be the Ninetails Jinchuriki? I'm not even from Konoha, Chinyu said with a forced laugh, avoiding eye contact with Yahiko while subtly stepping back. Is that so? A slightly hoarse voice suddenly came from behind Chinyu. He was taken aback and quickly turned around to see a man wearing a vortex mask slowly emerging from a space vortex. That I, kid, no matter what, run. The moment Toby appeared, the terrified voice of the Ninetails echoed in Chinyu's ears. Chinyu felt helpless upon hearing this. He had planned to activate the cursed seal, enter that magical state, and borrow the Ninetails chakra, giving him at least a 20 chance of escaping. Now, with Toby's appearance, he feared he had less than a 50 chance. So, as the Ninetails Jinchuriki of Konoha, why have you come to the Rain Village, and with what purpose? Yahiko's cold voice came through, and Chinyu could only smile bitterly. Nagato, I'm really not lying to you. I am indeed an orphan, I was adopted, and my adoptive parents really did die. Everything I said back then was the truth. Yahiko paused slightly, recalling that Chinyu seemed not to have lied at that time. Then, what is your purpose in coming to the Rain Village? I'm not lying about this either. I really woke up in a cliff cave. I just figured out a way to get down. Looking sincerely at Yahiko, Chinyu's voice grew smaller until the last part. I only lied to you about that, was almost inaudible. Chinyu, or should I call you Namikaze Chinyu? You were quite serious when you called out back then. Damn that sense of belonging. Toby sneered, his Sharingan beneath the vortex mask revealing endless mockery. Although it wasn't the time to expose the organization, capturing you now would save a lot of trouble for future plans. After speaking, Toby then turned his gaze to the grim-faced Yahiko. What do you think, leader? Yahiko, however, did not respond, his gaze shifting from Toby to Chinyu. Seeing this, Chinyu's heart sank, and he secretly prepared for a desperate fight. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples in pain, as a man in a large red robe with long white hair was stepping out of the window, preparing to leave. Report, Hokage-sama. We have received an urgent report from Hitaki Kakashi. An Umbu ninja entered, followed by a ninja dog with a tuft of black fur on its head. Jiraiya, who had half of his body out of the window, paused at the words and silently retreated back into the office. What's going on? Have you found Chinyu's whereabouts? Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was flat, but his concern was unmistakable. It wasn't that he was particularly worried about Chinyu's safety. He was mainly concerned about the Ninetails sealed within him. Chapter 44. You ultimately don't trust me in the vicinity of the underground bounty office in the Land of Rain. Chinyu was reportedly seen alongside the defected ninjas from the Takigakure village. Kakashi speculated that Chinyu had already entered the Rain Village. The ninja dog next to him shook its head, relaying all the information it knew to Kakashi. Is that so? Taking a deep puff of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows. Although Konoha had some information about the Land of Rain, most of it was superficial, and it hadn't been updated since the end of the Third Shinobi War, losing its timeliness. To obtain the latest information, they would have to send someone to infiltrate the Rain Village. Old man, let's set aside the matter with Orochimaru for now. I will go to the Land of Rain. After all, that kid Chinyu is also considered one of Minato's children. All right then, Jiraiya, you go to the Land of Rain. As for Orochimaru, I will have the Umbu investigate. After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the ninja dog with the black tuft on its head. Shiba, I'll trouble you again to take Jiraiya to meet up with Kakashi and the others. In the Rain Village, Ju and Konan stood silently beside Nagato, while Obito looked on with amusement. Chinyu was caught in between, and the atmosphere suddenly fell into a tense silence. Konan, you don't believe me either? Seeing Nagato and Obito slowly approaching, Chinyu looked innocently at the silent Konan. Hearing this, Konan bit her lip, showing her inner turmoil. Despite this, she said nothing more. Seeing Konan like this, Chinyu understood in his heart. No matter how close he was to Konan, the person standing in front of her was a companion they had suffered through together since childhood. Although Chinyu felt a bit sad, he also understood Konan, so he decided not to put her in a difficult position. He silently turned around and aimed his wrist at Obito. Nagato, since you don't trust me, I can only resist for my own safety. Saying this, Chinyu activated the widow's sting on his wrist. With the influx of chakra, the widow's sting emitted a blue light, and several kunai attached to exploding tags shot toward Obito. As expected, the kunai passed straight through Obito's body and flew far away. With a series of explosions, Nagato raised his arm. Shinra Tensei, a strong gravitational force suddenly emerged. Chinyu's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly took out the sword of protection from the system, fiercely stabbing it into the ground. Gripping the hilt tightly, he struggled against the intense pull. In just a few seconds, it felt like the hardest time of his life. Just as Chinyu felt as if the blood in his body was about to be sucked out, the gravitational force suddenly disappeared. Before he could feel relieved, Nagato's cold voice sounded again. Shinra Tensei, a terrifying repulsive force erupted. Chinyu felt a tremendous pressure on his back, and his whole body was pressed tightly against the sword of protection. As the ground cracked inch by inch, Chinyu was pushed away by the powerful repulsion, crashing into the walls of a distant building. Before Yu could crawl out from the rubble, Nagato's figure appeared before him. Looking down at the Yu trapped in the debris, a black chakra rod slid out from the sleeve of his robe. Holding the black chakra rod, Nagato had no intention of giving Chinyu a chance to rise. He thrust the chakra rod harshly towards Chinyu. Chapter 45. The eve of the final battle, Brother Nagato. You never truly believed in me after all. Just as the power of the chakra rod pierced into Chinyu's body, a burst of towering purple flames erupted around him. As the flames gradually dissipated, the figure of Chinyu, covered in scales and with deer antlers on his head, slowly emerged. Looking at the transformed Chinyu, Yahiko of the Akatsuki was not surprised. The aura emanating from his two Rinnegan eyes had even grown colder. The adopted son of the fourth Hokage and the Jinchuriki of the Ninetails in Konoha, either one of these identities would raise suspicion, let alone the fact that both identities are concentrated in you. How can I trust you? As Chinyu stood at the same height as him, Yahiko slightly lowered his gaze. Suddenly, Chinyu felt a bone-chilling coldness emanating from behind him. His scales tightened, and he instinctively leaped to the side. Just as he jumped, a vortex appeared in the space behind him, and an arm reached out from the vortex. By the skin of his teeth, Chinyu narrowly avoided the arm. Impressive perception, accompanied by praise, Obito's figure slowly emerged from the vortex in space. Chinyu squinted his eyes. Just dealing with Yahiko was already enough trouble. Not to mention the addition of Obito. Troublesome. Yahiko glanced at Obito beside him, his tone extremely displeased. Obito seemed to be oblivious, quietly watching Chinyu in front of him. You know how troublesome the Ninetails can be. Without my eyes, once he transforms into a tailed beast, it will be hard to control him. I have my own methods, and also, stay out of the organization's matters. Don't forget, we are merely cooperating. Yahiko slightly turned to look at Obito, exuding a terrifying aura. Do as you like. Obito paused, snorted coldly, and slowly transformed into a vortex, disappearing into the Kamui space. Chinyu, I give you a chance to join the Akatsuki, or... Before Yahiko could finish his sentence, Chinyu interrupted him. Or be imprisoned by you and wait to die. Brother Nagato, we both know that once my identity as the Ninetails Jinchuriki is exposed, we can no longer coexist peacefully as we used to. Upon hearing this, Yahiko let out a faint sigh. He had a complex, indescribable feeling towards Chinyu, as he felt Chinyu resembled the younger version of himself. After spending a year together, there were some emotions involved. After pondering for a long time, Yahiko finally spoke slowly. In the future, I will find a way to extract the Ninetails while keeping you alive. Don't be foolish, Brother Nagato. Once the Jinchuriki is extracted from the tailed beast, the Jinchuriki is certain to die. This is common knowledge. As Chinyu's words fell, the surroundings once again fell into silence. Yahiko's eyes were complicated, while Chinyu's eyes were stubborn and unwilling. Their gazes locked, and even their breathing became slightly hurried. So let's fight. I know I'm no match for you, Brother Nagato. Hee hee. But after all, I'm just a salted fish. Even when slaughtered, I'll struggle a bit to show my resistance. Chinyu forced a smile and joked. He understood that even if he joined the Akatsuki, he would live under surveillance in the future. It would be better to make a final stand, given his current state, combined with the support of the Ninetails chakra. It might not be impossible to escape. As time ticked by, their gazes slowly became sharp. The broken rooftop swayed precariously, a piece of rubble teetering on the edge. A gentle breeze passed, causing the rubble to shake until it finally fell. At the moment the rubble hit the ground, both Chinyu and Yahiko's figures vanished from their original spots. Chapter 46. Chinyu versus Tiandao. The figures of the two collided in an instant, and the dull sounds of fists and feet striking each other echoed between them. Aside from Obito, who emerged from the space, everyone else could only see the residual shadows of their close combat. With a loud bang, Chinyu's rapidly falling figure crashed heavily into the ground. In midair, Tiandao Yahiko gripped the black chakra rod tightly and hurled it down towards the pit where Chinyu lay. Another strange, purple flame shot up into the sky, causing the black chakra rod to be repelled by the force of the purple flames. Truly merciless. In the pit, Chinyu staggered to his feet. Many scales on his body shattered and fallen off, with streams of blood slowly oozing from the places where the scales had come off. The pair of antlers on his head had also dimmed significantly. Give up. You're not my opponent. Hey, give up? How could I possibly give up just like that? With a sinister smile, Chinyu looked up at Tiandao, Yahiko, floating in midair. I can lay down and give up, but once I start, I will never give up halfway. Even if I die, I will die gloriously. As Chinyu roared, a repulsive dark red chakra surged up around him. Is it the Ninetails? Seeing this, Tiandao Yahiko narrowed his eyes slightly and grabbed the black chakra rod that slipped from his sleeve, continuously throwing it at Chinyu. In a breath, several chakra rods whistled through the air towards Chinyu, who showed no intention of dodging, his mouth curling into a mad grin. Hee hee ha 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 ha. Facing the whistling chakra rods, Chinyu laughed maniacally. As he continued to laugh, the overflowing Ninetails chakra quickly enveloped his entire being, and nearly instantly, four dark red tails sprouted from behind him. Chinyu. Looking at Chinyu, who was bloodied and almost unrecognizable due to the erosion of the Ninetails chakra, Konan turned her head away in pity, while the nearby Yahiko exclaimed in shock. Wow, this is the Jinchuriki's tailed beast transformation. It's truly terrifying. Just as the chakra rods were about to pierce Chinyu, the four tails behind him swung violently. With several loud bangs, the four tails were instantly obliterated, causing the chakra rods to veer off course and embed themselves in the ground nearby. The obliterated four dark red tails were merely a manifestation of the Ninetails chakra and quickly reformed behind Chinyu in an instant. This is indeed a bit troublesome. Looking at the fully transformed Chinyu, Tiandao Yahiko furrowed his brows for a rare moment, his expression becoming serious as he slowly extended his palm towards Chinyu. Super universal pull. A terrifying force of gravity surged forth, and Chinyu roared as the four tails made of Ninetails chakra embedded themselves into the ground. However, this force of gravity was truly horrifying, and the tails that had deeply penetrated the ground snapped with a cracking sound within moments, causing Chinyu's figure to be rapidly pulled towards the air where Tiandao Yahiko was. Feel the pain. Get ready to suffer. Super Shinra Tensei. With a light shout from Tiandao Yahiko, the terrifying gravitational force suddenly transformed into an equally shocking repulsive force. Chinyu, pulled by the gravity, felt it vanish suddenly, and before he could regain control of his body, he was met with a force of repulsion coming at him. The two opposing forces collided, leaving Chinyu feeling as if all his bones were about to be crushed. With a deafening bang, Chinyu in midair turned into a streak of light and crashed heavily into the ground, reducing several buildings to ruins upon impact. Aga! In a massive pit, Chinyu roared, and the four dark red tails behind him slowly transformed into 7. Chapter 47. The Six Paths of Pain. Sigh. Ninetails. You're no good either. In the dungeon of the Rain Ninja Village, Chinyu lay bored on the brand new floor, his body wrapped in bandages, staring at the oddly arranged and meticulously decorated dungeon walls and ceiling, letting out a helpless sigh. Well, now I'm in the state, just lying here waiting to die. The Ninetails was displeased upon hearing this, its deep voice echoing in Chinyu's mind. It's only because your body is still too immature that I can't unleash my full power. Otherwise, those 6 dead people wouldn't stand a chance against me. Stop bragging. If you're so powerful, why don't you just transform into the Ninetails and wipe them out? Hearing Chin use sarcasm, the two enormous eyes of the Ninetails twitched, and it took a deep breath before roaring. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Ninetails transformation. Give me a chance then. Who knew that my father would leave chakra in my body? Ha he. As they spoke, Chin couldn't help but grin foolishly. Time rewinds to a few days ago, when Chin was struck by Tendo Yahiko's Super Shinra Tensei, sending him flying and creating a massive pit in the ground. In the pit, Chin entered his spiritual space, once again relinquishing control of his body to the Ninetails. As Chin voluntarily gave up control, the Ninetails chakra overflowed, and in no time, Chin body began to manifest the skeletal form of the tailed beast along with 7 tails behind him. Roar! Roar! A deafening roar shattered the dust swirling around. As the 7-tailed Chin looked up at Tendo Yahiko in the sky. His limbs kicked the ground like a beast. And in an instant, he transformed into a dark red streak of light, charging toward Tendo Yahiko. Tendo Yahiko was still in the recovery phase from the Shinra Tensei and had just released it. To use it again, he needed a 5-second cooldown. In this brief 5-second window, the 7-tailed Chin had already crashed into him, leaving Tendo Yahiko no time to react. With a dull thud, Tendo Yahiko was sent flying backward, his clothes corroded and ruined by the 9-tail chakra, exposing his pale body and the numerous black chakra rods embedded in him. Already in the 7-tailed form, this little brat is really giving me a headache. Watching the 7-tailed Chin that had just landed back on the ground and was continuously roaring, Tendo Yahiko let out a helpless sigh and quickly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. As Tendo Yahiko completed the hand seals, a rune appeared in the air, and 5 smoke clouds rose. Before long, the smoke dissipated, revealing 5 figures, each with chakra rods embedded in them, appearing beside Tendo Yahiko. Pain! 6 paths? With a hoarse voice, Chin shouted, and Tendo Yahiko paused. The 6 paths of pain, that's a good name. As Tendo Yahiko's voice fell, the 5 summoned individuals dispersed at once, swiftly surrounding Chin. These 5 were the same as those controlled by Nagato's Rinnegan. The human path, hell path, animal path, Azura path, and hungry ghost path. In the dim corridor, Chin floated in midair, looking at the nearly open Tuin seal before him. He spoke. 9 tails. Get ready to fight with all your might. Otherwise, this time we might really die. The massive fox head of the 9 tails slightly raised as it looked at Chin before the seal, its eyes flashing with a look of determination. Bring it on. I'm ready. Recently, the encoding has been severe, giving us more motivation to update faster. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 48. The cataclysmic star is here. With a roar, Chin thrust both hands fiercely into the yin-yang fish. As he slowly exerted force to pull them apart, the already open gate of the barrier gradually swung wide. Outside the spiritual space, the 6 paths of reincarnation surrounding Chin also began to move. One side, the path of cultivation, had its muscles bulging, and soon after, several missiles were launched from its body, whistling towards Chin. On the other side, the path of beasts quickly formed hand seals. And as the missiles from the path of Azura exploded towards Chin, several giant 2-headed dogs and a massive lizard charged into the sea of fire. When the flames dissipated, the 7-tailed Chin was being tightly bitten by the 2-headed dogs, with his neck being constricted by the long tongue of the chameleon. For a moment, Chin found himself unable to move, with only the 7 tails behind him continuously whipping at the 2-headed dogs that were biting his limbs. The 6 paths of reincarnation in the air slowly descended, with the hell path moving forward. As the hell path clapped its hands on the ground, a giant, ghostly face resembling a prince slowly rose from the ground. As the ghostly face opened its large mouth, an enormous tongue stretched out, tightly binding the 7 tails that were thrashing behind Chin together. Seeing that the 7-tailed Chin was completely restrained, the human path, standing beside the heavenly path, slowly approached and walked in front of Chin. Suddenly, the human path's palm shot out, thrusting fiercely into Chin's tailed beast-like head. As the human path withdrew its hand, a faint blue soul body slowly emerged from Chin's head. Just as the faint blue soul was about to be completely extracted, the bound Chin suddenly let out a roar. The head constrained by the chameleon immediately gathered a small tailed beast ball. At the moment, the tailed beast ball formed. The 7-tailed Chin fiercely thrust his head down. With a loud bang, the tailed beast ball exploded beneath Chin, sending dust and flames surging in all directions. The shockwave from the explosion instantly turned the two-headed dogs and the chameleon that were restraining Chinyu into a cloud of smoke, while the hell path behind and the human path in front were also blown away by the shockwave. Roar! Another roar echoed, and the surrounding smoke and flames cleared away. At this moment, visible flesh and blood began to grow on the bones of the seven-tailed Chinyu. In less than a moment, Chinyu was covered in explosive muscles, and his size had nearly matched that of the Ninetails, with 8 tails thrashing the ground like whips. 8 tails now? What an indecisive guy. The heavenly path, Yahiko, paused upon seeing this, and his normally calm voice carried a hint of fluctuation. This truly does pose a bit of trouble. Saying this, the heavenly path, Yahiko, looked towards Konan in the distance. It can only be this way. Konan, stay back. No, absolutely not use that ninjutsu. Your body. Konan seemed to have guessed Yahiko's intentions and quickly tried to stop him, but before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Yahiko's voice. It's fine. My body can still hold up. At least, I want to fall until the objective is achieved. However, before that, I need to deal with this trouble first. Seeing that she couldn't dissuade Yahiko, Konan bit her lip, and a pair of paper wings suddenly sprouted from her back. With the flapping of the paper wings, Konan rapidly ascended, and then she turned and flew into the high tower. At that moment, a highly compressed tailed beast ball shot towards Yahiko, crushing buildings into dust in its path. Just as the tailed beast ball was about to hit Yahiko, the figure of the hungry ghost path appeared in front of him with outstretched hands. A transparent energy membrane instantly formed, and the tailed beast ball collided with the membrane as if it had fallen into a quagmire, showing no signs of exploding. Instead, it slowly shrank until it vanished. Then, seeing that the tailed beast ball was completely absorbed by the hungry ghost path, Yahiko finally brought his hands together in front of his chest. Kiba cut heavenly line, cataclysmic star. Recent severe transcoding has given us more motivation to update faster. Please move your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 49 Goodbye, Wave Wind Couple, Earth Exploding Star. With a light shout, a spherical black substance flew out from the hands of Tendo Minato, who was in a prayer position. As the black sphere slowly ascended, a tremendous gravitational force emanated from it, causing the surrounding ground to crumble and rush towards the pitch-black sphere in the air. The 8-tailed Chinyu crawled slowly on a piece of land that was also being drawn into the air by the gravity. Sensing danger, Chinyu frantically kicked with all 4 limbs, weaving back and forth among the rising chunks of earth. However, the gravitational pull from a black sphere was too strong, and Chinyu's speed was no match for it. Just as Chinyu was about to leap onto another piece of broken earth, a moderately sized chunk of soil shot up from the ground, striking Chinyu in the abdomen as he jumped. The impact from the soil chunk caused Chinyu's jumping inertia to dissipate, and in an instant he, along with the soil chunk, flew towards the black sphere. In the spiritual space, within the dark passage, Chinyu gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to pull apart on both sides. The fence door opened wider and wider, and just as it was about to open completely, suddenly 2 palms landed on Chinyu's arms simultaneously. At the same time, several iron chains of the diamond seal shot up from the ground, instantly binding the 9-tailed fox that was about to rush out of the fence door tightly. Seeing the sudden appearance of the hands on his arms, Chinyu was taken aback. Little Chinyu, long time no see. You grown up. Hearing the extremely familiar voice beside him, tears instantly welled up in Chinyu's eyes. Struggling to hold back his tears, he looked to the sides, where familiar outfits and faces appeared before him. Chinyu could no longer hold back, and a mist in his eyes turned into sparkling droplets that slid down his cheeks. Father, mother. At this moment, Chinyu choked up, and the grievances and thoughts accumulated over the years erupted at this moment. All the words he had held in for years vanished from his mind at this moment. Seeing Chinyu in tears, Jiuxing Nai beside him also had red eyes. She gently held Chinyu's head in her arms, continuously stroking his head, just like she had done years ago to comfort him. Okay, leave this to me for now. Looking at the tearful mother and son, Wave Wind Minato smiled slightly, gently patting Jiuxing Nai and Chinyu's shoulders. He then turned alone to face the 9-tailed fox bound in the fence door. We meet again, 9-tails. Roar. Wave Wind Minato. The 9-tails glared at Wave Wind Minato with bared teeth, its massive mouth wide open, appearing as if it wanted to swallow him whole. However, its body was firmly bound by the iron chains of the diamond seal, unable to move even a bit. Still so ferocious, really dangerous. Wave Wind Minato glanced at the 9-tails with its mouth agape, teasing it nonchalantly as he slowly floated up. What kind of seal is this? I remember the four-symbol seal isn't like this. Looking at the yin-yang fish in front of him, Wave Wind Minato was stunned, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Ha ha, didn't expect this, Wave Wind Minato. This is that little brat's own seal. Its sealing effect is much stronger than this thing. Seeing Wave Wind Minato's dazed expression, the Ninetails in the fence door laughed heartily, even mockingly tugging at the diamond chains on its body. Oh, well then, I guess there's no other choice. Let's add another seal. Chapter 50, Sunra, Ninetails Wait. Wait a second, father. Upon hearing Minato Namikaze's words, the Ninetails inside the fenced area had not reacted yet, but Kushina Uzumaki, holding Chinyu, was the first to get excited. She didn't even have time to wipe the snot and tears streaming down her face, using both hands and feet to run and crawl to the front of the fence. A single seal was enough to keep Chinyu, who was a novice at sealing, busy for a long time. If Minato added another seal, it would be a disaster if, in an emergency, they needed the Ninetails' help and found they couldn't break the seal. Huh, what's wrong? Chinyu awkwardly pointed at the yin-yang fish on the fence. Father, there's no need for another seal, right? I just managed to break this one, and if you add another seal, wouldn't that be pointless? Minato Namikaze looked at Chinyu with a strange expression, while Kushina Uzumaki rushed over and pinched Chinyu's little ear. What? You mean you took the initiative to break the seal? Do you know what you're doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you know how dangerous the Ninetails is? If you break the seal, the Ninetails will immediately take over your body completely until you can't withstand its chakra and die. Despite Kushina's scolding, Chinyu had an extremely happy and satisfied expression on his face. He wished this kind of caring nagging could last forever. No, mother, I've already negotiated with the Ninetails. I swear, I absolutely was not seduced by it. Negotiated? Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze exchanged glances, both showing a strange expression. Seeing this, Chinyu moved Kushina's hand away from his ear and smiled. Yes, negotiated. I promised the Ninetails that I would find a way to get it out of my body in the future, of course, as long as I don't die first. As a trade-off, I can use its chakra whenever I need its help. After hearing Chinyu's words, Minato and Kushina exchanged glances again, their strange expressions changing. Are you sure you weren't seduced by the Ninetails? As the previous Jinchuriki of the Ninetails, Kushina was very aware of its ability to manipulate people and remained extremely skeptical about it. Really, mother? Ugh, Ninetails, say something. Realizing he couldn't convince Kushina, Chinyu turned his pleading gaze towards the Ninetails inside the fence. Seeing this, the Ninetails turned its head away arrogantly, muttering, "Humph, I'm a tailed beast, not an idiot. If this kid dies, what benefit would that be for me? If he dies, I die too. If I die now, I can't come back. And I have to wait for another brat to die. Who knows how long that will take? What if that brat doesn't die? Then I would have died for nothing." After hearing the Ninetails' words, Minato and Kushina's mouths fell open. They could not understand that the Ninetails actually explained itself in such a polite manner. Is this really the Ninetails? Cough, cough. So more or less, that's the idea. From my deduction, as long as my brother and the Ninetails inside him don't encounter any accidents, even if I die, this half of the Ninetails in me, well, let's consider it half, should also not be able to be revived. Pausing for a moment, Chinyu smiled at Minato floating in the air. Isn't this the reason why you divided the Ninetails and sealed it in my brother and me? Chapter 51, Double Seal. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato was slightly taken aback. When he initially split the Ninetails in two, he hadn't thought of these things at all. What he was thinking at the time was merely that the chakra of the Ninetails was too terrifying, and he was worried that the young Chinyu or Naruto would not be able to withstand the overwhelming chakra of the fully formed Ninetails. That's why he decided to split it. Cough, of course, that was my thought at the time. Coughing to cover his embarrassment, Minato quickly changed the subject. Well, since that's the case, it's fine, but just in case. Before he could finish his sentence, Minato's hands turned into a series of afterimages, and soon a sequence of hand seals was completed in an instant. Just to be safe, I should take some precautions. As he spoke, his hands, after completing the seals, clapped towards the yin-yang fish in front of Chinyu and the Ninetails, with Minato's palm descending. The almost open gate emitted the sound of iron chains rubbing against each other. Moments later, the gate was covered with golden chains, intertwining and tightly wrapping around the gate on both sides. It's over. Looking at the golden chains blocking the passage, Chinyu chuckled, spread his hands, and then fainted with his eyes rolling back. What's going on? Minato, what did you do? Seeing Chinyu faint, Kushina hurriedly stepped forward and held Chinyu in her arms, glaring angrily at Minato, who was floating down. Huh, I didn't do anything. I just added a diamond seal to this seal. This seal is what you taught me. I just changed its form a bit. It won't block a small amount of the Ninetails chakra from passing through. Before Kushina could speak again, the Ninetails, tightly bound by the golden chains, roared and glared at Minato. Roar. Minato, you still don't know the situation outside, do you? Outside. This kid has reached half Ninetails transformation by relying on my chakra, and is fighting desperately using his battle instincts. This seal came just in time. Now that this brat has lost my massive chakra, guess what his situation will be like now? After hearing the Ninetails' words, Minato was instantly dumbfounded, and after a while, Kushina's furious roar echoed in the dark passage. Minato. Outside the spiritual space, a massive earthen ball floated in midair. Beneath the earthen ball, large chunks of earth slowly moved towards it, just as the last chunk of earth merged and condensed. A loud thud echoed from within the earthen ball as a claw covered in red fur burst through the outer layer of earth. The claw fiercely grabbed the edge of the earthen ball, and as it slowly exerted force, a fox head, bearing its teeth, gradually emerged from the earthen ball. This was Chinyu, transforming towards the Ninetails. As the fox head emerged, half Ninetails transformed Chinyu, supporting Ninetails that had not yet grown fur, stood atop the earthen ball. Roar! Throwing his head back, half Ninetails transformed Chinyu let out a deafening roar, glaring with his crimson eyes at Nagato, floating above. Oomph! Now that you've transformed into the Ninetails, I can only kill you first. Looking at half Ninetails transformed Chinyu on the earthen ball, Nagato sighed helplessly and began to form hand seals. On top of the earthen ball, half Ninetails transformed Chinyu raised his head high, a massive amount of chakra rapidly coalescing at his mouth. In just a few breaths, a gigantic-tailed beast ball formed at his lips. Seeing this, Nagato raised his eyebrows slightly and, with his completed hand seals, pressed his hands together, summoning technique. Outer Path Golem. At the same time, half Ninetails transformed Chinyu swallowed the massive tailed beast ball he had gathered, just as he lowered his head to look at Nagato. When Chinyu aimed his mouth at Nagato and was about to unleash the tailed beast ball, his body suddenly halted, shaking violently, and with a bang, he exploded into a cloud of smoke. Huh? Why did it suddenly? Has it been controlled? Chapter 52. Ninetails Chakra Mode, uncertain how much time had passed. Chinyu's consciousness gradually awakened, and what came into view was a vast field of flowers. Beside him, the Ninetails, trapped within a double seal, was lazily scratching at the grass in front of it. This is still days from just waking up. The scene in front of Chinyu made him even more confused. You're awake? Just as Chinyu was still in a state of bewilderment, he heard the voice of Kushina. Startled, he jolted, and his dazed eyes suddenly became clear. Mother! Leaping up, Chinyu spread his arms and lunged toward Kushina. But as he did, he passed right through her body. And Mother! Chinyu blinked, looking at the smiling and loving Kushina, and a vague sense of unease began to rise in his heart. Well, the situation is that the chakra we left behind is about to run out, so it's almost time to say goodbye. At this moment, the voice of Minato came from the direction of the Ninetails. Chinyu quickly turned to look and saw Minato bending down, emerging from the adamantine chains connecting the two gates. Huh. You're joking, right, father? This isn't funny at all. Forcing a laugh, although he had a premonition in his heart, Chinyu still found it hard to accept the reality when faced with it. How could it be? It's just a seal. How could the chakra you left run out so quickly? Father must be joking, right? Not really. A simple sealing technique doesn't use up much chakra. As Minato spoke, he had already walked up to Chinyu and Kushina, glanced at Kushina, and the two exchanged slight nods. Then Minato continued, while you were unconscious, your mother and I studied the Ninetails here. To be precise, we studied the chakra of the Ninetails. As he spoke, Minato pointed slightly towards the Ninetails, which was still scratching at the grass. A wisp of dark red Ninetails chakra floated out from the Ninetails and passed through the gaps in the adamantine chain straight towards Minato. Chinyu watched this action of Minato, his eyes widening. Clearly, he was the Jinchuriki, so when did it become possible for someone other than the Jinchuriki to extract tailed beast chakra? There's nothing strange about it. I used the Shiki F gene to seal the Ninetails within you in Naruto, so naturally, there is some of the Ninetails essence in you. Moreover, the Ninetails inside you seems quite easy to talk to, so it's not surprising that I can extract its chakra. So you almost depleted the chakra you left behind just to study extracting Ninetails chakra? Looking at the wisp of Ninetails chakra in Minato's hand, Chinyu showed a strange expression. Let me explain. Kushina finally couldn't help but retort at Minato, slowly rising to stand beside him. It's like this. Normally, Extracting tailed beast chakra can cause the Jinchuriki to enter a tailed beast transformation if done excessively. Little Chinyu, you know this. However, if extracted and used in a special way. As she spoke, Kushina shot Minato a glare. Minato, seeing this, slightly shrank his neck and quickly controlled the wisp of Ninetails chakra to wrap around his body. As the Ninetails chakra spread around Minato, his attire gradually changed. Over time, he donned a golden chakra cloak that faintly emitted light, with 6 tomo marking the high collar and a swirling pattern on his chest surrounded by 6 more tomo. Ninetails chakra mode. Recent encoding issues have significantly increased our motivation for faster updates. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 53. The Ninja World, Chin Duo Duo, and the Ninetails chakra mode. As Wave Wind Minato tilted his head and pondered for a long time. He suddenly clapped his hands. It's decided. From now on, we'll call it the Ninetails chakra mode. Chinyu and Kushina were taken aback by this proclamation, thinking that Minato was about to make some significant decision. All this commotion just for a name? Wave Wind Minato. The roar of Vortex Kushina echoed throughout the space once again. After a while, once Minato had calmed Kushina down, he lowered his head and began to explain to Chinyu. To enter this mode, one must have the tailed beast willingly cooperate, or in other words, the tailed beast must fully entrust itself to the Jinchuriki. In other words, the tailed beast and the Jinchuriki must completely understand and trust each other. After a pause, Wave Wind Minato continued, of course I can't achieve that, so I use the Ninetails chakra I absorbed in Sage mode. As for Sage mode, I'm not very proficient in it, and given the circumstances, I don't have time to teach you about it. As he spoke, Minato's figure began to become somewhat transparent. Jiraiya-sensei has a good understanding of Sage mode. You could ask him for help. However, considering your current relationship with the Ninetails, I believe that even without learning Sage mode, you will soon be able to completely connect with the Ninetails. After saying this, Minato waved his hand to disperse the Ninetails chakra, but his figure remained transparent. That's all there is to it. I don't think I missed anything. After confirming that nothing was overlooked, Minato glanced at his nearly transparent hands before looking back at Chinyu. All right, my task is complete. Seeing Minato finish speaking, the also somewhat transparent Kushina stepped forward to Chinyu, who was already in tears, with tears streaming down his cheeks. Kushina reached out to wipe away the tears on Chinyu's face, but her hand passed right through him. She awkwardly withdrew her arm, letting out a helpless chuckle as tears also welled in her eyes. All right, little Chinyu, at least we didn't come here for nothing. You've grown up and matured quite a bit. Saying this, Kushina took a deep breath to calm her sadness. At this point, both she and Wave Wind Minato had become nearly invisible. It's about time, little Chinyu, we must say goodbye now. Promise your mother that you will definitely grow up well. As Chinyu watched the disappearing figures of Wave, Wind Minato, and Vortex Kushina, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. System items. Items that could enhance souls or revive them. Ding. Item search successful. Soul gem. An eternal type item. One of the 6 infinite original stones. Consumes 70 of the user's life force. Can grant, restore, or destroy the selected soul. Requires 999 dimensional points to use. Credit. I want to buy on credit. Hearing the system's voice, Chinyu shouted without a second thought. Even if I have to pay double, no, triple later, it's fine. This system's product items are all limited edition, non-returnable. Credit is not allowed. After hearing the system's response, Chinyu seemed to lose all strength, collapsing to the ground. 999 dimensional points. 999 dimensional points. Looking at Chinyu, who appeared to be in a daze and shouting in despair, Wave Wind Minato and Kushina both felt an immense sadness, wanting to comfort him, but realizing that they had completely lost their ability to act at that moment. Father, mother. With Chinyu's final scream, the nearly invisible Wave Wind Minato and Kushina completely turned into nothingness. Returning to reality, Chinyu, wrapped in bandages, lay on a soft mat, staring blankly at the seals on the walls and ceiling, resembling earthworms. Regarding the disappearance of his parents, Chinyu had actually come to terms with it somewhat. At least he had found a way to revive them, even if the cost was a bit too high. Just as Chinyu was about to return to the spiritual space to discuss feelings with the Ninetails, a hoarse voice came from Ju. Hey, little brat, you're awake? At the sound, Chinyu rolled his eyes and turned his head slightly to glance at Ju, who was peeking from the top of the wall outside the cell. Not awake, still in a coma. Ju was momentarily taken aback by this response. slightly trembling before leaping out from the wall. Little brat, since you're locked up here, I advise you not to play any tricks. Chinyu was already annoyed about being imprisoned, and now, with the extremely irritating Jew showing up, his displeasure was instantly ignited. Are you blind or nearsighted? Can't you see if I'm awake or not? Even if you can see, why ask? Are you mentally challenged or just brain dead? If you have problems, go get checked. Don't just irritate people here. Do you believe that after I get out, I'll kill you? I hate people who ask obvious questions like you. Chinyu's barrage of insults made Ju's face twitch repeatedly. After a while, Ju finally exhaled deeply. Little brat, do you believe I can kill you right now? Hearing this, Chinyu snorted coldly, lying on the ground and glancing at Ju with a contemptuous look. Come on, I'm just lying here. If you have the guts, come in and kill me. Oh wait, you don't seem to have that capability. It would have been better if he hadn't spoken, but once he did, it led to another round of insults from Chinyu. Ju, who had existed for hundreds or thousands of years, was instantly agitated by Chinyu's humiliation, trembling all over. Little brat, you're asking for death. After enduring for so long, Ju swung his hands, sending a large amount of nearly invisible fungal robes flying towards Chinyu in the dungeon. Just as the fungal robes entered the dungeon, a voice called out from the passage. Wind release, pressure damage. Suddenly, a vortex storm arose in the dungeon, and the fungal robes that had just flown in were instantly blown apart by this vortex. Jiaodu, what are you doing here? Ju turned around with a sinister look at Jiaodu, but Jiaodu, who was also an old entity, wouldn't give Ju any face. Moreover, Jiaodu looked down on others in the organization, except for Chinyu, who had beaten him into submission, and Nagato and Konan, who had completely outmatched him. Since you can come, why can't I? As for what I'm here for, who do you think you are to control that? Oh, I forgot. That little brat Chin, you seems to have told me that you're worthless. Chapter 54, man. Be brave enough to challenge limits. Kakuzu. Originally infuriated by Chinyu, Kakuzu's provocation set off Ju like gunpowder, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Having existed in the ninja world for nearly 1,000 years and experienced various storms, he had never been insulted in such a manner. Ju's trembling hands quickly waved, launching several nearly invisible fungal robes at Kakuzu. Don't play with such childish ninjutsu in front of me. Fire release, head hardship. With a light shout from Kakuzu, a burst of flames erupted from his mouth, instantly transforming into a sea of fire upon hitting the ground. The fungal robes drifting towards Kakuzu were incinerated into ashes before they could get close. As the flames blazed, Kakuzu suddenly plunged his hands into the ground. On the other side of the fire, Ju seemed to sense something rapidly retreating. Just as he left his original spot, Kakuzu's hands burst out of the earth, but it was too late, and he failed to catch Ju. In the cage, Chinyu tilted his head, watching the two in the corridor with great interest, occasionally taunting Kakuzu. Use a composite ninjutsu. Kill him with a composite ninjutsu, just like you did to me back then. Little brat, if you keep chattering, I'll just turn around and leave. Hearing Chinyu's incessant chatter from the dungeon, Kakuzu's forehead twitched. If he weren't afraid of Chinyu, he would have rushed into the dungeon to beat him up first. What are you looking at me for? We're in a fight. Be careful. That guy is sneaking. Seeing Kakuzu look at him, Chinyu quickly shouted a warning. But it was still a moment too late. The instant Kakuzu was distracted to retort, Ju had already emerged from the ground beneath Kakuzu's feet, wrapping his arms tightly around him. Just like that, finish him off. Watching Kakuzu being controlled by Ju, Ju slowly spoke. As his voice fell, Ju, who was holding Kakuzu, chuckled, tilting his head back slightly while his body slowly split apart, resembling a large mouth from a distance. Disgusting thing, get off me. Feeling the foul odor coming from behind, Kakuzu's wrists twitched slightly, and his hands fell off, controlled by the earth grudge fear, grabbing Ju's arms. As the strength of the hands gradually increased, a tearing sound echoed, and Ju, who was about to split his body to engulf Kaka, was instantly ripped in half by the two hands. Now it's your turn. Reattaching his hands, Kakuzu casually tossed the torn Ju aside, his green bean-like eyes exuding a cold aura as he looked at Ju. Ah, so violent indeed. Just as Kakuzu was about to form hand seals to release a ninjutsu, the torn Ju spoke up. Are all the members in the organization this violent? It seems necessary for the leader to recruit some gentler members. Hearing Ju's sarcastic tone, Kakuzu's brows furrowed tightly. Another guy who can't die, huh? It's not that he can't die. It's that your method is wrong. This guy is like wood. He ignites easily. You need to use fire. Reminded by Chinyu, Kakuzu recalled the earlier scene of using fire release on the fungal robes and quickly formed hand seals. Fire release. Head hardship. Another burst of flames shot out, and just as the flames hit the ground and exploded into a sea of fire, the discarded Jew quickly shook his body and rapidly entered the ground. I hate these annoying little rats the most. Losing his target, Kakuzu aimed at Jew in the corridor. As Kakuzu's words fell, 4 Earth Grudge Fear with ghostly masks crawled down from his back. That's right. Just like that. Execute a set of composite ninjutsu. Take him out directly in the dungeon. Shinyu, relishing the spectacle, directed Kakuzu as if he were responding to him. Kakuzu's hands forming hand seals seemed to become mere shadows. Fire release, head hardship. Wind release, pressure damage. 1 fire and 1 wind. The 2 Earth Grudge Fear opened their mouths simultaneously, and the flames they spewed were caught by the whirlwind that appeared before they hit the ground, igniting and forming a fire tornado. The fire tornado emanated scorching heat, and the temperature in the entire dungeon suddenly soared. Watching the approaching fire tornado, Heiju gritted his teeth. With no real offensive means, he was now completely countered by the fire release. No matter how much he wanted to tear apart Kakuzu and Shinyu, it was no longer possible. Helpless, Heiju could only leave behind a hateful glare, forming hand seals. Insect technique. As Heiju completed the seal, his body instantly sank into the ground. In an instant, the entire dungeon was devoid of Heiju's presence. The fire tornado dissipated, and after waiting for a while to confirm that Ju had truly left, Kakuzu finally turned to Shinyu in the dungeon. TSK, little brat, you also have a day when you're this disheveled? Hearing Kakuzu's taunt, Shinyu surprisingly did not get angry. He slowly stood up and walked to the dungeon door, looking seriously at Kakuzu until Kakuzu felt a bit uncomfortable under his intense gaze. Only then did Shinyu slowly speak. Anyone who fights against pain S6 paths is the same. Why don't you give it a try? Do you believe your outcome would be worse than mine? Knowing he couldn't win, yet still fighting, I don't have a masochistic mentality. Kakuzu's face twitched uncomfortably. He considered himself not stupid. Although Yu wasn't in the village when Pain fought Yahiko, upon returning to the village and seeing the ruins of nearly half the village, it was enough for him to imagine how fierce the battle had been. TCH, do you know that men should bravely challenge their limits? I've long since challenged my limits. Back then, I even assassinated the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Upon hearing this, Yu's eye twitched violently. If he weren't currently locked in the dungeon, he would have wanted to pin Kakuzu down and beat him up. Assassinated Senju Hashirama? Throwing a shuriken from a distance could also be called assassination, and yet he almost got taken out by Senju Hashirama in one go. But he didn't mention that. You better stop. Assassinating Senju Hashirama? Stop bragging. Tell me, what are you doing in the dungeon? Don't say it's to visit me. You don't even believe that yourself. Having his proud boast punctured by Shinyu, Kakuzu was not angry. After living for nearly 100 years, his skin had thickened somewhat. What an unlikable little brat. I'm just going to see if you're dead or not. After grumbling a couple of complaints, Kakuzu continued. By the way, I have a message from Konan. Tomorrow we're heading to the Land of Rice to look for new members for the organization. Konan wants you to behave during this time and not think about escaping. Chapter 55. The Injured Shiba. Hey. What do you mean by stay put and don't think about escaping? I actually want to run. Did you see that thing? With that thing around, how can I run? As he spoke, Yu pointed to the dense seals on the ceiling that looked like worms. Xiao Du followed the direction of Yu's finger and, upon seeing the seals on the ceiling, his eyes, which resembled green beans, rolled back. You're not telling me that you don't know anything about seals, are you? Hearing Xiao Du's words, Yu blinked his big eyes and nodded vigorously with a naive expression. He indeed wanted to learn about sealing techniques. But the problem was that no one was teaching him. Even the 5 ninjutsu he knew were learned through trickery and coercion from Xiao Du, let alone sealing techniques. TSK. No wonder you're so honest. I wonder why you could endure being bullied by that rat. It turns out it's because of this. After a round of mockery, Yu's eye twitched as he watched Xiao Du laugh nonstop in the dungeon corridor. But even so, what could he do? Yu let out a deep sigh and helplessly sat back down on the ground. Laugh. Go ahead and laugh. It's good for your health. When I get out, you won't be laughing anymore, old geezer. Ahem, little brat, just a kind reminder, we're setting off tomorrow. With that, Xiao Du turned and walked toward the end of the corridor, leaving behind a kind reminder. That thing is just a reinforced seal. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Du's figure had already disappeared into the dungeon corridor. Reinforcet, cell. After Xiao Du left, Yu stood up in confusion, looked at the seals on the ceiling, and stroked his chin while tilting his head to study it carefully nodding repeatedly, as if to say it was just as he thought. After studying for a while, Chinyu spread his hands and lay down on the ground. I really don't understand at all. In a cave within the land of rain, Kakashi with silver hair, Might Guy in a green jumpsuit, and Hyuga Irika were gathered around a campfire discussing the intelligence they had gathered over the past few days. Just as Kakashi was halfway through sharing the intelligence he had collected, Hyuga Irika, who rarely interrupted, raised his hand to cut in. Their movement. Kakashi and Might Guy narrowed their eyes, ready for battle, while Hyuga Irika slightly closed his eyes and then suddenly opened them wide. Byakugan. The moment Hyuga Irika activated his Byakugan, everything around him seemed to enter a state of X-ray vision. 300 meters southwest in the woods, someone is approaching. Unknown whether friend or foe, but there's a massive amount of chakra. After hearing Hyuga Irika's report, Kakashi and Might Guy exchanged glances, then simultaneously pulled out a shuriken from the tool pouch strapped to their thighs. The three of them silently crept along the cave wall towards the cave entrance. Shiba, are you sure he's around here? In the woods, Jiraiya, wearing a red vest and a white-haired head with an oil character headband, was quickly following a ninja dog with black fur on its head. I can smell Kakashi's scent. He is definitely nearby. All right. I just hope I'm not mistaken. Seeing Shiba so confident, Jiraiya had nothing more to say. He muttered a few words, then slightly raised his head to look at the drizzling rain and the gray sky, wondering, although it's just a little rain, it should wash away some scents, right? Is this dog's nose really that sensitive? Hey, are you doubting me? Don't confuse me with other dogs. I'm a ninja dog trained professionally. As they spoke, the man and dog reached the cave entrance, but before they could step inside, two glinting kunai shot out from the cave. Watch out! At the moment the two kunai flew out, Jiraiya was startled and instinctively kicked Shiba, who was walking in front, sending him flying. He then quickly leaped to the side. Ow. It's unclear whether it was Jiraiya's kick that was too strong, but Shiba fell to the ground and couldn't stand up for a long time. After a while of struggling and realizing he couldn't get up, Shiba began to howl in distress. That voice? Shiba. Hearing Shiba's howling from outside the cave, Kakashi was momentarily stunned, then dashed out of the cave in fear that the kunai he and Might Guy had thrown had hit Shiba. As soon as he rushed out of the cave, Kakashi spotted Shiba collapsed not far from the entrance. At that moment, Kakashi felt immense regret, believing that it was he and Might Guy's kunai that had injured Shiba. Hurrying forward, Kakashi reached to pick Shiba up, but as soon as he did, Shiba let out another howl. Only then did Kakashi notice that Shiba had no injuries on him at all. Yo, Kakashi, Guy, Irika. Seeing that it was Kakashi and the others coming from the cave, Jiraiya finally relaxed his guard. Senior Jiraiya. The three greeted Jiraiya upon recognizing him. After exchanging greetings, Kakashi looked at Shiba, who was lying on the ground, motionless and still howling. Senior Jiraiya, what happened to Shiba? Unable to fathom what was going on with Shiba, Kakashi turned his gaze to Jiraiya. When Jiraiya noticed the questioning look from Kakashi, he suddenly felt guilty and was thinking of finding a reliable excuse to cover it up when Shiba, still lying on the ground, spoke up. Kakashi, it was him. He hurt me. Ow. After hearing Shiba's half-crying words, Kakashi squinted at Jiraiya, who had an awkward expression and was scratching the back of his head. Senior Jiraiya, do you want to say something? Well, I slipped a bit. Do you believe me? Jiraiya awkwardly coughed twice. Although he didn't mean it, he indeed had kicked Shiba just now. Besides, he said he was professionally trained, so who knew that a gentle kick would result in this? With that, Jiraiya cast a dubious glance at Shiba. You're not pretending, are you? Kakashi. Ow. Having already suffered internal injuries from Jiraiya's kick, and now, with evidence and a witness against him, Shiba was furious. After howling in distress, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Forget it. Looking at the unconscious Shiba, Kakashi sighed helplessly, formed a few hand seals, and used reverse summoning to send Shiba back. Kakashi, can you give me an update on the latest intelligence? Seeing Jiraiya intentionally change the topic, Kakashi, as the junior, could only sigh helplessly and turn to lead everyone back into the cave. A few days ago, we heard about a possible sighting of Chinyu near an underground bounty station at the border of the Land of Rain. Chapter 56. Escape from the dungeon 2 days later. Jiraiya and his group used transformation techniques to disguise themselves as merchants and infiltrated the Rain Ninja Village. At this moment, Chinyu was pressing his hands against the dungeon door, straining his neck to peer into the dungeon corridor. Are they really just going to leave me like this? Hiss. Does Nagato really trust me this much? Or does he think I wouldn't have any thoughts of escaping? After peering for a long time and seeing no guards in the dungeon corridor, Chinyu muttered to himself as he sat back down on the ground, looking up at the reinforced seal on the ceiling and pondering. What does this thing even mean? They even sent Kakuzu to remind me not to escape, yet only set up a reinforced seal. After thinking for a long time, Chinyu's eyes suddenly lit up with a thought. Could it be that Konan sent Kakuzu to relay a message to me, meaning that they are not in the village today, and I should take the chance to escape? Otherwise, why would Kakuzu remind me that this is just a reinforced seal and can't hold me? The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was the case. He then clapped his hands. Yes, that's definitely it. While thinking, Chinyu poked his head out again to check the dungeon corridor, and after confirming that no one was watching, he slowly took 2 steps back. Let's try lightly first. It's better not to make too much noise. After muttering a few words, a layer of faint blue chakra slowly wrapped around Chinyu's tightly clenched fist. With a light shout from Chinyu, his chakra-wrapped fist slammed against the dungeon door. Boom! A loud noise echoed through the dungeon corridor. Chinyu gaped at the collapsed wall of the dungeon and the door that showed no signs of damage, stunned. This reinforced seal is completely useless. What is going on? It's a sound coming from the dungeon. Quick, to the dungeon. Hearing a commotion from above the dungeon, Chinyu shivered and felt a big jolt. Run. Quickly, Chinyu decisively made a decision. After all, he had just made the dungeon wall collapse. Even if he insisted he had no intention of escaping, no one would believe him. Just as Chinyu reached the dungeon door, many rain ninjas had already gathered in front of it. Seeing their murderous expressions and the kunai, or short knives in their hands, Chinyu helplessly shrugged. Hey, the dungeon wall collapsed. Don't you want to go inside and fix it? Catch him. Don't let him run. Among the crowd, someone shouted first, and then the whole crowd erupted into chaos. Watching the rioting crowd, Chinyu's throat moved as he swallowed hard. Don't do anything rash. I'm telling you, I'm very powerful. I can kill people with one punch. I really can. Saying this, Chinyu raised a small fist and waved it in front of him. But this scene looked like a joke in front of the group of rain ninjas. To them, he was just a 6-year-old child. Even if the leader took notice of him, and even if rumors spread that the leader destroyed half the village to capture him, the truth was, he was just a child. No matter how powerful he was, how strong could he really be? Little brat, behave and go back to the dungeon. Your dungeon was renovated by the great angel for you. The man at the front of the crowd waved his kunai dismissively, trying to scare Chinyu. Chinyu narrowed his eyes at the remark. What level do you think you are to call me a little brat? Your boss wouldn't dare call me that. With a light shout, Chinyu jumped up and punched the rain ninja in the chest. There was a muffled thud, and the rain ninja didn't even have time to scream before he was sent flying like a ball, knocking over several others in his path. You little brat, I want to let you off. I told you with one punch I can kill you, but you don't believe me. Now, who else dares to come? Seeing this, the rain ninjas stopped advancing, each gripping their kunai tightly and watching Chinyu warily, encircling him. Are you done yet? Are we fighting or not? If you're not going to let me through, I won't be polite anymore. After saying this, Chinyu slowly began to form hand seals. The group of rain ninjas immediately became noisy, but the noise only lasted a moment before falling silent again. Seeing this, Chinyu raised an eyebrow. So, you're sure you want to let me through? Fine. Wind release. Great breakthrough. With a light shout from Chinyu, a gust of wind burst forth from his mouth, blowing away the rain ninjas surrounding him. Seeing an opening, Chinyu took a step and charged toward the gap. Just as Chinyu burst out of the crowd, a vortex appeared in front of him, and seeing this, Chinyu was shocked and quickly turned to run in another direction. Damn Kakuzu, didn't you say everyone went to the land of rice? Why is Toby still here? Damn Kakuzu, you old man, don't let me catch you. If I do, I'll make you experience something extraordinary. While running quickly, he continued to mutter curses at Kakuzu. Jiraiya-sensei, Kakashi, over there. ISNT, that Chinyu running on the rooftops? In one part of the Rain Ninja village, Jiraiya and his group, disguised with transformation techniques, were walking in the rain-soaked streets when Might Guy glanced at the sky out of boredom. He vaguely saw a 5- or 6-year-old child jumping between rooftops in the distance. In disbelief, Might Guy rubbed his eyes hard, and after confirming he was seeing things, he called out to Jiraiya and the others in front of him. That's the kid. Quick, let us go stop him. After seeing clearly, Jiraiya was delighted. It was too easy. They had just entered the village for a short time, and they had already encountered Chinyu, who had jumped out himself. Saying this, Jiraiya leaped up, leading Kakashi and the others toward Chinyu. Meanwhile, Chinyu was desperately jumping across the rooftops. In the entire Rain Ninja Village, there were only three people he couldn't beat or dared not fight. Besides Nagato and Konan, it was Toby, who was currently chasing him from a distance. It wasn't that Chinyu was afraid to fight. After all, for him, it was all the same, just charge in. However, when it came to actually fighting, Chinyu felt a bit helpless. Toby was completely immune to attacks. As long as he didn't make a move, no attack could hit him. Even if you wanted to run after hitting him, as long as he appeared next to you, if he caught you, you would be dragged into the Kamui space in an instant. And at that point, you would really just lie there and wait to die. While running, Chinyu's mind raced to find a way to shake off Toby behind him, when suddenly 4 people jumped out ahead, running toward him. Seeing this, Chinyu furrowed his brows deeply. After living here for a year, although he didn't want to cause a massive slaughter in the Rain Ninja Village, the appearance of these 4 people was just a bit too untimely. Are you done yet? Bullying the few with the many, huh? Recently, the coding has been severe, giving us more motivation to update faster. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 57. A dead friend is better than a living Taoist. Jiraiya, save me. Is this ever going to end? Bullying the few with the many, huh? With a roar, Chinyu quickly formed hand seals with both hands. The 4 people in the distance were startled by his movements. Wait, Chinyu, it's us. Jiraiya quickly shouted at Chinyu, who was looking up, ready to release the jutsu. Upon hearing Jiraiya's familiar voice, Chinyu raised an eyebrow and decisively leaped, rotating his body backward. Then unleashed the completed jutsu towards Obito behind him. Wind release, pressure damage. A massive whirlwind formed as Chinyu forcefully expelled chakra from his mouth. The moment the giant whirlwind formed, debris from the rooftops around was drawn in. As more and more debris was sucked in, the shape of the whirlwind changed. And in just a moment, a medium-sized tornado formed in the Rain Ninja Village. Uncle Jiraiya? After releasing the jutsu, Chinyu finally shouted towards the 4 in the distance. Jiraiya nodded in response and was the first to dispel his transformation technique. However, at that moment, Obito, who was closely pursuing him, had already caught up. The recently formed tornado did nothing to hinder him. Sensing the impending danger behind him, Chinyu gritted his teeth and looked at Jiraiya's group coming towards him. Damn it, a dead friend is better than a living Taoist. With determination, Chinyu increased his speed again, and just as he was about to meet the 3, he directly leaped over Jiraiya's group. The 4 were taken aback as they saw Chinyu rush past them, and then they heard his slightly apologetic voice. Uncle Jiraiya, Brother Kakashi, I can't take on this guy behind me. It's up to you. Nanny? The 4, who had stopped in their tracks, were all confused. At this moment, Obito had also caught up, and looking at the 4 in front of him, he furrowed his brow slightly beneath his mask. The legendary Sannin Jiraiya of Konoha, and the copy Ninja Kakashi. Jiraiya and Kakashi exchanged glances filled with confusion, while Might Guy, who was beside them, stepped forward and gave Obito a thumbs up. And me, the burning youth wolf beast. Might Guy is also here. After saying this, Might Guy grinned, and a silver glint flashed across his white teeth. Never heard of you. Obito showed no respect for Might Guy, tilting his head while the only exposed eye beneath his mask looked past Kakashi and the others towards Chinyu, who was still desperately running ahead. Seeing that Chinyu had already run far away, he lost interest in continuing the chase and shifted his gaze back to Jiraiya's group. Seeing Obito looking at them, Jiraiya's group became wary. After all, they were on someone else's territory, and they were still ninjas from Konoha, which could be considered espionage. Cough. No need to be so tense. I don't have any combat power. Obito lightly cleared his throat and spoke in a very whimsical and humorous tone. But this is still the Rain Ninja Village, so let me guess. As Konoha ninjas, and one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya Senpai, and the famous copy, Ninja Kakashi. You must be here in the Rain Ninja Village to stir up a war between the land of fire and the land of rain, right? Saying this, Obito paused, then shook his head. No, that can't be right. As far as I know, Konoha just ended the war with a Wagakure, so it's impossible for you to start another war. Oh, I got it. At this point, Obito clapped his hands, acting as if he had guessed the secret. You must be here to find the leader, right? I heard that Jiraiya Senpai is the teacher of our leader. But I'm sorry, you arrived late. Our leader left the village yesterday. Listening to Obito's self-questioning and answering, Jiraiya and the others had 3 vertical lines appear on their foreheads, but they were also relieved to avoid explanation. After all, they all knew that at this moment, anything they said would seem unreasonable, and it was better to let this guy convince himself. Well, that's right. I do have some matters to discuss with your leader. But since he's not here, we won't bother you further. After saying this, Jiraiya slightly nodded to Kakashi and the others, and the four of them gradually began to retreat. Oh, what? You're leaving so soon? Looking at the slowly retreating four, Obito waved his hand nonchalantly. I think you should stay for a couple of days. Who knows? Maybe the leader will return in a few days. As he spoke, Obito's figure suddenly disappeared, then instantly appeared behind Jiraiya and the others. Seeing this, Jiraiya's group was startled and quickly distanced themselves from Obito, who had suddenly appeared behind them. This guy, is that space ninjutsu? Jiraiya's eyes were warily fixed on Obito, while his hand unconsciously moved towards the back. Ha 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 ha! Seeing Jiraiya and the others so alert, Obito threw his head back and laughed. Although Jiraiya and the others were puzzled about what he was laughing at, their wariness increased even more. After laughing for a while, Obito gradually stopped, waving his hands in front of him. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. I was just joking with you. If you want to leave, then go ahead. I told you, I don't have any combat power. Apart from that space ninjutsu that allows me to move, I have no combat ability at all. However, Jiraiya's group remained motionless, still looking extremely cautious, their eyes fixed on Obito. Seeing this, Obito shrugged disinterestedly. Fine, if you're not leaving, then I'll take my leave. After saying this, Obito's body slowly distorted, then transformed into a vortex and completely disappeared before Jiraiya and the others. Seeing this, Jiraiya's group became even more vigilant. The four of them backed up against each other, their eyes scanning the surroundings constantly. Even Hinata, Iroha, activated her Byakugan to observe. The four waited cautiously for a long time without seeing Obito's figure appear, which allowed them to slightly relax their tense nerves. Jiraiya took a deep breath. Although he was one of the Sannin and had faced Hanzo the Salamander, encountering a ninja capable of using space ninjutsu was still quite troublesome. Retreat. Quietly uttering the word retreat, Jiraiya's group quickly turned and sped towards the direction Chinyu had left. In just a moment, their figures disappeared from the Rain Ninja village. Not long after the four left, the vanished Obito walked out from the vortex again, watching the direction Jiraiya and the others had gone. His exposed eyes slowly transforming into a three-tomo Sharingan, and finally, the three tomo gradually connected together. Now is not the time, Kakashi. We will meet again. Recently, the encoding has been severe, giving us more motivation to update faster. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 58. The Super Road Idiot in the Dense Forest. With deer antlers on his head and scales all over his body, Chinyu desperately jumped between tree trunks. He didn't even know how long he had been running. 3 days? Or maybe 5. All he knew was that his chakra had been exhausted time and time again. After the first depletion, he triggered the first stage of the curse mark on his body. After the second depletion, he drew chakra from the yin-yang fish of the two instruments into the second stage of the curse mark. The third time, he even relied on the 8 trigrams of the two instruments to siphon chakra from the Ninetails. As for why he left Jiraiya and the others to run away on his own, Chinyu felt no psychological burden. For what he understood, Kakashi alone couldn't possibly hold Jiraiya and the others back. After all, Jiraiya had single-handedly defeated 3 of the 6 paths of pain without any intel. Of course, with Kakashi's Kimui space, which could make him intangible and immune to attacks, if he truly wanted to capture Chinyu, Jiraiya and the others wouldn't have been able to stop him. Finally, after running for several days, Chinyu's legs gave way, and he fell from the tree trunk. He barely managed to move to the base of a large tree before gasping for breath. Okay, they shouldn't have caught up, right? After a long pause, Chinyu cautiously peeked out from behind the tree, confirming that Kakashi hadn't caught up. He finally relaxed a bit. Faced with Nagato, or even the 6 paths of pain, Chinyu dared to fight back. However, against Kakashi, he didn't even consider that option. Or rather, he didn't think he had the ability to fight Kakashi. He could still borrow the power of the Ninetails against the 6 paths of pain, but once he faced Kakashi, he could guarantee that the Ninetails within him would be controlled by Kakashi's Sharingan the moment they clashed. After all, the Mangekyou Sharingan was a natural enemy of tailed beasts. Phew, now about my location. With his tense nerves finally relaxing, Chinyu began to ponder where he was. However, having never left Konoha since childhood, even when he had gone to the Rain Village, he had someone to guide him. His sense of direction and understanding of the world were completely at the idiot level. Sigh, forget it, I'll just keep walking. I don't even know how they traveled in the original story. There's no compass. A compass? Thinking of a compass, Chinyu slapped his forehead. I have a system. System? Do you have something like a compass? I seem to be lost. Ding. Search complete. Simple version of an interstellar spaceship semi-consumable device, requires 300,000 dimensional points. Each activation consumes 100,000 dimensional points, can travel between the moon and the earth. Arc Battle Armor number 285. Modification, consumable wearable attack and defense gear. Built-in super intelligent AI can enhance the wearer's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and illusion abilities. Consumes part of the chakra to protect the wearer from damage. Requires 70,001, 800,000 dimensional points. Heimdall Gene, implanted gene tool. Requires 400,000 dimensional points. Paired with Heimdall's Guardian Sword. Consumes a large amount of chakra to summon the Rainbow Bridge. Can instantaneously teleport large groups of people. Listening to the system report various fantastical items and genes, Qin Yu's eyes spun in circles. Stop. What I want are directional items, not things that take me directly to a certain place. Ding, replying to the host, this system does not sell simple tools. It is recommended that the host create them on their own. After hearing the system's words, Qin Yu deflated. If he could make a compass, why would he even bother asking the system? Forget it. If they're ISNT1, then they're ISNT. What is the big deal? Do people in the Marvel world not use compasses? It seems like I really haven't seen any compasses in Marvel. Well, those people are intergalactic travelers. So why would they need compasses? Thinking this, Qin Yu spread his hands and fell back onto the grass. So, where the heck have I run to? On the other side of the forest, Jiraiya and the other three were also jumping tirelessly between the trees. The 7 nin dogs summoned by Kakashi were leading the direction in a V formation. As for why there were only 7, that led the focus back to Jiraiya. Where on earth did that kid Qin Yu run off to? Jiraiya muttered, feeling helpless. The 4 of them had only been delayed by Kakashi for a short while. They had been chasing after Qin Yu for 5 whole days since leaving the Rain Village, almost the entire time except for brief rests at night. They ate military rations when hungry and found water to drink when thirsty. Even so, they hadn't seen a trace of Qin Yu yet. Unbeknownst to them, they had strayed from Qin Yu's path shortly after leaving the Rain Village. To avoid being caught by Kakashi, Qin Yu had been zigzagging all the way, even entering the borders of the land of waterfalls and the land of hot water several times, while the 4 of them had been moving in a straight line. At this moment, the leading dog, Pakin, stopped and jumped onto Kakashi's shoulder. Up ahead is the outer barrier of Konoha. Jiraiya Zenzai. Is it possible that Qin Yu has already returned to the village? Hearing this, Jiraiya rubbed his chin and shook his head slightly. Not likely. If Qin Yu had returned to the village, the old man would have definitely found a way to notify us. Since he hasn't, then that kid Qin Yu has definitely not returned to the village. After hearing Jiraiya's words, the 4 fell into a dilemma. Konoha was not far away, but Qin Yu hadn't returned to the village. Now, they faced 2 choices. One was to return to the village for a rest, and the other was to cross the village and continue the pursuit. Let's return to the village first and report the previous intel to the old man. After a brief consideration, Jiraiya was the first to suggest this. However, just as his words fell, Kakashi spoke up. No, if we return to the village first, we won't know how far we have fallen behind Qin Yu again. We would have to start searching from the beginning. How about this? You all go back to the village. I'll go ahead and look for him. Hey, how can that be? As the Azure Beast, I will never give up halfway. Kakashi, I'm going with you. Seeing Kakashi and Might Guy look serious, Jiraiya thought for a moment and nodded. Then it's settled. You all make sure to leave marks along the way. I and Irika will return to the village to report to the old man, and then I will follow the marks you leave to meet up with you. After the 4 settled on their decision, they dispersed. At this moment, Qin Yu, who had dispelled the curse mark, was drooping his head, leaning on a stick he picked up from under a tree, slowly making his way under the trees. Miraculously, he didn't walk far before he exited the dense forest. What? See? Recently, the encoding has been severe, giving us more motivation to update faster. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 59. Journey to the land of waves, looking at the vast ocean and breathing in the slightly salty sea breeze. Qin Yu was completely stunned. He had clearly been in a forest. So how did he suddenly end up in the middle of an ocean? If it weren't for the faint sound of waves and the presence of the sea breeze, Qin Yu might have doubted whether he was hallucinating. Sir, could you tell me where this place is? In a seaside village, Qin Yu approached a kindly-looking uncle to ask for directions. With his big, innocent eyes, he looked up at the man. The uncle, who was eager to get to the sea, felt embarrassed to dismiss the adorable child and patiently squatted down. Ruffling Qin Yu's nearly shoulder-length black hair. Little one, where are you from? This is the border of the land of fire, and our village is called Haifan Village. As you can see, we rely on this ocean for our survival. Chinyu blinked his big eyes, looking as if he understood, but didn't quite grasp it. Haifan Village? I don't think I've heard of it. Is it far from the Hidden Leaf Village? Ha ha ha, little guy. Our village is just a small one, so it's normal if you haven't heard of it. I don't know how far it is from the Hidden Leaf Village, but I've heard that the Hidden Leaf Village is in the central area of the Land of Fire, while we are at the easternmost border of the Land of Fire. Upon hearing this, Chinyu was once again stunned. He had sprinted for 5 days and 4 nights, running from a land of rain in the northwest of the Land of Fire all the way to the easternmost part. All right, kid, if there's nothing else, I need to get busy. After ruffling Chinyu's hair one more time, the uncle walked past him toward a fishing boat by the sea. Wait. Let me think. Chinyu closed his eyes tightly, quickly searching his memory for the map of the Land of Fire he had seen. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly opened his eyes, squatted down, and began drawing in the sand. In a short while, a very rudimentary map appeared on the ground. Looking at his extremely simple map, Chinyu furrowed his brow, one hand on his chin and the other pointing at a character for fire on the map. If this is the Land of Fire, I remember that the Land of Fire is surrounded by the sea on 2 sides. One side should be facing south, and the other should be here. The escort mission that Team 7 received in the original story seems to have started from here to the Land of Waves, right? Wait. I remember that in the original story, there was a financial magnate in the Land of Waves. What was his name? Kato, right? How about finding a boatman to take me to the Land of Waves? Since I'm already here, if I can recruit Kato in the Land of Waves, wouldn't I never have to worry about money again? As he thought about this, a glimmer of excitement appeared at the corner of Chinyu's mouth. Ahem. It's settled then, but where to find a boatman? Pondering, Chinyu looked up and scanned the area, just in time to see the uncle he had asked earlier, now dressed in fishing gear, standing on the fishing boat and preparing to row out to sea. Hey, uncle. Wait. Chinyu hurriedly called out to the uncle who was about to set out to sea, running over to the shore in front of the fishing boat and lightly jumping onto the boat. Hey, you. Chinyu's sudden appearance startled the uncle, who had thought Chinyu was just an ordinary child. He never expected that Chinyu could leap from the shore onto the fishing boat. Don't be nervous, uncle. I just practiced jumping a lot, so my jumping ability is pretty good. After a pause, Chinyu continued, Uncle, I'll give you some money if you take me to the Land of Waves, okay? Huh? You want to go to the Land of Waves? That's south, not close from here. After a moment to collect himself, the uncle finally processed what Chinyu had said, but he hesitated as the Land of Waves was indeed not near, and he had a family waiting for him to return with fish. How about this, uncle? I'll give you 50,000 yen first, and you take me to the Land of Waves. After we arrive, I'll give you another 50,000 yen for your round trip. How does that sound? As he spoke, Chinyu pretended to take out 50,000 yen from his tool pouch. In reality, this money was stored in his system space. As for how he had so much money, it was from extorting it from Kakuzu after a fierce battle. Although he had spent 300 million on dimension points, he still kept a little for emergencies. Looking at the 50,000 yen in Chinyu's hand, the uncle felt torn, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of money. He nodded, reached out, and took the money, putting it away in his pocket. Just so you know, the Land of Waves doesn't allow foreign boats. I'll drop you off and then head back right after. Upon hearing this, Chinyu nodded slightly, vaguely remembering that Kato controlled the traffic of boats in the Land of Waves, essentially acting like an emperor on the island. Seeing Chinyu agree, the uncle didn't say anything more and grabbed the oars fixed to the back of the boat, starting to row. In the Land of Rain, in the Tower of Rain Ninja Village, Yahiko, Konan, Jay, Kakuzu, and a newly joined member sat facing each other behind a huge glass wall. During our time heading to the Land of Rice, Chinyu escaped from the village. With an expressionless face, Yahiko spoke first, his cold eyes sweeping over the faces of the others. Others mainly meant Jay and Kakuzu since, naturally, Yahiko would never suspect Konan, who had grown up with him, nor the new member who had just joined the village. Really? It's not surprising that kid could escape. Kakuzu lowered his eyelids, his fingers tapping incessantly on the black briefcase on the table. Meanwhile, Jay glared fiercely at Kakuzu. Kakuzu, you were the one who arranged for Chinyu to escape, weren't you? The day before we set off, only you and I went to the dungeon. You said it yourself. Only you and I went to the dungeon. So why couldn't it have been you who let him go? You should know that kid has quite a grudge against me, having destroyed my heart several times. I haven't forgotten that grudge. With Kakuzu's retort, Jay fell silent. Indeed, Chinyu had destroyed Kakuzu's heart more than 3 times. At least as far as Jay knew. Seeing the two stop arguing, Yahiko stood up slightly. Forget it. He has escaped. And it's not the time to execute the plan anyway. After leaving that remark, Yahiko turned and left with Konan. TSK, the Chinyu you just mentioned, is a 5 or 6-year-old child. Only after Yahiko's figure disappeared from view did the new member speak up. How do you know that? I also know that he is the Ninetails Jinchuriki, the adopted son of the 4th Hokage of Konoha, and he can be considered my disciple as well. Chapter 60. Encounter with the Three Tails on the boundless sea. A fishing boat sailed alone, surrounded by a mysterious white mist. Chinyu furrowed his brows. It was the 3rd day since he set out to sea. On the 2nd day, he and his companion had entered this dense fog. Although he vaguely remembered that in the original story, Team 7 led by Kakashi had also passed through a foggy area on their way to the Land of Waves. He recalled that Team 9 had not taken long to reach the Land of Waves after entering the fog. However, he had now been adrift at sea for a whole day. Hey, Uncle, are you sure you're not going the wrong way? Don't worry. Although I haven't been to the Land of Waves many times, I absolutely won't get the direction wrong. The fisherman, standing at the back of the boat, struggled to paddle and control the direction, peering into the fog ahead. Strangely enough, this route does have a fog area, but we should be nearing the Land of Waves after entering it, he added. Hearing the fisherman say this, Chinyu had no choice but to take it seriously. He slowly stood up, squinting his eyes to assess the surrounding fog. Just then, the previously calm sea suddenly erupted into waves, violently rocking the small fishing boat. The creaking of the boat made Chinyu feel as if it would break under the pressure. Whoa, what's happening? The sudden rocking of the fishing boat nearly threw the still unsteady Chinyu overboard. If he hadn't reacted quickly and grabbed a rope on the boat as he was tossed into the air, he would have likely found himself diving into the depths of the sea. You little brat. I caught the scent of the Three Tails. Finally managing to hold onto the rope and crouching to stabilize himself, Chinyu had no time to respond to the Ninetails. After a while, he infused chakra into his feet to steady himself and let out a deep breath. But then, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly turned to look behind the fishing boat. There was no sign of the fisherman. He had already been thrown into the sea by the violent rocking, with the waves crashing and the fog thickening. Chinyu couldn't find any trace of the fisherman. Hey, little brat, look to the left. Once again hearing the voice of the Ninetails in his mind, Chinyu instinctively looked to the left. In the fog, he saw the silhouette of a large turtle with spiky shells, which was poking its head out of the water and rolling about. Its 3 tails occasionally slapped the surface of the sea, creating ripples that spread outward. 3 tails? What's going on? Why is the 3 tails here? I remember that the current 3 tails should be sealed inside Yagura. Chinyu's eyes widened as he stared at the turtle with 3 tails in the fog. He was eager to find out whether this truly was the 3 tails. If it was, then either his memory was faulty, the plot had changed, or Kishimoto had deceived everyone. Wait, no. I remember the original story only mentioned that the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails was Yagura, and he only became the Jinchuriki after becoming the Mizukichi. It never clearly stated when Yagura became the Jinchuriki, meaning, can you swim? Realizing this, Chinyu panicked. He was now alone on the fishing boat. The fisherman had been washed away by the waves, and the only one he could rely on was the Ninetails. Little brat, I am the Kaibai, a tailed beast that lives on land, and I disdain getting into the water. Moreover, I have no need to come into contact with water. I can evaporate any water source that comes near me. Instantly. Disdain getting into the water? You can't be a landlubber, right? I remember foxes can swim. Listening to the Ninetails' nonsensical ramblings, Chinyu was speechless. If you can't swim, just say so instead of all this nonsense. Ahem, I disdain getting into the water. But isn't there a creature living underwater right in front of you? Grab it. Sometimes, after hearing the Ninetails' words, Chinyu really wanted to curse. Do you think I can catch it? Why would I be able to catch it? Do I look big enough to fit in its teeth? Or do you think I can shout and transform into a giant of light? What a bunch of nonsense. Hearing Chinyu use sarcastic queries, the Ninetails snorted out a puff of white smoke from its nostrils. You know you can't catch it. Yet you don't think of a way to run. I'll run your grandma. I can't swim either. Chinyu cried out to the sky, lamenting what he had gone through over the past 2 years. Since being approached by Danzo, it had been nothing but forced fights, getting beaten up, or running for his life. He had finally found a place to live freely. And now, before he even reached his destination, the 3 tails had shown up. And most importantly, neither he nor the Ninetails could swim. At that moment, the 3 tails seemed to have noticed the fishing boat, which was being battered by the waves. It lifted its head out of the water, and a rapidly compressed column of water shot towards them. What the? Seeing the water column shooting toward him, Chinyu didn't even have time to finish his curse before he heard a loud crash, and then he was thrown high into the air. Accompanied by a splash of water, Chinyu felt a blur in front of his eyes, and then a wave of suffocation hit him. Instinctively, he flailed his limbs, but no matter how hard he waved his arms and legs, his slowly sinking body showed no signs of rising. As time passed, Chinyu miraculously realized that the suffocating feeling had actually disappeared after sinking for so long. What's going on? Can I breathe underwater? In confusion, Chinyu slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. What he saw was not the darkness of the ocean floor, but rather a dark red aura emanating from his body. Looking down, he saw that he was wrapped in a thick layer of dark red kai by chakra. This chakra had formed a barrier around his skin, and the surrounding water was bubbling and turning into gas, rising towards the surface, just as the Ninetails had said. Any water source near him had almost completely evaporated. Just as Chinyu was relieved that he wouldn't be the only Jinchuriki to drown in the Naruto world, he felt his body slowly starting to float. He quickly looked down and saw that two dark red tails made of kai by chakra were moving up and down, propelling him upward. Huh. The heavens do not want to see my handsome Chinyu perish. Gooby. Twist your tails together, like a twisted donut. Chapter 61. Major Crisis. Chinyu is swallowed. Whew. I'm out. Finally out. After a lot of struggling in the sea, Chinyu finally managed to poke his head out of the water. However, before he could catch his breath, his vision went dark. Looking up, a giant turtle claw came crashing down towards him. Startled, Chinyu quickly sank back into the water. At this rate, I'm doomed. By the way, Ninetails, is your relationship with the Three Tails that bad? If you didn't use your chakra, it would have been fine. But with your chakra, the Three Tails directly attacked. The Ninetails snorted. Instead of worrying about my relationship with Isabu, you should think about what to do now. Well, that's true. One has lived underwater for years, and the other is a land creature that hates water. It's not surprising that the relationship isn't great. It's no wonder that Isabu, also a tailed beast, used its claws on me when it smelled your chakra. Floating in the water, Chinyu squinted at Isabu's shell submerged below. Wait a minute. Isabu has survived in the sea for a long time, and I'm still submerged in the water. Just as Chinyu thought this, Isabu's massive body sank down, and in an instant, Chinyu blinked and found himself staring into Isabu's two big eyes. Ho ho ho. Ninetails, you have today too. The eye contact lasted for a while, and Isabu's gigantic head gently swayed, opening and closing its mouth as it laughed. Strangely, Chinyu was able to understand what the Three Tails was saying underwater. Roar. Damn, Three Tails. Kid, go up and hit him for me. Are you crazy? If I go up to hit him, I'll probably just be sending myself to my death. Chinyu cursed inwardly, twisted his body, and tried to swim away. However, after flailing a few times, he tragically realized that no matter how hard he struggled, he wasn't making much progress. Still dawdling. Help me out. Or can you come out and fight the Three Tails now? Not gonna happen. Even though the barrier has been lifted, I don't want to touch the water. Seeing the Ninetails flatly refuse, Chinyu flailed his arms and legs even more vigorously. Isabu, watching Chinyu thrash around, suddenly got playful, slightly opening its mouth to take a big gulp of seawater and then spat it out towards Chinyu. The dark current that Isabu spat out instantly flipped the struggling Chinyu several times. Just as he managed to stabilize himself, the underwater suddenly turned pitch black, and Isabu's huge head rapidly enlarged. Chinyu had no time to dodge, and besides, he couldn't dodge at all. Then he felt a darkness envelop him, and he fell into complete blackness. It seems Chinyu's been here before. In the forest, Kakashi watched the 7 ninja dogs sniffing around and already had the answer in his mind. Sure enough, just as Kakashi confirmed this in his mind, the ninja dog Pakin came over to crouch beside him. Found it. I can confirm that the kid you're looking for has been here. Just after Pakin spoke, the ninja dog Akino, wearing sunglasses, walked back from a distance. He went that way. Kakashi nodded slightly at this, and Mato Guy, seeing this, took out a kunai and marked a leaf village headband on a tree trunk. The two then followed Akino towards a distance. They soon exited the dense forest and looked at the vast ocean. Kakashi and Mato Guy both felt a twitch at the corners of their eyes. Who would have thought that such a small kid could cross the entire land of fire in just a few days? In an ordinary family, a kid as big as Sheen, you would probably still be playing ninja make-believe. Akino, are you sure he came this way? Don't worry. Absolutely no mistake. Seeing Akino so confident, Kakashi turned slightly to look at Mato Guy, only to see his expression was very grim. Guy, are you okay? Huh? Yeah, Mifine. Seeing Mato Guy forcing a calm demeanor, Kakashi didn't want to expose him and nodded slightly before stepping towards the small village by the sea called Haifan Village. After some inquiries in Haifan Village, Kakashi and Mato Guy finally found out where Chinyu had gone. However, they were once again faced with a dilemma. Either wait for Jiraiya to arrive and then set sail together to the land of waves, or leave some information and set out to sea directly. After much deliberation, Kakashi resolutely decided to set sail now. After spending some money to find a boatman in the village, the two boarded a boat that set out to sea. Not long after the boat entered the ocean, Mato Guy's face turned extremely pale. Kakashi noticed this and was just about to ask when Mato Guy suddenly rushed to the side of the boat, holding onto the edge, and began to vomit. What? Guy, are you seasick? After vomiting for a while, Mato Guy turned back, struggling to give Kakashi a thumbs up. Cough, cough, of course not. As the azure beast of the leaf, I absolutely won, T-Ugh. Before he finished speaking, Guy felt another wave of nausea and quickly turned around to vomit again. Ninetails, do you think there is a possibility that we are now inside the belly of the Three Tails? Using the faint glow emitted by the Ninetails chakra, Chinyu sat cross-legged on a soft, somewhat clean chunk of flesh, looking at the writhing walls of flesh around him, a wicked smile slowly forming on his lips. Kid, that smile of yours. Ninetails, have you ever heard the phrase, sister-in-law, open your mouth, I'm coming out? With a mischievous expression, Chinyu patted the wall of flesh behind him, and a wicked idea began to swell in his mind. What? Kid, you've been saying strange things lately. It's nothing. You'll understand soon. Ninetails, lend me a bit more chakra. Without waiting for the Ninetails to agree, Chinyu controlled the yin-yang fish on the two-yin seal in his spiritual space to draw a large amount of chakra from the Ninetails. As the two-yin seal converted the Ninetails chakra into a faint purple chakra and fed it back to Chinyu, the curse mark on Chinyu's body responded accordingly. In just a moment, Chinyu had entered the second state of the curse mark. Three Tails, I'm going to treat you to some roasted belly meat. As Chinyu's words fell, a cluster of faint purple flames suddenly ignited in his hand. Looking at the purple flames, Chinyu grinned wickedly and slowly brought the flames closer to the flesh wall beside him. Illo! Roar! As the faint purple flames burned, a deafening howl echoed in Chinyu's ears. Suddenly, Chinyu felt his head swell, and without paying attention, the faint purple flames fell from his hand. Whoosh boom! At the moment the faint purple flames fell into the Three Tails' belly, they exploded into a pillar of fire. In the instant the purple flames exploded into a fire column. Several more deafening wails followed. Then Chinyu felt the position he was in begin to squirm, and waves of tumultuous sounds came from deep within the Three Tails' belly. Before Chinyu could prepare himself psychologically, a huge surge of seawater rushed towards him, and in an instant he was swept away by the oncoming deluge. Under the impact of the seawater, Chinyu stumbled around, not knowing how long it had been. Suddenly, he felt as if he had rushed out of a narrow space, and his eyes brightened instantly. Before he could fully open his eyes, he felt his body lighten, and then he fell rapidly. Miraculously, he did not feel like he was falling into the water. Instead, he found himself on a soft beach. Shameless and despicable little brat. Ninetails, is your Jinchuriki really that shameless? Recently, the encoding has been severe, giving us more motivation to update faster. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 62. The snow village of the land of water in the middle of the ocean. The Three Tails of Isu angrily slapped the surface of the sea, creating waves that rolled in one after another. The surging waves rushed towards Chinyu, who was lying on the beach. Seeing this, Chinyu suddenly sprang up and began to run away, not stopping until he confirmed that the waves could not reach him. He turned back to look at the center of the sea, but all he could see was the thick white mist dissipating in the air. Little brat. Ninetails, if I see you again in the sea next time, I'll definitely eat you. I won't swallow you whole next time. Hearing the roar of the Three Tails nearby, Chinyu chuckled foolishly, not responding, and silently dispelled the curse marks on his body before turning to leave. It is strange. Is the fog in a land of waves this thick? And why does it feel colder and colder? Is it just my imagination? Chinyu murmured as he walked in a random direction for a long time. The thick white mist remained in front of him, showing no signs of dissipating. Moreover, with Chinyu's advance, the chill in the air became increasingly noticeable. He placed his hands near his mouth and exhaled, watching his breath turn into a wisp of white mist. Ninetails, could you make some chakra to warm me up? As soon as Chinyu finished speaking, the roar of the Ninetails echoed in his mind. Get lost. Little brat. Do you think I'm some kind of fool? No, If you dare to use my chakra like that, do you believe that I'll come out and directly turn into the Ninetails and we'll both be done for? TCH. Stingy, if you don't want to then don't. Why are you being so fierce? Chinyu sniffled, wiping away the crystalline tears at the tip of his nose, constantly rubbing his arms. System, exchange for a set of warm clothes. Don't tell me you don't have any. Ding. Item search successful. Super agent suit. Modified. Functional equipment that can withstand part of the severe cold. The wearer can store a moderate amount of small weapons and equipment. Requires 4,000 dimensional points. Loses all functions when durability reaches 0, and each repair requires 500 dimensional points. Severe damage cannot be repaired. Doctor's cloak. Modified. Functional equipment that can withstand part of the severe cold. Can actively avoid a small amount of simple attacks for the wearer. Requires 6,000 dimensional points. Loses all functions when durability reaches 0, and each repair requires 1,000 dimensional points. Severe damage cannot be repaired. Robin's cloak. Modified. Functional equipment that can withstand part of the severe cold. Can hide part of the wearer's chakra fluctuations and aura. Requires 7,000 dimensional points. Loses all functions when durability reaches 0, and each repair requires 100 dimensional points. Severe damage cannot be repaired. Arc number 285. Stop. Just a Robin's cloak. After hearing the introduction of the Robin's cloak's functions, Chinyu decisively chose it. It could withstand the cold and hide his aura and chakra fluctuations, which was extremely important in this unfamiliar place filled with thick fog. Hiding his aura and chakra fluctuations also meant he could avoid some simple perception-type ninjutsu. I remember I still have 16,000 dimensional points left. Just exchange it. Ding. Consumed 7,000 dimensional points. Exchange successful. With the system's prompt, Chinyu felt a warmth enveloping him. Looking down, he saw that he was now draped in a large red hooded cloak. Hey, system, can this thing be dyed? Returning to the host. Yes. Each dyeing requires 1,000 dimensional points. Hearing this, Chinyu's mouth twitched slightly. Black merchant. Definitely a black merchant. It took 7,000 dimensional points to exchange for this cloak, and dyeing it costs another 1,000 dimensional points. No, this is no ordinary black merchant. This is definitely a super black merchant. Dye it black. Gritting his teeth, Chinyu made up his mind. It wasn't that he was generous. He had no choice. In this misty place, wearing a bright red cloak was like a glaring beacon. Ding. Consumed 1,000 dimensional points, dying successful. As the system's voice faded, the large red cloak on Chinyu slowly transformed into black from the bottom up. Well, this looks much better. Tightening the cloak around him, he looked ahead, where everything beyond 10 meters was a grayish white. Chinyu sighed deeply and continued to move forward aimlessly, relying on the limited visibility of less than 10 meters. He didn't know how long he had been walking, but night had fallen. Chinyu was blindly trudging through the muddy grass when a snowflake slowly fell on his cheek. What snow? Watching the snowflakes drift down, Chinyu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It must be an illusion. How could this be? Just a little while ago, I was still warm on the sea. Yeah. It must be an illusion. Before he could finish his sentence, another snowflake landed on his cheek. Feeling the icy touch, Chinyu fully accepted the reality. It was indeed snowing, an inexplicable snowfall. No way. Damn it. Are you playing with me, heavens? Other transmigrators have everything they want. They open their eyes to a kaleidoscope, close them to a reincarnation eye, and can destroy heaven and earth with a flip of their hand. Why does it have to be like this for me, just to go to the land of waves? All I see is impenetrable fog, and now it's snowing. Wait. Suddenly realizing something, Chinyu reached out to catch a falling snowflake. The thick fog that doesn't dissipate, the inexplicable cold, and the snowflakes. I know where this is. Damn it. Finally, you've opened your eyes. Thinking this, Chinyu quickened his pace towards the direction where the snowflakes were falling. As he advanced, the falling snowflakes became increasingly dense. It seems I wasn't wrong. This really is the land of water. The village that snows year-round should be nearby. I need to get there before the villagers are slaughtered. Otherwise, that bastard will benefit. With this thought, Chinyu ran even faster, searching along the road. No one knew how long he had been searching until he was somewhat disheartened and ready to give up when dozens of lights in the fog caught his attention. Light! It's the village. In the pitch-black night sky, these dozens of lights appeared so dazzling. Containing his excitement, Chinyu hurried towards the lights, but as he got closer, the smell of blood in the air made him frown. As he approached, his heart sank. This heavy smell of blood, It seems they've already slaughtered the village. Sigh, I really came too late. Damn it, that bastard will benefit again. Sure enough, when Shinyu stepped into the village, his line of sight was filled with corpses. Blood oozed from countless holes in the bodies, congealing into ice. Some corpses were even in pieces, and some were frozen in ice crystals. It really is like this. Bai's bloodline limit went berserk. It seems these corpses must have been dead for quite a while. Sigh, I finally found a place I had in mind. But it turns out I still missed it. Letting out a slight sigh. Shinyu was about to turn and leave when faint sobs echoed from the dense fog in the distance. Chapter 63. By hearing the faint sounds of sobbing, Shinyu was taken aback, and the dead heart within him slowly reignited. Following the direction of the sound, he soon found a child about his size sitting on the snowy ground of the village, hugging his knees and lowering his head as he sobbed continuously. This child must be Bai, right? In the original story, when Zaibu Zhan took in Bai, he seemed to be about this age as well. The moment he saw the child, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Suppressing his inner excitement, he slowly walked over. As he approached, Bai, who was crying, slightly turned his head. Seeing that Qin Yu was a child of similar size, he seemed startled and nervously scooted a little to the side, watching Qin Yu with wary eyes. Noticing this, Qin Yu waved his hand slightly, signaling that he meant no harm. However, Bai still stared at him with vigilant eyes, causing Qin Yu to let out a helpless sigh. Don't worry, I'm not from this village and I won't hurt you. Of course, you also don't need to worry about being able to hurt me. At least not right now. As he spoke, Qin Yu slowly took off the robin's cloak draped over him, but the moment he removed it, a wave of cold swept over his body, making him shiver involuntarily. He glanced at the robin's cloak in his hand and silently put it back on. Seeing Bai's wary eyes shift from suspicion to confusion, Qin Yu awkwardly cleared his throat and quietly called upon the system in his mind. System, exchange for another robin's cloak. I want him black. Ding, exchange successful. A total of 8,000 dimension points consumed. I knew it. A black market dealer would never easily give up potential profits. Now you want to charge me an extra 1,000 dimension points. You're ruthless. As the system's voice faded, a cloak identical to the one he was wearing appeared in Qin Yu's hands. Holding the cloak, he slowly walked towards Bai, and before Bai could resist, draped the cloak over him. As the cloak settled on him, Bai was stunned. The sudden warmth made him puzzled, but he instinctively wrapped his hands tighter around the cloak behind him. Don't ask where this cloak came from, just know I conjured it. Noticing Bai's confusion, Qin Yu smiled and replied. Seeing Qin Yu's harmless smile, Bai's vigilance eased a little. Thank you. Phew, finally heard you speak. So how about coming with me? Let's go find the meaning of life together. I don't think you have any reason to linger in this village, do you? I pondered for a moment, glancing back at the village filled with corpses and the strong smell of blood. Then he turned back, looking into Qin Yu's eyes that were incredibly similar to his own, filled with exhaustion and loneliness. He nodded heavily. Okay, if you need me. Hearing this, Qin Yu felt a rush of joy. He had been worried about what to do if Bai refused, but it seemed it was unnecessary. I definitely need you. Looking at Qin Yu's affirmative gaze, the corners of Bai's mouth finally curled up slightly. As long as you need me, I can be your tool. I'm very. Before Bai could finish, Qin Yu shook his head, interrupting him. No, I need you, but not as a tool. Do you understand? I need you as a partner, not as a tool. Partner? Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Bai was momentarily stunned, repeatedly murmuring the word partner. A strange feeling slowly rose in his heart, and the smile on his face grew wider. Then it settled. But before we leave, do you know if there's a town nearby? I'm not familiar with this place. Bai blinked his big eyes a couple of times and nodded vigorously. Yes, there's a small town not far from the village. That's good. Let's go. Once we reach the town, we'll find a place to rest. I haven't slept in days. With that, Qin Yu pulled Bai up and turned to leave. Just then, a deep voice came from the thick fog. Hey, little brat, where are you taking my tool? Huh? Qin Yu was taken aback by the voice and turned to see a figure in a ninja combat outfit, with bandages wrapped around his cheeks, Zaibu Zhan, walking out of the fog. Little brat. He is the person I've been looking for. A little brat like him doesn't need to be anyone's partner. He only needs to be a tool, a killing tool. As he spoke, Zaibu Zhan looked at Bai, who was standing next to Qin Yu. The moment their eyes met, Bai froze and unconsciously took a step back, tugging at the cloak behind Qin Yu. This big brother's eyes look like ours. He must be lonely too, otherwise. Before Bai could finish his thought, Qin Yu reached out and gently moved Bai's hand away from his cloak, looking firmly into Bai's eyes. Absolutely not. I will never let you go with him. I won't let you become his tool and face that tragic ending. I can't allow it. No, I meant, how about we take him with us? At this, Qin Yu almost choked. He had been overly sentimental, thinking Bai was going to let himself go with Zaibu Zhan. Ahem, well, you heard that. So do you want to come with us? Turning around, Chin Yu casually looked up at the nearly one. Seksambesh meter, tal Zai Buzan. Upon hearing this, Zai Bujan's eyes twitched, and he had already gripped his kunai. I only want the little brat behind you. If you don't want to die, get lost. Huh. I've heard that line at least 10 times, and every time the person who said it ended up in a miserable state, so. Saying this, Chin Yu narrowed his eyes at Zai Bujan, flipping his hand to reveal the sword of Heimdall. So, are you ready to die? The moment the words fell, Chin Yu's figure shot toward Zai Bujan, gripping the sword of Heimdall tightly as he swung it at Zai Bujan's waist. Seeking death, little brat. Zai Bujan raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips as he swung his kunai to meet the descending sword of Heimdall. Clang! The moment the kunai clashed with the sword, Zai Bujan's expression changed drastically, followed by a crisp sound as the kunai was instantly cleaved in two by the sword of Heimdall. The sword, having cut through the kunai without any obstruction, sliced cleanly through Zai Bujan's waist, and as it passed, the upper half of Zai Bujan slid down. Chapter 64. Silent killing technique after slicing Zabuza in half with a single strike. Chin Yu quickly retreated, his feet tapping the ground as he scanned his surroundings with vigilant eyes. In Chin Yu's understanding, even though Zabuza's strength was only at the level of an elite Jainin, he was not someone who could be casually killed with a single blow. Moreover, with this sword, he had not felt the usual resistance of cutting through flesh. As expected, just as Chin Yu reached by his side, Zabuza's voice rang out. Little ghost, I have to admit, you have great strength, but this is where it ends. Zabuza's voice seemed to come from all directions, and Chin Yu quickly scanned the area. Unfortunately, the heavy fog and the darkness significantly limited his visibility. While he was still looking around, a kunai silently pressed against his neck. This land of water, filled with fog, is my territory. Feeling the coldness at his neck, Chin Yu showed no signs of panic, even managing to curl the corners of his mouth into a mischievous smile. I know the silent killing technique. Zabuza furrowed his brow at these words, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. How do you know about the silent killing technique? He guess. Chin Yu chuckled, tilting his head slightly to glance at Zabuza. Seeing the bad smile on Chin Yu's face, Zabuza felt something was amiss. He viciously slashed down with the kunai at Chin Yu's neck, but to his surprise, no blood gushed out. Instead, a dull thud sounded, and a cloud of smoke rose. Zabuza was startled. The figure that stood where Chin Yu had been was clearly a corpse that could not be more dead. It's just the silent killing technique. I could do it too. At this moment, the roles had reversed. Zabuza was taken aback and reached for Bai, who had been left aside, but upon raising his hand, he found that Bai had already vanished. Now it's my turn. Chin Yu's teasing voice echoed from all directions, causing Zabuza's brow to furrow tightly as he gripped the kunai, watching his surroundings warily. Meanwhile, Chin Yu, utilizing the concealment effect of Robin's cloak, stood amidst the fog, observing the extremely alert Zabuza. Bai beside him tilted her head, seemingly puzzled as to why Zabuza couldn't see her and Chin Yu. Well then, with a mischievous smile, Chin Yu slowly raised his arm, aiming the widow's bite on his wrist at the cautious Zabuza. Fire! With Chin Yu's low shout, a blue light flashed from the widow's bite, and a fine current shot out with a sizzle. Hearing Chin Yu shout, Zabuza quickly turned around, only to see a flash of blue light. Instinctively, he raised the kunai to deflect the incoming blue light. However, the iron kunai was conductive, and the current from the widow's bite instantly coursed through the kunai and into Zabuza's body, causing him to feel a numbness that made him lose control for a moment. Realizing something was wrong, Zabuza hurriedly activated the chakra within him. But in that brief moment, Chin Yu's figure flashed behind Zabuza, and the guardian sword swung down toward his head. Just as the guardian sword was about to strike Zabuza's head, he finally dispelled the numbness in his body. Although it took only a second or two, that brief moment put Zabuza in a life-threatening situation. Feeling the chill above his head, he had no time to dodge. With a resolve, Zabuza crossed his arms, tightly gripping the two kunai to block his head. The familiar sound of metal clashing rang out, and Zabuza's pupils constricted as pain shot through his arms, almost causing him to scream. "Ah, you blocked it?" Looking at the guardian sword lodged against Zabuza's wrists, Chin Yu was slightly taken aback. Although it was a hasty strike, he had imagined that the sword would sever the two kunai and then cut off Zabuza's arms, ultimately getting stuck in his head. But now it was stuck between Zabuza's arms, which greatly exceeded Chin Yu's expectations. Whether it was Zabuza's good luck or sheer fate, The steel arm guards that came with the ninja battle attire of the Mist Village had protected him from most of the follow-through force after the Guardian's sword severed the kunai. If Zabuza had been holding only one kunai in an arm guard, he would have been unable to block Chinyu's strike. Enduring the pain in his wrists. Zabuza kicked off the ground and darted away before Chinyu could increase the force of his strike. You're pretty fast. If you were just a little later, you would have to say goodbye to your hands. Watching Zabuza escape, Chinyu grinned widely, standing his ground. Zabuza glanced at his arms, which were bleeding profusely, removed the broken steel arm guard, and attempted to move his wrist. Although each movement sent sharp pain through him, he was relieved that he could still use his hands. I underestimated you. Confirming that he could still form hand signs with both hands, Zabuza's heart eased a bit, and he glared at Chinyu, who was casually holding the Guardian sword. You underestimated more than just me. Chinyu replied with a smirk, scratching his ear with his pinky. Just as his words fell, several small ice crystal sunbon shot out from the fog behind Zabuza. Zabuza's ears twitched as he heard the faint sound of air being sliced. He abruptly leaped to the side, narrowly avoiding the ice crystal sunbon that grazed his earlobe. TSK. Bye. Your experience is a bit lacking. If it were me, I would set an ice crystal trap beside him. Any dodge he makes would land him in the trap, double insurance. Watching the ice crystal sunbon that had brushed past Zabuza and embedded themselves in the ground in front of him, Chinyu shook his head slightly, taking on a childlike demeanor to lecture Bai, completely forgetting that he himself had been a novice in battle before exchanging for super tactical combat experience. I remember. Bai's soft voice came from the fog behind Zabuza, startling him. He quickly tapped the ground and swiftly dodged to the side. You don't have to answer me. If you hide in the fog, he won't be able to find you. Isn't it more enjoyable to launch a surprise attack from the shadows? Chapter 65, Yubai versus. Zabujan, is that so? But the two of us are ganging up on one big brother, and I'm even sneaking attacks. Isn't that too much? Bai's figure slowly emerged from the thick fog, tilting her head, her beautiful eyes curving into two crescent moons. Seeing this, Chinyu helplessly covered his forehead. Bullying? Bai. My dear Bai, just ask him how old he is. Even at this age, he's still hitting and killing me, and I haven't said he's bullying the young. Zabujan, who was nearby, almost shouted in anger. What do you mean I'm bullying the young? I haven't even touched him, and my hand have already been severely injured. Who is really bullying whom? Little brat. It's too early to be complacent. Unable to endure any longer, Zabujan shouted angrily at Chinyu, gritting his teeth as he began to form seals with his injured arms. Ugly shun, mao, zi, hiucho, yuzi, in shu, in si cho, wei si, highway zirin shun chun yu cho, wei in si zi. Watching Zabujan's hands, which were dripping with blood as he continued to form seals, Chinyu's eyes twitched wildly. With such a long string of seals, Chinyu could guess what ninjutsu Zabujan was about to use. And, counting the entire ninja world, how many ninjutsu require this many seals? It must be the water dragon bullet technique. I say, with your hands injured, you shouldn't form such complex seals. It's such a waste of time. As he spoke, Chinyu didn't wait for Zabujan to finish forming the seals for the water dragon bullet. He suddenly dashed towards Zabujan. Zabujan's heart trembled at this, thinking that this kid doesn't understand the rules. They're in a ninjutsu battle, and this kid actually rushed in for close combat. And do you think I would give you the chance to finish such complex seals? As his voice fell, Chinyu's figure had already appeared in front of Zabujan, swinging the guardian sword with a whistling wind towards Zabujan's shoulder. Zabujan was startled and quickly rolled to the side to evade, interrupting the seals he was forming. Not forming seals anymore? Isn't it my turn now? Watching Zabujan's face turn green and purple with anger, Chinyu chuckled twice, sheathed the guardian sword into the system space, and quickly began to form seals with his hands. Seeing the guardian sword suddenly disappear from Chinyu's hands, Zabujan's pupils contracted. Earlier, Zabujan hadn't paid much attention when Chinyu took out the guardian sword, but now seeing this move, how could he not be shocked? You can use space ninjutsu. Guess what? Water style, water curtain jutsu. With Chinyu's light shout, a torrent surged towards Zabujan, sweeping away the accumulated snow on the ground. Zabujan squinted his eyes and swiftly formed seals with both hands, completing several in the blink of an eye. Water style, great waterfall technique. A water sphere, as fierce as a waterfall, instantly formed and surged towards the water curtain jutsu, which was like a baby encountering a giant, instantly swallowed and merged by the great waterfall technique, and the momentum of the great waterfall technique continued unabated towards Chinyu. Damn it, Chinyu instinctively cursed. scolding himself for being foolish enough to play with water style in front of Zaibu-Jean. Realizing he couldn't evade the oncoming great waterfall technique, he simply flipped his palm, and the guardian sword appeared in his hand again. As soon as the guardian sword materialized, Chinyu fiercely plunged it into the ground, pressing his entire body tightly against the sword's blade. At that moment, the massive water sphere generated by the great waterfall technique crashed down, engulfing both the guardian sword and Chinyu. When the great waterfall technique subsided, Chinyu tightly gripped the hilt of the guardian sword, his whole body leaning against it as if he had lost his strength. Although the guardian sword provided a 30 damage reduction effect, Chinyu was still left dizzy and breathless from the impact, with even a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly suffering from significant internal injuries. Seeing Chinyu, who was obviously injured, Zaibu-Jean's gloomy face finally showed some relief. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, reaching into his ninja tool pouch to pull out a shuriken and walk towards the battered Chinyu. Just as Zaibu-Jean raised the shuriken to stab at Chinyu, he heard several whistling sounds from the side. Zaibu-Jean paused his action and quickly retreated. As he did so, a crisp sound echoed from the ground where he had just stood, and a crystalline magic mirror shattered beneath his feet, instantly transforming into thousands of ice crystal needles shooting upward. Zaibu-Jean never expected that Bai would adapt so quickly, with just a verbal reminder from Chinyu. She could cleverly set up such a trap under his retreating feet. Caught off guard, no matter how agile Zaibu-Jean's movements were, he was still pierced by dozens of tiny ice crystal needles on his body and legs. Masked big brother, are you okay? Seeing Zaibu-Jean almost covered in blood, Bai blinked her big eyes, innocently asking this question. Looking at Bai's expression as she asked this heart-wrenching question, Zaibu-Jean nearly fainted from anger. Cough, cough, sigh Zaibu-Jean, you really are in a sorry state, beaten up like this by 2 kids. Gasping for breath, Chinyu struggled to stand up with the guardian's sword, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking at the extremely disheveled Zaibu-Jean with a mocking smile. If I were you, I would be so ashamed that I would commit suicide right now, cough, cough. Zaibu-Jean glanced at Chinyu, then reached into his ninja tool pouch to take out a small bottle. In front of Chinyu and Bai, he poured the powder from the bottle onto his wounds. The moment the powder touched his wounds, Zaibu-Jean gritted his teeth and let out a muffled groan of pain. Little brat, you're not doing any better, are you? Now, can you still lift that strange big sword? What the hell do you know? This is a sword. Cough, cough. I indeed can't lift it right now, but don't forget. Saying this, Chinyu paused and slightly motioned to Bai beside him. But don't forget, there are 2 of us. Hearing this, Zaibu-Jean slightly turned his head to look at the cute and silly Bai, secretly calculating in his heart. Although he was injured now, dealing with this little brat, Bai would still be more than enough, but he was afraid that while he was dealing with Bai, this little brat would suddenly attack him. Turning back, Zaibu-Jean narrowed his eyes and stared at Chinyu. After a long while, Zaibu-Jean straightened his body slightly, glaring at Chinyu with a sinister look, and began to form seals with his trembling hands. Seeing Zaibu-Jean forming seals, Chinyu was shocked and quickly activated the curse seal at his neck. Almost instantly, scales spread across Chinyu's body, and as he entered the curse seal state, gaining strength and chakra replenishment, Zaibu-Jean's figure suddenly disappeared with a bang, leaving behind only a wisp of thin mist. Chapter 66 Kakashi. Save me, Chinyu furrowed his brow, standing back to back with Bai, vigilantly observing their surroundings. The scales on his body rubbed against each other due to the tension in his muscles, producing a series of slightly harsh friction sounds. The 2 maintained this cautious stance for quite a while, until Chinyu was about to lose patience, and only then did Bai voice his doubts. That big brother. Could it be that he ran away? Huh. Well, that's not impossible. Hearing Bai's question, Chinyu was momentarily taken aback. After pondering for a moment, he realized that it was indeed possible for Zaibu-Jean to have escaped. In Chinyu's memory, Zaibu-Jean indeed possessed a technique called Mist Body Flicker. Even so, Chinyu still did not lower his guard. After a long time had passed, and after confirming that Zaibu-Jean had indeed used the Mist Body Flicker to leave, Chinyu finally eased out of his vigilant state. As he released the curse seal on his body, Chinyu suddenly felt his legs weaken. Fortunately, Bai reacted quickly and supported him. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Just exhausted from chakra depletion. Chinyu slightly shook his somewhat dazed head. Bai noticed this and furrowed his beautiful brows slightly, slowly helping Chinyu sit on the ground before turning to run into the thick mist. Watching Bai's disappearing figure, Chinyu blinked in confusion. He wasn't worried that Bai would just run off. He was merely curious where Bai was rushing to. Before long, Bai's figure staggered back into view from the mist. struggling to drag something with both hands. Chinyu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Who would have thought that such a seemingly fragile little kid could go on a rampage and wipe out an entire village? Just moments ago, he had unintentionally injured Zai Bujan, who had Jonin-level strength. I just remembered, this is really, really delicious. As he spoke, Bai exerted himself to throw the thing he was dragging behind him, barely managing to toss it in front of Chinyu. This thing, can we eat it? Looking at the large bag of dough that had presumably been sitting for quite some time, Chinyu's eyes twitched wildly. He instinctively reached out to grab a piece, then slapped it against the wooden bridge support he was leaning against. Crack! With a crisp sound, the wooden support behind Chinyu let out a final mournful cry before breaking into two sections. Looking at the broken wooden support and then at the intact dough in his hand, Chinyu's cheeks twitched uncontrollably. The toughness of this dough was probably unmatched by any five-nut pastry from his past life. Super delicious. Bai seemed oblivious to Chinyu's actions, taking a piece from the large bag of dough and biting into it. Just as Chinyu was about to remind Bai, he saw Bai crunch down on the dough, taking a big bite. Chinyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the dough in his hand, then at Bai, who was munching away. This thing is really edible? Your teeth are that strong? You can actually bite into this? Bai blinked his big eyes at Chinyu and, seeing that Chinyu was frozen holding the dough, tilted his head back and swallowed the piece in his mouth, then nodded seriously. Really? It's very delicious. You'll know if you take a bite. As he spoke, Bai opened his small mouth again and took another bite from the dough, much tougher than the five-nut pastry. Chinyu couldn't help but swallow his saliva, awkwardly putting the piece of dough back down. Actually, I'm not hungry at all. Really, not at all. Even though Chinyu hadn't eaten much for several days and was actually struggling with hunger, he simply didn't have the courage to take a bite of this dough that was even tougher than the five-nut pastry. He was afraid that if he took a bite, he would have to live on rice soup for the rest of his days. Seeing Chinyu say this, Bai didn't press further, taking a few more bites from the dough in his hand before carefully putting the unfinished piece back into the cloth bag. Seeing Bai behave this way, Chinyu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Drawing some chakra from the Ninetails, Chinyu slowly stood up, brushed off the snow on his butt, and said, well, let's go to the town. Okay. Seeing that Chinyu seemed to have recovered, Bai nodded slightly and stood up, tightly clutching the bag filled with dough. Chinyu sighed helplessly, wondering how much hardship this child had endured. We're not keeping this thing anymore. From now on, we won't eat this. Saying this, Chinyu reached out to take the bag from Bai's hands and threw it forcefully into the mist. Under Bai's reluctant gaze, the bag traced a beautiful arc before disappearing into the dark night. In a land of waves, Kakashi and the pale-faced Might Guy finally set foot on the land of waves after 2 days of sailing. The moment they set foot on the land of waves, Kakashi immediately used summoning technique to summon 7 of the 8 ninja dogs. Pakin, we've arrived in the land of waves, and we need your help again. Not a problem. No problem. The ninja dog Pakin waved his small paw, and the other 6 ninja dogs quickly dispersed, sniffing around in various directions. Seeing the 7 ninja dogs scatter to search, Kakashi walked over to Might Guy, who was still crouched nearby and dry heaving. Guy, are you really okay? I think I'm dying, Kakashi. Might Guy turned his head slightly to look at Kakashi. His pale face, sunken cheeks, bloodshot eyes, and dark circles making him look like a dying person. Kakashi helplessly covered his forehead, unsure whether to laugh or cry at having such a lively companion. Looking at Might Guy's sickly appearance, Kakashi couldn't help but say, well, Guy, although I feel a bit reluctant, I still have to remind you that we have to take a boat back. Upon hearing this, the glimmer in Might Guy's eyes seemed to fade instantly, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Kakashi sighed helplessly, slowly squatting down and carrying Might Guy on his back. At this time, Pakin and the other 7 ninja dogs gathered back together. Here, there's no trace of that kid. Well, he probably landed from somewhere else. Let's find a town to rest for now. With that, Kakashi pointed at Might Guy behind him. Sounds good, but we should head back first. Pakin glanced at Kakashi's back, where Might Guy looked lifeless, and nodded slightly, offering a suggestion. All right, but Pakin, you stick with me for now. After all, I'm not a sensor ninja, so I still need your help on this journey. Chapter 67, Leaving the Land of Water after a night of rest, the next day, having learned from his previous experience of hunger. Chinyu spent tens of thousands of yuan to buy a large amount of portable food in the town and stored it in the system space. He then took Bai and retraced his steps back to the seaside where he had arrived. Finding Bai was the greatest gain from this unexpected trip to the Land of Water. Chinyu dared not stay in the Land of Water for long. After all, he had injured Zabuza the night before. Who knows if Zabuza would report the incident to Yagura? If Zabuza really did that, it'd be difficult to leave the land of water. The two walked for half a day and finally found the place where Chinyu had arrived in the thick fog, but before they could approach, they were blocked by several mist ninja. Brats, this is not a place for you to be. Seeing the mist ninjas in front of him, Chinyu frowned slightly. It had only been one night since he arrived in the land of water, and now it was already sealed off. Chinyu couldn't help but suspect whether Zabuza had informed the Mizukage about the battle the previous night. Just as Chinyu was about to turn around with Bai, a series of tailed beast roars echoed from the direction of the beach, accompanied by intermittent sounds of battle and explosions. It's the Three Tails. It seems the Mizukage has discovered the Three Tails. Listening to the continuous roars of the tailed beasts, Chinyu thought to himself. The mist ninjas, seeing that Chinyu and Bai were standing still and not leaving, grew impatient. Listen, brats, you have 10 seconds to leave, or you'll die. Bai looked at Chinyu beside her, noticing that he seemed a bit distracted, and she gently tugged at the cloak behind him. Let's leave first. Reminded by Bai, Chinyu came back to his senses, looked at the obviously murderous mist ninjas, and nodded slightly. He took Bai's small hand and began to walk back. Brats, why aren't you helping? On the way back to the town, the Ninetails finally spoke up. Chinyu rolled his eyes and silently replied in his heart. Help? Why should I help? Didn't it want to swallow me yesterday? Have you forgotten? Besides, do you think Yagura is easy to deal with? After all, he is a Kage capable of dealing with tailed beasts. Do you really think I have the strength to fight a Kage-level ninja? And do you think the other mist ninjas are pushovers? Please, they have the 7 ninja swordsmen. Or do you want me to go out and give him a tail beast bomb? Listening to Chinyu's incessant thoughts, the Ninetails fell silent. Indeed, as Chinyu said, just the day before, the Three Tails had wanted to kill both him and the Ninetails. Now asking Chinyu to risk his life to help the Three Tails was indeed a bit too much. Moreover, it was just because of his empathy for Isabu, who was also a tail beast. Seeing that the Ninetails no longer spoke, Chinyu ignored it and returned to the town with Bai. However, they were now facing 2 troublesome issues. One was whether Zabuza would come looking for trouble again after the previous night, and the other was how to leave the coast, which was blocked by the mist ninjas to head to the land of waves. Bai, do you know any other places we can set sail? Bai tilted her head, thought for a moment, then nodded slightly, looking at Chinyu with a puzzled expression. I know, we could take a boat from the coast. Did we go to that beach because you wanted to set sail? But that place can't be used. I heard there are strong undercurrents there, and if a boat gets close, it will be sucked directly into the sea. Huh? We can't set sail from there? Chinyu was taken aback. But after a moment of thought, he understood. He hadn't actually landed there by boat. He was swallowed by the Three Tails and then spat out on the shore. Well, if that's the case, then the strong undercurrents, there must be the reason for the Three Tails habitat. Having figured out, Chinyu no longer thought about returning to that beach. Then let's do this. We'll go directly to the coast and take a boat to the land of waves. Having made up his mind, Chinyu clapped his hands and walked forward, but after taking a few steps, he realized that Bai had not followed. He turned back to look at her in confusion, only to see Bai pointing in the opposite direction. The coast is that way. You went the wrong way. Chinyu almost stumbled at this. Cough on Bai. Remember to say it earlier next time. It makes me feel embarrassed. Then, following Bai's guidance, Chinyu rushed towards the coast of the land of water. After a whole day's journey, they finally reached the coast. Uncle, can this boat go out to sea? Chinyu pulled Bai to a small boat that was barely new and asked the boatman. But as soon as he spoke, the boatman waved his hand impatiently. Can't go out, can't go out. The land of water has long sealed off the islands. No boats can set sail. Chinyu's mouth twitched at this. What on earth are you doing on a boat if you can't go out? Afraid your boat will be stolen? Uncle, we have money. Take us out to sea, and I'll give you 100,000 yuan. The boatman's eyes lit up at this, but after a moment's thought, he shook his head. No. If caught sailing out without permission, it would be serious trouble. Seeing a glimmer of interest flash in the boatman's eyes, Chinyu secretly thought he had a chance. He then put on a determined expression. 200,000. Uncle, we'll give you 200,000 yuan. Just take us to the land of waves. You don't have to bring us back. The boatman was taken aback at this, and a hint of cruelty flashed in his lowered eyes. Well, okay. It's settled then. I'll only take you there, not bring you back. Although the hint of cruelty in the boatman's eyes flashed by, it couldn't escape Chinyu's keen observation. Seeing this, Chinyu felt pleased. He had only ever robbed others, when had it been his turn to be robbed. Even the Akatsuki had been robbed by him more than once, let alone this ordinary boatman. All right, it's settled. Saying this, Chinyu took Bai aboard the small boat. The boatman, seeing them board, was delighted and hurriedly moved to the stern grasping the oars, and began to row. As the boatman rowed, the small boat slowly departed from the coast, gradually disappearing into the foggy sea. By the way, how come you two kids are out here sailing by yourselves? Where are your parents? As he rowed, the boatman casually inquired about Chin-Yu and Bai. We don't have parents. We're going to the land of waves because we heard there's a lot of money to be made there. Chin-Yu answered seriously, which was true. The land of waves had the Kato group, and in Chin-Yu's plan, once they reached the land of waves, they could either kill or control Kato and seize his group, which would indeed be a way to make a lot of money. However, what Chin-Yu said sounded quite different to the boatman. Hearing Chin-Yu's words, the corners of the boatman's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of cruelty. Unbeknownst to them, the fishing boat had already been sailing on the sea for nearly a day. The boatman at the stern turned back slightly to look at the sea behind him, and the cruelty on his face deepened. Brats, hand over your money. Otherwise, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. Chapter 68. Arrival at the land of waves on the coast of the land of waves. Chin-Yu shook his somewhat dazed head, leaped off the small boat bed, and then turned around to kick the bow of the small boat hard. With Chin-Yu's forceful kick, the little boat quickly floated towards the depths of the sea. Watching the small boat gradually drift away, Bai felt a twinge of guilt and tugged at Chin-Yu's cloak. Isn't this a bit cruel? The uncle might die, right? Who cares? He's an adult. He has to take responsibility for his actions. Chin-Yu had a nonchalant expression as he waved his hand vigorously at the drifting small boat. Uncle, if you make it back to the water country, remember not to do anything so stupid next time. 3 days ago, on the ocean amidst thick white mist, the boatman held a dagger menacingly, while an innocent-looking Chin-Yu shivered behind a helpless Bai. You don't come over here, uncle. The boatman looked at the trembling Chin-Yu and Bai, a cruel smile spreading across his face as the dagger in his hand glinted ominously in the fog. You little brat, hand over all your money, and maybe out of mercy, I'll take you to the land of waves. Otherwise, why you better not come over. I'm very powerful. Chin-Yu feigned clumsiness and struck a fighting pose. The boatman was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha, you little rascal. Oh my, you're hilarious. Are you tough? Come on, let me see how tough you are. As he spoke, the boatman waved his dagger threateningly and stepped closer to Chin-Yu and Bai. Seeing this, Chin-Yu smirked slightly and retreated slowly until he reached the bow of the boat, then stopped. Little brat, why have you stopped retreating? Chin-Yu sighed helplessly, his fearful demeanor shifting to one of resignation. Well, this is really not fun at all. I've already warned you. If you don't listen, there's nothing I can do. The boatman furrowed his brow, slightly confused by Chin-Yu's change in attitude, but his greed ultimately dictated his actions. He thought these two 6- or 7-year-old kids were just putting on a brave face. Since you're seeking death, I'll send you on your way. With a determined heart, the boatman lunged at Chin-Yu and Bai with the dagger. Chin-Yu shrugged helplessly. Bai, you see, some people who deserve to die can't be persuaded. Without even looking at the approaching boatman with the dagger, he raised his arm, and the widow's sting flashed with blue light as several shurikens shot out towards the boatman. Screams echoed across the sea as Chin-Yu watched the boatman collapse on the deck of the small boat, his limbs pierced and immobile. I told you not to come over, but you just wouldn't listen. Now you're all quiet, huh? He gestured to Bai, who nodded slightly and walked over to the boatman, pointing at his wounds. Instantly, the wounds were encased in ice crystals. TSK, if I don't kill you now, you better obediently show me the way. Once we reach the land of waves, I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll finish you off right now. Chin-Yu squatted down, glaring fiercely at the boatman. The boatman trembled at the murderous intent in Chin-Yu's eyes, realizing he regretted his greedy thoughts and the foolish decision he had made. I was wrong. I'll show you the way. I don't want your money anymore. Please don't kill me. I have elderly parents and young children at home. Please. Now you know you were wrong? TSK. Chin-Yu smirked, kicking the boatman aside and walking to the stern of the boat. Let us talk about your fate once we reach the land of waves. He gripped the oars and began to row, but due to his height, he struggled for a while, and the boat didn't move at all. So troublesome. Chin-Yu muttered, closing his eyes to draw some chakra from the yin-yang fish of the two-instrument seal. As the light purple chakra was drawn, the cursed seal on his neck activated, spreading black patterns across his body. Suddenly, 2 deer antlers sprouted from his head, scales covered his body, and his height shot up to 8 meters. I looked up in astonishment at the suddenly taller Chin-Yu, mouth agape. How is it? Cool, right? Seeing Bai's astonished expression, Chin-Yu flaunted his long hair and posed narcissistically. Bai blinked her big eyes, staring for a long time before nodding vigorously. MHM, teach me this trick. I want to grow tall like that too. We'll talk about it later. With that, Chinyu gripped the oars and began to row vigorously. As he rowed, the little boat slowly moved forward. Under the boatman's guidance, the small boat gradually disappeared into the thick mist. So slow, so tiring. After rowing for a long time, Chinyu sat at the stern, panting. It wasn't that he was really tired. It was just too boring. Rowing continuously with both hands was way more tedious than tightening screws at the factory in his past life. Hey, uncle, are you dead yet? If you're not dead, give me directions. I'm going to speed up. Displeased, Chinyu shouted at the boatman, who was slumped against the side of the boat. The boatman trembled at the sound and pointed ahead. Just keep going straight. With the boatman's response, Chinyu snorted and turned around, looking at the thick white mist behind the boat. He took a deep breath and quickly formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, great breakthrough. With Chinyu's consecutive great breakthroughs blowing towards the sea surface, the boat shot forward with a whoosh, propelled by the inertia of the wind techniques. Hey, wait, go left. As they passed a small island, the incapacitated boatman hurriedly shouted. Chinyu quickly stopped using the ninjutsu, but the boat still sailed far forward due to inertia. Damn it. Next time, remember to remind me sooner. What a waste of effort. Chinyu angrily blamed the boatman, adjusting the direction with the oar and repeating his previous actions. They sped along, and finally, after passing the same spot 6 times at high speed, they finally reached the coast of the land of waves. Is this really the land of waves? Chinyu squinted at the boatman. Seeing this, the boatman trembled and nodded repeatedly. I swear, this must be the land of waves. Look, I'm like this. I still need treatment. Why would I lie to you? That's good. Chinyu let out a small sigh of relief and released the cursed seal state. After a while of dizziness, he shook his head and jumped off the small boat with bye. Hey, wait, what about me? You said you wouldn't kill me. Take me to town for treatment. I said I wouldn't kill you. I didn't kill you, but I never said I'd take you for treatment. You can wait until you get to the water country. Saying this, Chinyu fiercely kicked the bow of the boat, propelling the small vessel swiftly into the thick fog. The small boat gradually drifted away, with desperate wails and cries for help occasionally echoing from it. Recently, the transcoding has been severe, giving us more motivation to update faster. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 69 Kato Enterprises Parker. Is there still no news about Chinyu? It has been 5 days since Kakashi and Might Guy landed in the Land of Waves. In these 5 days, they have searched nearly half of this small island. But even so, they still have not found any trace of Chinyu. Well, it's already been 5 days. That kid you're looking for, he wouldn't have not come here, would he? Parker, who was lying on Kakashi's back, replied weakly to Kakashi's question. It's no wonder Parker was doubting. For 5 whole days, not only had they not found any information about Chinyu, but he hadn't even caught a whiff of his lingering presence. The other 6 ninja dogs had long since collapsed at home from the frequent activities. According to the villagers of Haifan, Chinyu did indeed arrive in the Land of Waves on a fishing boat, so it should be correct. Kakashi rubbed his chin in thought, while my guy was doing crazy handstand push-ups beside him, looking like he had too much energy to release. Well, there is still a small part of the island left. If we still haven't found any information about Chinyu after that, then there is only one possibility left. Meanwhile, in the small town where Kakashi first landed and rested, Chinyu and Bai had temporarily settled in an inn. Chinyu planned to rest for one night in this small town before starting to gather intelligence about Kato Enterprises. The next day, as Chinyu and Bai walked down the main street of the town, watching the bustling crowd, Chinyu fell into a moment of confusion. He had never gathered intelligence on his own before. Even in Rain Ninja Village, when he went on bounty missions with Kakuzu, it was Kakuzu who gathered information. Now that he had to investigate information himself, Chinyu truly didn't know where to start. Well, how about going to a tavern? Maybe I can hear something there. After pondering, Chinyu dragged Bai to a tavern, but upon seeing the drunken inn, he hesitated. He could drink in his previous life, but his current body was only 5 or 6 years old, still quite young. It would make sense to just sit there doing nothing, right? After much internal struggle, Chinyu took Bai to an empty alley. After a while, 2 ordinary adults walked out of the alley. You have quite the talent, Bai. Using the transformation technique, Chinyu pinched his chin and examined Bai's transformation, confirming once again that there were no flaws. Only then did they confidently walk into the tavern. Did you hear? The Chuanyuan transport group has been merged. Really? Then the entire maritime transport of the Land of Waves will be under the control of Kato Enterprises. This is not good. Just as Chinyu and Bai settled in the tavern owner placed a pot of sake on the table. And Shinyu heard a conversation between two people not far away. No kidding, I also heard that Kato Group is recruiting wandering ninjas. This news has spread throughout the town. Is that so? Kato Enterprises wants to expand its power and fully control the situation in the Land of Waves. Damn it. I came here because I heard it was easy to make money in the Land of Waves. At this rate, I might have to leave the Land of Waves. Otherwise, who knows if I'll have another chance to leave. You're right. I'm planning to leave tomorrow. As they spoke, the two stood up, paid for their drinks, and left the tavern with their arms around each other. Kato Enterprises, wandering ninjas. After reflecting on the two's conversation, Shinyu waved his hand, putting both the pot and sake into his system space. He left some money on the table and followed after the two. Hey, where is that Kato Enterprises you mentioned? Blocking the path of the two, Shinyu exuded an arrogant demeanor, as if he was the most important person in the world. The two, having drunk quite a bit, felt their courage bolstered by alcohol. Seeing Shinyu block their way so arrogantly, they were suddenly filled with anger. Bastard! Who are you? Do you know who I am? How dare you block my path? You're asking for death. Damn it! I have to teach you a lesson today. Yelling, the two rolled up their sleeves and staggered towards Shinyu, raising their fists to greet him. Seeing this, Shinyu shrugged helplessly, watching the approaching fists. Both of his hands quickly shot out, accurately grabbing their fists tightly. Teach me a lesson? Shinyu grinned, squeezing the fists he held. The two immediately felt a sharp pain and sobered up significantly. Ouch! No, we were wrong. We know we were wrong. Seeing them begging for mercy, Shinyu released their fists, sending them crashing to the ground. I just wanted to know the location of Kato Enterprises. If you tell me honestly, there is no need for this. The two, now on the ground, held their fists, beads of cold sweat dripping down like water. After a while, they finally regained some composure. We don't know the exact location of Kato Enterprises. We are just merchants in this town. How can we know where Kato Enterprises is? Hearing this, Shinyu rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. That's right. So what about that Kato group recruiting wandering ninjas? Where is the recruitment point? Sir, are you a ninja? When they heard Shinyu asking about the recruitment of ninjas, the two exchanged fearful glances. They were just ordinary people, and in this world for a ninja, killing an ordinary person was as easy as raising a hand. Moreover, if they killed someone, it would matter much. Why ask so much? You just need to answer my question. Before I lose my patience, you'd better hurry up and answer. With his half-closed eyes fixed on them, Shinyu emitted a chilling aura. I'll tell you. On the far east side of the town, there's a recruitment point for wandering ninjas. You, sir, can go check there. As he spoke, the man trembled all over, a pungent smell wafting from beneath him. Seeing this, Shinyu frowned and silently took a step back. You'd better not be lying to me. If I make a trip for nothing, you won't survive tonight. Hearing Shinyu's threatening words, the other man trembled as well, and a light yellow liquid flowed from his groin. Seeing this, Shinyu could no longer hold back, exchanged a glance with Bai, and the two turned to leave. Quick, let us run. I can't stay here for even a second. Tomorrow, no, tonight. Tonight, I will leave the Land of Waves. Chapter 70. Recruiting wandering ninjas. Shinyu and Bai arrived at the easternmost side of the small town. After asking around, they finally stopped in front of an extremely lavish house. It seemed that this was the recruitment location for the wandering ninjas that the two people had mentioned. Looking at the two wandering ninjas standing in front of the door with their swords at their waists, Shinyu walked straight up to them. Stop! Before Shinyu and Bai could get close, the two wandering ninjas grabbed their sword hilts, their eyes vigilantly watching Shinyu and Bai. We heard that you are recruiting wandering ninjas. We are here to apply. You two? One of the wandering ninjas looked up and down at Bai and Shinyu, who had used transformation jutsu, with a disdainful expression. Seeing this, Shinyu wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and made eye contact with the wandering ninja. Get lost. We don't recruit trash here. Saying this, the wandering ninja waved his hand at Shinyu and Bai, intending to drive them away. Shinyu, seeing this, took a small step back. Bai, noticing this, stood behind Shinyu, using his body to block the view of the two wandering ninjas. Bai quickly formed hand seals, and several ice crystal shurikens instantly formed in the air. Before the two wandering ninjas could react, the ice crystal shurikens shot out, accompanied by several cries of pain. The two wandering ninjas were instantly pierced through their limbs. Shinyu still wore a smile on his face as he stepped forward and patted the cheeks of the two wandering ninjas. Who is calling who trash? Quick, someone come. There's a disturbance. The two wandering ninjas ignored Shinyu and shouted towards the house. Along with the previous cries, more than a dozen wandering ninjas rushed out from inside the house. As they emerged, they saw the two wandering ninjas with their limbs pierced, lying at Chinyu's feet. What is going on? You idiots! Can't you see? These two guys are here to cause trouble. Seeing the aggressive group of wandering ninjas, Chinyu moved his foot away and then raised it slightly, delivering a powerful kick to the side of one fallen, wandering ninja's ribs. The ninja could only let out a cry of pain before flying into the wall and losing consciousness. Hey, I didn't hit him. He ran into my foot, Chinyu said innocently, shrugging as he retreated to Bai's side. And I told him from the start that I was here to apply. He was the one looking for trouble. I can't be blamed for that, right? Seeing Chinyu's annoying demeanor, the group of wandering ninjas immediately began to stir. Just as they were about to rush forward, a man in a suit stepped out from the house. Wait! The moment the suited man appeared, the chaotic group of wandering ninjas immediately quieted down. The suited man glanced at the wandering ninja who had crashed into the wall and spat on him. Useless. Then, the suited man turned to Chinyu and Bai, scrutinizing them from head to toe. Upon seeing that they were dressed plainly and didn't carry any ninja tool bags or weapons, a smirk appeared on his face. I thought a big shot was coming. Turns out it's just two nameless trash. Go on, take them out. We're preparing to gather at the base. As the suited man finished speaking, the group of wandering ninjas drew their swords and charged at Chinyu and Bai, who exchanged helpless glances. Chinyu sighed, looking at Bai, and shrugged. You see, I told you, damn ghost can't be kept. After speaking, Chinyu quickly formed hand seals. Bai, seeing this, shook his head slightly and began to move his hands in rhythm with Chinyu's seals. Wind release, pressure damage, water release secret technique, 1,000 killing water surge. As both of them called out their jutsu simultaneously, countless ice crystal shurikens formed in front of them, and Chinyu took a deep breath before blowing towards the ice crystal shurikens. A terrifying whirlwind erupted from his mouth, sweeping the ice crystal shurikens toward the group of wandering ninjas. Although the wandering ninjas tried to dodge, the previous charge had been too fierce, and with too many of them crowded in the path, they couldn't effectively avoid the attack. In just a few breaths, the whirlwind, filled with countless ice crystal shurikens, swept through the group of wandering ninjas. Instantly, endless screams and wails filled the air, under the rapid spinning of the pressure damage. Countless ice crystal shurikens sliced through the wandering ninjas caught in the storm, and soon, the colorless whirlwind was stained with a hint of blood. When the whirlwind dissipated, not a single wandering ninja was left standing. Looking around, the wandering ninjas lying on the ground had long since lost their lives, and among the dismembered bodies, hardly a complete one could be found. Seeing this, Bai's face turned pale, and a sense of guilt surged in his heart. Chinyu smiled gently at Bai and earnestly advised Bai, you have to understand, if we don't have strength, if we don't take them out, it could be us who gets taken out. Do you want us to end up like they are now? Bai shook his head vigorously. Although he felt reluctant to commit mass slaughter, he still understood right from wrong. If he and Chinyu were facing danger, Bai could be ruthless or even more so. Seeing Bai shake his head, Chinyu smiled slightly and then turned his gaze towards the already frightened suited man. Hey, you should be the person in charge here, right? So, do you have any more people? If so, call them out and we'll help you clean up this trash. Do they really think they are ninjas just because they have a sword and a ninja tool bag? Looking at Chinyu, who wore a smile, the suited man involuntarily took several steps back. In his eyes, the smile on Chinyu's face was filled with coldness, and he was certain that if Chinyu wanted, perhaps his head and body would soon be separated. Well, it seems there aren't any left. So do we qualify to apply now? Or rather, do we qualify to join? At this point, the suited man was already terrified, and since the wandering ninjas he had recruited in recent days were all dead, he had no courage to refuse Chinyu and quickly nodded his head vigorously. Yes. Of course you qualify to apply, oh no, to join us. Hearing this, the smile on Chinyu's face grew even brighter. Then, you want to be angry that I killed so many of your subordinates, right? Sir, you're joking. I should thank you for helping me clean up this trash. The recent turnover has been severe, giving us more motivation to update faster. Please kindly exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 71. A massacre in the central area of the Land of Waves. Chinyu and Bai followed the man in a suit through a day's journey and arrived at a dense forest. From the man in the suit, they learned that deep within this forest lies a region specially built by Cardo to house the wandering ninjas summoned. After entering the forest and advancing for a short while, they were once again stopped in front of a house. Oh, Sir Rinjun has arrived. What's this? Only brought 2 pieces of trash today? Before them stood a man with a terrifying scar across his face, his muscular upper body exposed, openly mocking the man in the suit. Turtle Island Yama, you'd better show some respect. Besides, I don't think I need to explain anything to you. Move aside. The man in the suit, known as Sir Run, let out a cold snort and reached out to push aside Yama. But unfortunately, Sir Rin was just an ordinary person and couldn't budge the muscular Yama before him. Turtle Island Yama, this time I brought big shots. I want to see the leader. If you anger these 2 big shots, even 10 of you wouldn't be enough to handle the consequences. Sir Rin's eyes glinted with coldness as he stared at Yama. Upon hearing this, Yama raised an eyebrow and glanced at Qin Yu and Bai, who were following Sir Run, then burst into exaggerated laughter. Haha, Sir Ren, do you really think I'm one of those uncultured fools? Just them? Big shots? Uft. Watching Yama laugh uncontrollably, Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, stepped forward, and pushed Sir Ren aside. Are you enjoying yourself? Huh? Haha, I'm having a great time. What's wrong? Little trash, Yama looked down his nose at Qin Yu, but before he could finish his sentence, his pupils suddenly constricted and a sharp pain shot through his abdomen, causing him to curl up like a shrimp. What's wrong? Why aren't you laughing anymore? Did you suddenly become unhappy? Looking at Yama, who was bent over in pain on the ground, Qin Yu let out a cold snort and raised his foot, about to end Yama's suffering. But Sir Rin hurriedly stepped forward to block him. My lord, wait. This guy can't be killed. Can't be killed? Give me a reason. Qin Yu lifted his foot, glanced at Yama on the ground, and slowly set it back down. This guy is the leader's assistant, and the leader is Cardo's confidant. So what? Qin Yu crossed his arms and looked at Yama, who seemed to be recovering and slowly getting up. So, killing this guy will be very. Before Sir Rin could finish, Yama, who had gotten back up, pushed him aside. You brat, you're dead today. Saying this, Yama turned and shouted towards the dozens of wooden houses behind him. Everyone, get out here. With Yama's shout, rustling sounds came from the dozens of houses, and soon, dozens of wandering ninjas rushed out. Seeing the increasing number of wandering ninjas, Sir Ren was already sweating profusely. Although he had seen Qin Yu and Bai's strength, he didn't dare to be careless in front of the dozens of wandering ninjas. Regardless of which side was hurt, Sir Ren could not afford the consequences. Wait, misunderstanding. Sir Ren quickly ran to Qin Yu's side, waving his hands in an attempt to calm the emotions of the dozens of wandering ninjas before him. Misunderstanding? Sir Ren, do you want to die too? I can explain to the leader. After hearing Sir Ren's words, Yama let out a cold snort, looking at him as if he were an idiot. What do you think you are? Just a recruitment officer for a small division. You're just a slightly useful dog. Do you really take yourself seriously? Explain to the leader? Let me tell you the truth. The leader hasn't arrived yet. Here, I am a boss. Saying this, Yama lifted his foot and kicked Sir Ren away. Get them. Kill those 2. Whoever kills them first, I'll make them the assistant to the leader. With Yama's roar, the dozens of wandering ninjas behind him let out excited howls, drawing their weapons and charging towards Qin Yu and Bai. Seeing this, Qin Yu quickly pulled Bai back. Not because he was afraid of the numbers, but because he was worried that in the ensuing fight, he might accidentally kill Sir Ren, who still had some use. After retreating a certain distance and ensuring that he wouldn't accidentally harm Sir Ren, Qin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was also the first time he was going to fight so many people. Although they were mostly weak, wandering ninjas, some were even just ordinary warriors, after all. A swarm of ants could still take down an elephant. Bai, get ready. Watching the approaching crowd of wandering ninjas, Qin Yu slightly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the cursed seal on his neck had been activated, and scales had begun to grow on his body. At the same time, Bai, noticing Qin Yu closing his eyes, slowly formed hand seals. The moment Qin Yu opened his eyes, several ice crystal magic mirrors surrounded the dozens of wandering ninjas. Seeing this, Qin Yu turned his head slightly to look at Bai, who nodded in response. Qin Yu grinned and stepped toward the encircled wandering ninjas. As Qin Yu moved, Bai's figure gradually merged into the magic mirrors, and then Bai appeared among the ice crystal magic mirrors surrounding the wandering ninjas. Now the slaughter feast begins. As Qin Yu's voice fell, Bai silently raised his arm within the ice crystal mirrors. Though there was some reluctance in his eyes, he still threw the ice crystal shurikens at the crowd of wandering ninjas. Instantly, countless shurikens flew out from the magic mirrors, and the wandering ninjas desperately waved their weapons, trying to block the incoming projectiles. Seeing this, Qin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. He flipped his palm, and the sword of protection appeared in his hand. Gripping the sword of protection, Qin Yu charged into the crowd of wandering ninjas like a hungry tiger meeting a flock of sheep. The moment he entered, heart-wrenching wails and screams erupted from the crowd of wandering ninjas. Time passed second by second, and the dense forest was filled with an extremely pungent smell of blood. Chinyu stood covered in blood among the countless corpses, like a malevolent ghost from the underworld. With the sword of protection in hand, resembling the fangs of a fierce ghost, dripping blood from the blade. From a distance, Yama and Sir Ren were already frozen in place, terrified by the scene of Chinyu's massacre. Watching Chinyu, drenched in blood and approaching step by step, Yama's legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. Monster, you are a devil. No, don't come any closer. Chapter 72. The Great Shattering Technique. What was your name again? Turtle something? Oh, Turtle Island, Turtle Island. Looking down at Turtle Island Mountain 1, who was slumped on the ground and slowly moving backward, Chinyu grinned and casually swung the guardian sword in his hand, splattering blood from the blade all over Turtle Island Mountain 1's face. Like him, I don't want to waste time. Either take me to see your so-called leader, or you will end up in 5 pieces like the others. Seeing Chinyu with a bloodied face and grinning menacingly, Turtle Island Mountain 1 rolled his eyes and shuddered. Feeling a warmth below, Chinyu frowned impatiently at this sight. Forget it. It's the same whether you're here or not. Saying this, Chinyu looked at Turtle Island Mountain 1 with disgust, slowly raising the guardian sword in his hand. Just as the sword was about to strike Turtle Island Mountain 1's neck, a kunai shot out from the dense forest, striking the blade of the guardian sword directly. Startled by the sudden kunai, Chinyu pushed off the ground and quickly retreated, narrowing his eyes as he looked toward the dense forest from where the kunai had come. With your strength, why bother with my useless subordinate? As a voice came from the forest, a man dressed in loose robes and looking somewhat frail emerged. Upon seeing the newcomer, Siren hurriedly jogged forward and bowed deeply. Leader, here's the situation. Siren was about to clarify the matter, but before he could finish, the frail man raised his hand and slapped Siren hard across the face, sending him flying. The force of the slap was evident. Siren, do you know why I hit you? Looking at his swollen cheek, Siren crawled back, trembling as he met the disdainful gaze of the frail man. Leader, I was wrong. I didn't expect this to happen. It's not him. Saying this, Siren pointed at Turtle Island Mountain 1 in the distance. It's because he didn't listen to my advice. He acted on his own and caused this result. Hearing Siren's words, the frail man showed a look of impatience and raised his arm to slap Siren's cheek again. Are you implying that my ability to judge people is lacking? Seeing the frail man being so unreasonable, Chinyu couldn't help but frown. Hey Skinny, who are you? Hearing Chinyu's question, the frail man finally looked up at him. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. Please forgive me. I am Jing Shinyubing, the leader here. May I ask what brings you here? Chinyu's face twitched upon hearing this, and he finally couldn't hold back his sarcasm. I say, does your country really have no cultured people? It's either dead or a turtle, and now we have a lunatic. Hearing the clear insult to his name, a smile crept onto Jing Shinyobing's face. Siren, who had just been slapped away, was startled by this, and despite the stinging pain on his face, he quickly ran to stand between Chinyu and Jing Shinyubing. It's not that Siren wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he was terrified. But he was even more afraid of these 3 powerful figures fighting. It didn't matter who won or lost. If one side lost, he would have a good ending either. Leader, these two gentlemen are here to recruit wandering ninjas. Seeing Siren blocking him again, Jing Shinyubing frowned. In his eyes, he despised ordinary people with no strength the most. Get lost, I don't want to say it twice. Upon hearing this, Siren trembled and instinctively moved his feet a couple of steps, but only managed to shift a bit. Suppressing his fear, he still held his hands up in front of the two and kept explaining. Leader, listen to me, they are really powerful. If the boss knows we've recruited such strong subordinates, he will definitely be very happy. We really don't need a conflict. Get the hell out of my way. Seeing Siren still blocking his way and chattering, Jing Shinyubing finally lost his patience, raised his foot, and kicked at Siren's waist. Before Jing Shinyobing's foot could hit Siren, the guardian sword in Chinyu's hand had already blocked at Siren's waist. Are you trying to hit me in front of me? Are you out of your mind? Hearing Chin, you mock him again with his name. Jing Shinyubing finally couldn't take it anymore. He pulled out 2 kunai from behind and hurled them at Siren. Seeing this, Chinyu narrowed his eyes, and the guardian sword that was blocking Siren's waist shook slightly, sending Siren flying away. Jing Shinyubing ignored the flying Siren and turned the kunai in his hand, aiming them at Chinyu. Chinyu quickly stepped back, creating distance between them. Seeing Chinyu pull away, Jing Shinyubing simply threw the 2 kunai at him. The moment the kunai left his hands, He quickly formed seals with his hands. Water release, water chaos wave. As Jingshun Yubing completed his hand signs, he took a deep breath, puffed out his cheeks, and expelled a jet of water formed from chakra. Dodge the kunai. Seeing the incoming water jet, Qin Yu was taken aback. This water jet, not to mention comparing it to Zabuza's great waterfall technique, even compared to his own water shield technique, could it really be considered water release? Who are you insulting? This little spit of water is called water release? A large character appeared on Qin Yu's forehead, and he quickly formed hand signs in front of him. My third-rate water release is bigger than this. Water release, water shield technique. Qin Yu took a deep breath, then opened his mouth, unleashing a wave of water that surged toward the water column coming from Jingshun Yubing. As the two met, they splashed water everywhere. And in no time, Jingshun Yubing's water column came to a halt, while Qin Yu, with his internal power bank, continued to pour water toward Jingshun Yubing. Seeing this, Jingshun Yubing was alarmed and quickly formed seals again. Earth release, earth wall. With a light shout, he opened his mouth and spewed out a large amount of earth formed from chakra, which instantly formed a wall large enough for one person to hide behind. Just as the earth wall formed, the water cannon from the water shield technique crashed into it, creating a huge sound as the water exploded outwards, leaving only some remnants of the wall in front of Jingshun Yubing. Oh, so you're a guy with dual chakra natures. No wonder you can be a leader. Qin Yu smacked his lips, filled with sarcasm. But can this be considered earth release? Fine. Even if it is, can you block this move? Saying this, Qin Yu quickly formed hand signs in front of him, his speed leaving only after images. Water release, great shattering technique. With a shout, Qin Yu puffed up his cheeks. Jingshun Yubing was shocked. As a ninja who could use water release, how could he not know the power of the great waterfall technique? He didn't even care about the chakra consumption and quickly formed seals in front of him. Eat this, you little brat. Seeing this, Qin Yu grinned and kicked off the ground, transforming into a blur as he rushed to Jingshun Yubing, thrusting the guardian sword violently into his abdomen. You, not the great waterfall technique. Who told you I could perform the great waterfall technique? What I called is the great rip cloth technique. See, isn't it ripped? Recently, the transcoding has been severe, giving us more motivation to update faster. Please kindly use your little hand to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 73, A Brush Past Did You Kill Him? Looking at the lifeless form of Jingshun Yubin on the ground, Run Yuan stared wide-eyed, somewhat incredulous. Qin Yu shrugged nonchalantly and casually stored the Sword of Guardians into the system space. What else? He wanted to kill me, so I had to take him out. What do we do now? Listening to Qin Yu's indifferent words, Rin was momentarily at a loss. Qin Yu, hearing this, helplessly covered his forehead. What to do? Just let be. Now that he's dead, you don't know where Kato is? I know. Instinctively, Rin nodded, looking at Qin Yu with a dazed expression. His mind was still in a state of confusion. It had been less than half a day, and the entire gathering of wandering ninjas had been wiped out. All the wandering ninjas Kato had recruited in recent days were destroyed today, right in front of him, by the two people he had brought along. Now, this killing god was asking him if he could find his boss. What was he planning? To take out his boss as well? Then why are you wasting time? Just take us to find Kato. Seeing Run in a daze, Qin Yu raised his hand and slapped Rin on the back of the head, almost knocking him flat on the ground, as if he were trying to make contact with the lifeless Jingshun Yubin. In the central town of the Land of Waves, Mike Guy, who was aimlessly walking down the street, suddenly paused and turned to look in the southeastern direction. Kakashi. Yeah, I felt it. Southeast, even if it was just a moment, that chakra felt strangely familiar. Saying this, Kakashi instinctively glanced at Mike Guy, who looked bewildered. Just a moment ago, Mike Guy had only felt a slight fluctuation of chakra, but he had no sense of familiarity with what Kakashi mentioned. Well, whatever. Even if I'm not sure, it's better to go take a look. Okay, I don't know why you feel familiar, but I'll follow your lead. Seeing Mike Guy agree, Kakashi crouched down and patted Pakin's head. Pakin, southeast, you should have sensed that chakra fluctuation too, right? Yeah, I got it. Pakin nodded slightly, his four short legs jumping onto a nearby rooftop. Kakashi and Mike Guy followed suit, leaping onto the roof and heading southeast after Pakin. Suya, can I ask why you're looking for our boss? Under Ren's lead, the three of them strolled leisurely out of the dense forest. As they stepped out, Ren could no longer contain his curiosity. This was about his life, and he couldn't afford to casually take them to see Kato without knowing their intentions. If they met Kato and decided to kill him without hesitation, even if they managed to take Kato down, Ren knew he would be in deep trouble. Don't worry, we have no intention of taking out your boss. We're just here to make a living and earn some money. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Si-Ren's anxious heart finally eased a bit. Although he wasn't sure if what Qin Yu said was true, he figured someone of his stature wouldn't easily go back on his word. Just as the three of them exited the forest and entered the central town, Kakashi and Might Guy jumped down from the rooftop. At that moment, Qin Yu was turned towards Si-Ren, and since he was still using the transformation jutsu, Kakashi and Might Guy couldn't recognize him. However, Pakin, who was leading the way, paused slightly and looked at Qin Yu, who was talking to Si-Ren, with some confusion. "What's wrong, Pakin?" "Nothing. I must have misjudged." Pakin shook his head slightly, dismissing the confusion from his mind. It wasn't surprising Pakin was confused. When he was first summoned, Kakashi had said they were looking for a 5- or 6-year-old child, although he had sensed a chakra similar to Qin Yu's. Seeing Qin Yu's transformed appearance made Pakin dismiss his doubt, attributing it to being too tired these days, which led to some confusion in his senses. With that, Pakin stopped dwelling on the chakra issue and led Kakashi and Might Guy into the forest, heading towards Kato's gathering place for wandering ninjas. Under Si-Ren's lead, the three of them walked for a while in the central town before finally stopping in front of an extremely luxurious door. Looking at the lavish house, or rather, the extravagant palace gate, Qin Yu swallowed hard. This is too exaggerated. The money from the land of waves must have all gone into this place. Seeing Qin Yu's expression, Si-Ren couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Not entirely. You know, the land of waves is an island, and our boss is in maritime transport, which is practically monopolized by him. Si-Ren paused, but the implication of his words was clear. Qin Yu nodded slightly, silently calculating. Indeed, this person was one of the few wealthy individuals in the original story. Not bad, not bad. Once I control Kato, haha. Thinking about the endless money he would have in the future, Qin Yu couldn't help but grin foolishly. Si-Ren, seeing this, stared blankly for a moment, confusedly turning to the grinning Qin Yu. Sir, what are you laughing about?" At that moment, Si-Ren's heart raced again, worrying that Qin Yu might charge in and draw his sword at any moment. Ahem, it's nothing. Just thinking of something happy. Coming back to his senses, Qin Yu awkwardly cleared his throat and then pointed at the luxurious door before them. "Knock on the door. Let's go visit Mr. Kato." Si-Ren nodded slightly, somewhat skeptical, and stepped forward to knock on the door. After a while, a girl in a maid outfit slowly opened the door. "May I ask who you are looking for?" "Oh, I'm Si-Ren, responsible for recruiting wandering ninjas from the southern town. These two are the ninja masters I found. Please inform Lord Kato." The young maid nodded slightly upon hearing this, then turned and closed the door. Qin Yu vaguely heard the sound of footsteps gradually fading away behind the door. Not long after, the door opened again, and 2 men in ninja combat outfits walked out from inside. "Are you the ones who said you found 2 ninja masters?" One of the ninjas looked at Si-Ren with a fierce expression. The moment Si-Ren saw these 2 ninjas, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. He had heard that Kato had 2 extremely ruthless ninjas by his side, known for their incredibly fast attack speed, and no one had seen them use ninjutsu so far. Chapter 74, 180 billion in salary you? The 2 ninjas turned their heads slightly to look at Qin Yu and Bai, their eyes filled with disdain. Seeing this, Qin Yu smiled slightly. "What? Don't believe it? Si-Ren, do you know what happens to those who deceive Cardo?" The 2 did not respond to Qin Yu's words, but instead looked at Si-Ren, who was standing by the door. Upon hearing this, Si-Ren shrank his neck slightly and nodded heavily. Yes, yes. "And what about you?" At this moment, another ninja, who had been silent, spoke up. Si-Ren shivered at the sound, unsure of how to respond. Seeing Si-Ren stammering without speaking, the ninja stepped forward and grabbed Si-Ren by the collar. "I ask you, where is Yubing?" "I killed him." Just as the 2 ninjas were about to lose patience, Qin Yu's nonchalant voice reached their ears. The 2 frowned, looking at Qin Yu with suspicion. "What did you say?" "You said that whatever mental illness you have, I killed him." Qin Yu disdainfully picked his nose with his pinky finger. The ninja, holding Si-Ren, pushed him aside. "You say you killed Yubing? Just based on you?" Hearing this, Qin Yu sighed helplessly. Why are all these people from a land of waves not very bright? It's no wonder that one Cardo can control the entire land of waves. Well, you don't believe it? Saying this, Qin Yu glanced at the 2 ninjas standing at the door, flipped his palm, and the guardian sword reappeared in his hand. Without giving the 2 ninjas a chance to react, Qin Yu dashed toward them. These 2 ninjas were known for their speed, and as soon as they saw Qin Yu move, they drew their kunai from their tool bags. Seeing this, Qin Yu's mouth curled up slightly as he raised the guardian sword and slashed down at one of them. With a crisp sound, the kunai clashed against the guardian sword and shattered. The ninja was taken aback, and, as he pushed off the ground to leap backward, he felt a hard object strike his back. Before he could turn to look, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and then his vision lifted off the ground, finally crashing down with a thud, looking up to see a headless body slowly sliding down against a smooth ice mirror. See? I told you I killed him, but you didn't believe it. Now, do you believe it? Looking at the headless body on the ground, blood gushing out, Chinyu shrugged helplessly, as if he were scolding them. He then turned his gaze to the other ninja, who was already gripping his kunai tightly and was fully on guard. Seeing Chinyu look at him, the ninja instinctively took a few steps back. They were originally elite Nin from the Hidden Mist village, but unable to endure the village's system, they chose to defect. After arriving in the Land of Waves, relying on their elite Nin strength, they successfully became Kato's bodyguards, thinking they could live a prosperous life. Who would have thought that a killing god would suddenly appear in the Land of Waves, which had never had any formidable ninjas? What about you? You don't believe it either? With a smile, Chinyu slowly walked toward the ninja, dragging the guardian sword. As Chinyu approached, the recently promoted ninja swallowed hard, tightening his grip on the kunai. He understood that even if he admitted his wrongs now, in front of a killing god who could end an elite Nin with a raise of his hand, his pleas for mercy would be useless. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well fight for his life. Perhaps there would still be a chance to escape. Not a bad idea. It seems you are prepared to try and fight for your life to escape. A good thought, just like what I thought when I was in the Rain Ninja Village. As he spoke, Chinyu's pace slowed slightly, but after that time, I learned a principle. Do you want to know what it is? What? Instinctively, the ninja asked. Upon hearing this, Chinyu stared intently at him, and after a long while, he slowly spoke. The principle is that in the face of absolute strength, kneeling down to admit your mistakes might not end so badly. As soon as Chinyu's words fell, the ninja felt the temperature around him drop sharply. Already surrounded by mist, before he could react, the moisture in the fog around him instantly froze. In less than 2 breaths, the ninja was completely encased in a large ice crystal. See? I told you that if you knelt down to admit your mistakes, the outcome wouldn't be so tragic. You didn't listen. Looking at the ninja encased in ice, Chinyu shook his head slightly and walked over. It can be made into an art piece. Good craftsmanship. Bai. Saying this, Chinyu smiled at Bai, who also smiled slightly and slowly lowered his hands that had completed the hand seals. However, this ice thing looks a bit ugly, and the posture is a bit deformed. After observing it closely, Chinyu sighed and slowly raised the guardian sword in his hand. Wait, stop. Just as the guardian sword was about to fall, the luxurious door was pushed open again, and a short, chubby man wearing sunglasses and a neat suit rushed out, shouting. Hearing this, Chinyu's mouth curled up slightly, and the downward swing of the guardian sword did not slow down at all. Crack, snap, a sound of shattering echoed, followed by the sound of fragments falling to the ground. The sound was like a heavy hammer striking at Kato's heart. In just a few minutes, the 2 strongest ninjas beside him were gone, and terror spread across Kato's face as he stared wide-eyed at Chinyu, who was slowly turning around. I couldn't stop in time. With a cheerful smile, Chinyu held the gleaming guardian sword and walked step by step toward Kato. Well, you look like Kato, right? I am Kato. I don't know what I did to offend you, sir, that made you come to my door. Upon hearing this, Chinyu was taken aback and then burst into laughter. Seeing Chinyu laugh like this, Kato became even more flustered, racking his brain to think of all the bad things he had done in his life, but he couldn't recall when he had offended such a killing god. It's okay. I'm not here to cause you trouble. Don't worry. As he spoke, Chinyu had already walked up to Kato. Looking at the short Kato, Chinyu slightly bent down and patted Kato's chubby face. Oh, is that so? Then may I ask what you need me to help you with, sir? I've already said it's nothing. Standing up straight, Chinyu looked down at Kato and pondered for a moment before speaking again. I'm just here with my companions to look for work. And my companions should be good enough to be your bodyguards, right? Just pay us 180 billion a month, and we won't even be able to spend that much. Chapter 75 Control Kato. Hee. My lord is joking. Kato wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and awkwardly laughed. The total amount of money in the Kingdom of Wave is not as much as my lord said. Whether the Kingdom of Wave has it or not is none of my business, but you must have it. Chinyu carelessly rested the guardian sword on Kato's shoulder, exuding a threatening aura as if to say, try to say no. Feeling the chill at his neck, Kato swallowed hard, sweat pouring down his forehead. All right, it's settled. But before that, Chinyu chuckled coldly, reached into his ninja tool pouch, and pulled out 2 porcelain bottles. But before that, to ensure that my salary can be paid on time, I need to give you something to eat. As soon as he finished speaking, the guardian sword resting on Kato's shoulder tapped against his ear, and instantly Kato felt a buzzing in his ear. Instinctively, Kato opened his mouth to alleviate the buzzing. But at that moment, Chinyu flicked his finger, and a dark object flew straight into Kato's mouth. As he instinctively tried to spit it out, he saw Chinyu's cold gaze, and, suppressing his fear and disgust, he swallowed the foreign object down. That's more like it. Don't worry, you are my cash cow. I won't let you die. Upon hearing this, Kato's face lit up, and his heart that had jumped to his throat calmed down a bit. Thank you, my lord. But what did you just give me to eat? Oh, that? It's nothing, just a kind of poison. Hearing that Chinyu had given him poison, Kato's face, which had just regained some color, turned pale again, and he ran to the side to frantically gag. Seeing Kato's actions, Chinyu stepped forward and slapped him hard on the back, which dispersed Kato's nausea. Don't bother. Once you swallow that, there's no way to throw it up. Seeing Kato squatting aside, dry heaving but unable to expel anything, Chinyu chuckled. Didn't I say I wouldn't let you die? Hearing Chinyu's words, Kato seemed to grasp a lifeline, crawling to Chinyu's feet, grabbing his pant leg tightly, and looking up at Chinyu with tear-filled eyes. Seeing this, Chinyu's cheek twitched, and he forcefully pulled his leg away. Don't look at me like that, it's really disgusting. Saying this, Chinyu tossed the other porcelain bottle in his hand. This is the antidote. 1 pill lasts a year. As for whether there will be more next year, that depends on your performance. Saying this, Chinyu threw the porcelain bottle to Kato. Kato, overjoyed, caught the bottle and poured it into his hand. A similarly dark object rolled out. Looking at this dark object, Kato hesitated. He was genuinely afraid. He was scared that this was another poison. Chinyu seemed to see through Kato's thoughts and shrugged helplessly. You can choose not to eat it. Anyway, if you die, I can find someone else to take over your business. But after Chinyu finished speaking, Kato was still hesitating. Chinyu sighed helplessly, stepped forward, pried open Kato's mouth, and stuffed the dark object into it. Only after Kato swallowed it did Chinyu release him and step back. Seeing that Kato still looked terrified, Chinyu sighed again and took out another porcelain bottle from his ninja tool pouch. He then looked at the nearby siren, who was startled and immediately knelt down. My lord, please spare me. I would do everything you say. What are you scared of? I didn't make you eat anything. You must have quite a few warriors who have made mistakes, right? Get one over here, right now. Hearing Chinyu's command, Siren didn't dare to stay any longer. Having just saved his life, if he angered this lord by being slow, he feared he might lose his life. Thinking this, Siren hurriedly ran into the town. Not long after, a man with one eye covered, bare-chested, and a samurai sword at his waist arrived before Chinyu with Siren. Looking at the man, Chinyu didn't say much, lifted his hand, pinched the man's cheeks to pry open his mouth, and stuffed the porcelain bottle into it. Then, Chinyu punched the man in the abdomen hard, causing him to instinctively swallow the pill in his mouth. Before long, the warrior was rolling on the ground, clutching his stomach, and within a few breaths, he went still. Seeing this, Kato was startled and hurried forward, only to see the man with blood flowing from his 7 orifices, lifeless. If you hadn't eaten that antidote just now, you would be the one lying on the ground. Glancing at the terrified Kato, Chinyu snorted coldly. In fact, the poison that Chinyu had given Kato was nothing but 2 chocolate-like candies, while the real poison, which cost Chinyu over 50 dimensional points, had been given to the wronged warrior. Chinyu had converted all his money into dimensional points to afford it. Rest assured, I said I wouldn't kill you. As long as you obediently listen, nothing will happen. Besides, don't you think your life will be safer with me and my companions protecting you in the future? After a moment's thought, Kato realized that what Chinyu said was true. Aside from losing some of his money, he had essentially gained 2 super powerful bodyguards. As for money, he could always find ways to earn more later. Thinking this, Kato felt much calmer. Seeing Kato settle down, Chinyu clapped his hands and stepped into the extremely luxurious residence before him. In the dense forest, Kakashi and Might Guy, led by Parker, arrived at this gathering place of wandering ninjas. Looking at the corpses scattered around and the blood staining the ground, both Kakashi and Might Guy furrowed their brows. What on earth happened here? Kakashi squatted beside the only complete corpse, staring thoughtfully at the sword wound in the chest of the body. At this moment, Parker sniffed around and returned to Kakashi's side. Kakashi, this smell. It should be the kid you're looking for, but at this point, Parker paused. Kakashi turned his head slightly to look at Parker. But what? But among the 3 people we encountered in the dense forest, one of their auras is the same as the aura here. Chapter 76. The Clue of Chinyu. The arrival of Kakashi. What a pleasure. Chinyu let out a comfortable groan as he sat down on the extremely soft sofa in the room. Kato, first give me 100 billion. Consider it an advance on my salary. Upon hearing this, Kato couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Sir, you're joking. Even if I sold myself, I couldn't come up with that much money. Chinyu straightened up slightly, squinting his eyes and staring intently at Kato. He absolutely did not believe that Kato didn't have that much money. After all, even the stingy Kakuzu had a fortune of over $1 billion, and Kato controlled the vital waterways of the Land of Waves. However, Chinyu didn't consider that Kakuzu had accumulated his fortune through nearly 100 years of grueling bounty hunting work. How long had Kato been in control of the Land of Waves? Sir, I really don't have that much. Seeing Kato's genuine expression, Chinyu pondered for a moment and then sank back into the soft sofa. All right, if you don't have 100 billion, you must have 10 billion, right? If you dare say you don't, I'll kill you now. Crouched in the soft sofa, Chinyu glared at Kato with murderous intent. Kato, upon hearing this, felt his legs go weak and knelt down. Under Chinyu's fierce gaze, Kato appeared to have fallen into a cold abyss, trembling uncontrollably. I have 10 billion. I'll go get it now. Saying this, Kato stood up shakily and was about to leave. Just as he was about to walk out the door, Chinyu's voice reached his ears. No commercial notes, bring me cash. Kato paused, turned slightly to glance at Chinyu on the sofa, and although he felt puzzled, he silently walked out. Before long, Kato returned with more than 10 people, each pushing 2 large black boxes about the height of a person. Sir, the money is here. Looking at the more than 20 huge black boxes in front of him, Chinyu couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. Although he had previously received 300 million from Kakuzu, that was when Kakuzu took him to the bank. He had no idea it would require such a grand display to bring the money in boxes. Sir? Seeing Chinyu lost in thought, Kato hesitated, his heart bleeding, and called out to him softly. At Kato's call, Chinyu finally came to his senses. Yeah, got it. Responding a couple of times, Chinyu waved his hand, and all the black boxes in the room vanished from sight. Looking at the only remaining black suitcase, Kato's fear of Chinyu intensified. Hey, Bai, you take this money. If it's not enough, just call Kato for more. Pushing the box in front of Bai, he also pointed at Kato, who was silently trembling beside him. Suddenly being mentioned by Chinyu, Kato didn't dare to make a sound, as his life was firmly in someone else's hands. No, I can't use that much. Saying this, Bai took a stack of cash from the black box and stuffed it into his pocket, then pushed the box back in front of Chinyu. This is enough. We could talk about the rest later. Seeing this, Chinyu didn't say much. After all, he would control the entire Land of Waves in the future. Was he short on money? With this thought, Chinyu waved his hand and stored the remaining black suitcase into the system space. System, keep 1 million of this money for me, and exchange the rest for dimensional points. Ding, detecting. Amount, 998,900,000. Is the host sure about the exchange? As Chinyu responded in his mind, nearly 20 black boxes disappeared from the system space, replaced by a large stack of cash. Ding, consumed amount, 998,900,000. Successfully exchanged for 49,999 dimensional points. Hearing the prompt from the system, Chinyu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Damn black merchant, can't you get a little more dimensional points? Would it kill you to make it a round number? Sir? Seeing Chinyu's mouth twitching uncontrollably, Kato felt like his heart was about to leap out of his throat. He didn't dare to provoke this killing star in front of him. Not at all. What if this killing star made another request? He was genuinely afraid he would have to say goodbye to his head. Hark, are you sure this is the place? Kakashi stared at the luxurious door in front of him, noticing the obvious bloodstains that had just been cleaned up. He was troubled. To him, Chinyu was at most 6 years old. How could he possibly have such murderous intent? Yet the blood flowing like rivers in the forest and the clean bloodstains at the door all told Kakashi the truth. Now he could only silently pray that Park's sense of smell was off. This was the only time in nearly 2 years since he left the village that he hoped he had found the wrong person, wishing that the clue he had found was not related to Chinyu. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be that kid. Although he used transformation jutsu, his aura should be impossible to change. Is that so? Might Guy, who was beside him, seemed to sense Kakashi's inner turmoil and gently patted Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi, things might not be as bad as you think. Saying this, Guy squatted down and touched the faintly visible bloodstains on the ground. Or do you think that at Chinyu's age, he could kill in one strike or single-handedly slaughter dozens of wandering ninjas? As he said this, Might Guy stood up slowly, raising his head and staring fixedly at the luxurious door in front of him. In conclusion, there is only one possibility. It was that person next to Chinyu who did it. Upon hearing this, Kakashi looked at Might Guy with a complex expression. They both knew what the truth was. Regardless of whether Chinyu could do what Might Guy said, just the fact that he managed to escape from the encirclement of so many ninjas in the Rain Ninja Village was enough to demonstrate his strength. Kakashi just didn't want to believe it. After all, he was also the child of his teacher, and he had called him brother. All right, Kakashi, don't be so down. Youth doesn't allow us to be like this. Saying this, Might Guy patted Kakashi on the back with a carefree slap. I absolutely believe that kid Chin, you would never do such a thing. It must be that person beside him who did it. Oof, what a powerful guy. Hearing this, Kakashi helplessly covered his forehead. He had completely given in to this companion who had competed with him since childhood. With a resigned sigh, Kakashi looked at the luxurious door in front of him and murmured, I hope so. Chinyu, I truly hope it's not you. Recently, the code conversion has been severe, giving us more motivation to update faster. Please kindly exit reading mode with a little effort. Thank you. Chapter 77, Jiraiya's Arrival, Sir. Two ninjas from the Leaf Village are outside the door. At the right moment, a maid hurriedly ran in front of Chinyu and the others. Hearing this, Chinyu slightly frowned. They found a land of waves so quickly? He turned his head to look at Bai beside him. Bai, go take a trip. If you can send them away, then do so. Don't get into a conflict with them. If you really can't send them away, let them wait outside. After saying this, Chinyu sank back into the soft sofa. Seeing Cardo still standing beside him, Chinyu sighed helplessly. All right, you go do your thing. Don't mind me. I'm going to rest for a bit. Remember, don't come looking for me unless it's urgent. And even if it is urgent, don't come looking for me. Cardo was taken aback. What do you mean, don't come looking for you unless it's urgent? Doesn't that mean I'm giving you money for nothing? But despite his thoughts, Cardo still nodded slightly and sighed silently. Sigh, what can I do? My life is still in someone else's hands. With that, Cardo turned and walked toward the back room. At this moment, outside Cardo's residence, Kakashi and Might Guy were standing at the door. As the two anxiously waited, the luxurious door slowly opened and Bai, having transformed, walked out. Seeing an ordinary man walking out, Kakashi and Might Guy took a small step back, their eyes showing a hint of vigilance. Do you two have business here? May I ask where the person who came with you is? Bai paused slightly upon hearing this, realizing that these two were here for Chinyu. The coldness gradually seeped into her gaze as she looked at them. You two have a wrong place. It's just me here. Just as Bai's words fell, the crouching Pakin spoke up. Impossible, that kid's aura is also on you. You definitely came with him. A talking dog? Bai, who had lived in the snow village of the land of waves all her life, had never seen a talking dog. She was a bit surprised by this sudden encounter. Ninja dog. I'm a ninja dog. Pakin rolled his eyes and jumped onto Kakashi's shoulder. Although Bai was somewhat surprised, she didn't pay it much mind, merely glancing at Pakin before returning her gaze to Kakashi and Might Guy. We've come to bring Chinyu back to the village, so please be accommodating. Chinyu? Hearing such an unfamiliar name, Bai was clearly taken aback. Since meeting Chinyu in the Land of Water, she hadn't asked for his name, and it seemed Chinyu hadn't introduced himself either. They had just muddled through to the land of waves like this. Sorry, I don't know the person you're talking about. The sir has instructed not to conflict with you, so please leave. After saying this, Bai turned and walked back inside, leaving Kakashi and Might Guy stunned in place as the door slammed shut. Sir? Kakashi, when did that kid Chinyu get subordinates? Kakashi, hearing this, shook his head in confusion, staring at the closed door in silence for a long time. If Pakin's sense of smell wasn't mistaken, then the sir he mentioned was either Chinyu or that person had something belonging to Chinyu. No, if it was just carrying some items, the aura wouldn't be so strong. Just as Kakashi finished speaking, Pakin shook his head, dismissing Kakashi's idea. Then there's only one possibility left. But why doesn't that kid Chinyu want to come out and see us? It seems we haven't offended him, right? My guy, whose mind was mostly filled with muscles, scratched his head in confusion. To him, he had made an agreement with Chinyu, a promise about youth, a promise about passing down his physical techniques. Well, I don't know. Let us just wait. We'll think of something once Jiraiya-sensei arrives. Days later, at night, Chinyu lay on the sofa. He had moved to the small courtyard, gazing at the starry sky. He stretched comfortably, enjoying this leisurely life for the first time in his life. Or rather, having lived two lives. This was the first time Chinyu had laid back so lazily and comfortably to watch the stars. Just as he was stretching, he caught a glimpse of 3 figures flashing by in the corner of his eye. Am I seeing things? He murmured, slowly getting up and walking in the direction where the figures had passed. If you don't want to die, don't shout. Just as Chinyu reached the shadowy corner, a kunai suddenly appeared from the darkness, pressed against his neck. Hearing the familiar voice beside him, Chinyu felt helpless. He had only enjoyed a few days of peace, and Kakashi was already so impatient. We mean no harm. At this moment, another voice that Chinyu was very familiar with came. Hearing the voice, Chinyu drooped his head, completely giving up on resisting. As the voice finished, a man with white hair and a red vest stepped out of the shadows. It was Jiraiya, who had followed Kakashi and Might Guy from the Leaf. Seeing the man being held by Kakashi in the shadows, Jiraiya and the others didn't recognize that this was Chinyu. We simply came to find someone, Hey. Jiraiya stuttered at this point. Having thought for a long time without coming up with a descriptor, he simply spread his hands and looked at Kakashi, who was holding Chinyu. One of the two who came here a few days ago. I don't know anything else. Saying this, Kakashi pressed the kunai closer to Chinyu's neck. All right, seriously. Helpless, Chinyu impatiently moved Kakashi's kunai away from his neck. With Chinyu's words, there was a loud bang as he dispelled his transformation technique. What are you doing? I've only enjoyed a few days. Come on. I've been on the run since leaving the Leaf Village for 2 years. 2 years of running. Can I enjoy a few days? Chinyu. Seeing Chinyu revert to his original form, Jiraiya was first taken aback, then raised his hand and delivered a heavy slap to Chinyu's forehead. You brat. Running. Keep running. As Jiraiya raised his hand again, seeing that another slap was coming, Chinyu quickly raised his hands in surrender. Uncle Jiraiya. Wait. Stop suddenly. Jiraiya's hand was just about to hit Chinyu's forehead when he paused. Whatever you want to say, wait until I finish. With that, the hand that had stopped came crashing down again with a thud. Chinyu covered his swollen forehead, tears welling up in his eyes as he looked at Jiraiya. Seeing this, Jiraiya finally couldn't bring himself to strike again. Now tell me, why'd you run? In the small courtyard, Jiraiya sat down on the soft sofa that Chinyu had moved into the yard, looking at Chinyu, who was lowering his head. Jiraiya comfortably stretched. I have to say, this sofa, is indeed quite comfortable. Chapter 78. I might have to go back to Konoha, please. Uncle Jiraiya, do you think I want to run away? I glared at Jiraiya, who was occupying his sofa. Chin crossed his arms and sat on the floor, looking sulky as he turned his head to the side. I haven't provoked anyone in Konoha, right? Life was already tough enough, and then that Danzo came to capture me, forcing me to join Root. I barely escaped Konoha, risking complete tailed beast transformation, and after settling down in the Rain Village for a while, who the hell leaked my identity as a tailed beast to them? As he spoke, Chin glanced back at Jiraiya with a meaningful look. Is this your excuse for leaving us behind? Hearing this, Jiraiya was furious, standing up to give Chin a smack on the head. Seeing this, Chin quickly covered his head with his hands, his eyes welling up with tears again. What can I do? I'm a Ninetails Jinchuriki. If I don't run, should I wait for them to catch me? Besides, you guys are just fine. I'll let you off for now. But tell me how you ended up in the land of waves. Chin's eyes rolled as he intentionally omitted the details of his trip to the water country. I heard the land of waves is rich and doesn't have any strong ninjas. And since it's an island, nobody would know my identity as a Jinchuriki. So I thought I could come here to retire. Retire? After hearing Chin's words, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Might Guy all looked at him with strange expressions. What is this 6-year-old kid saying? He came to the land of waves to retire? Come back to the village. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya suppressed the impulse to beat Chin up, veins bulging on his forehead. No. To Jiraiya's surprise, Chin refused without hesitation. Finally, when Chin said the word no, Jiraiya couldn't hold back any longer. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Jiraiya smacked Chin on the forehead, making a visible bump for him. What did you just say? I didn't hear you. Say it again. Say it. Holding his swollen forehead, Chin glared at Jiraiya. Why should I go back? To be seen as an enemy by the village? Or to continue being troubled by that Danzo? After my father died, did anyone in the village treat me and my brother as human beings? They all see us as a plague. Who doesn't look at us like they want to gut us? As he spoke, tears streamed down Chin's face. My father and mother died for the village. We lost our parents. Why do those who are still alive treat us like this? If I could, I wish my father hadn't gone to stop the Ninetails that night. At least they could still be alive. At least my brother and I would still have a home. By the end, Chin was shouting, and with his screams, the lights in the Kato residence turned on. Listening to Chin's heart-wrenching cries, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Might Guy fell into silence. I don't know why it turned out like this. Shouldn't my brother and I being Jinchuriki be a secret? Why does the whole village know? Ha! The demon fox. Yes, I'm the demon fox. My brother and I are both demon foxes. So what? What's wrong with being a demon fox? Since the village doesn't welcome me, then I won't go back. Smack! A crisp sound rang out, and Chin's eyes widened in disbelief as he touched his face, looking at Jiraiya. Huff! Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya slowly stood up, looking at Chin on the ground with a complex expression. Indeed, You could choose not to go back. You can abandon the whole village and live freely here. But what about your brother Naruto? Do you think it's better to leave Naruto alone in the village, suffering from its exclusion? Do you think your departure will change anything for the people in the village? At this point, Jiraiya slightly turned away, no longer looking at Sheen. The villagers' attitudes need to be changed by you. What has happened cannot be changed. Indeed, the village has some problems, but that's not something we should discuss or argue about. Old man, I hope the old man can change all of this. After saying this, Jiraiya nodded to Kakashi and Might Guy, leaping onto the wall first. I'll give you one night. We'll return to the village tomorrow. If you come to your senses, find me at the tavern. With that, Jiraiya disappeared into the night sky. Kakashi sighed softly. As a disciple of Minato Namikaze, he truly didn't want Sheen and Naruto to suffer further oppression and exclusion from the village. But as Jiraiya said, what had happened could no longer be changed. Kakashi stepped forward to help Sheen up, giving his shoulder a gentle pat without saying a word. Then jumped onto the wall to follow Jiraiya. Kid, youth won't let anyone down. Seize your youth. Go change everything that can be changed. The enthusiastic Might Guy gave Sheen a thumbs up, a flash of silver gleaming from his white teeth, and then he too jumped away. Watching them leave, Sheen fell into deep thought. Indeed, just as Jiraiya said, Naruto was still in the village, his brother was still there. He couldn't be so selfish. Although he knew that even without him, Naruto would still grow in the village, he had come here, and he had become Minato Namikaze's adopted son. After all, Naruto's first words spoken to him were still brother. Taking a deep breath, Sheen slowly raised his head, looking at the stars in the sky, and made a decision in his heart. Since there were things that were destined to be unchangeable, then let us destroy it. Destroy it. Reforge a better one. Just as he was thinking, the small courtyard door was slowly pushed open. Hearing the sound, Sheen turned slightly to see Bai, having canceled her transformation technique, peeking in with her big eyes looking at him. It's Bai, come sit. Saying this, Sheen plopped down on the ground, patting the sofa beside him to signal Bai. However, Bai shook her head slightly, walking over to Sheen's side and sitting down on the ground beside him. The two sat in silence for a long time. After a while, Sheen finally spoke slowly. Bai, I might have to go back to Konoha. Chapter 79. Back to Konoha the next day. Sheen woke up early and stood outside the Kato residence, looking at the hazy white. He took out the S-H-I-E-L-D communicator he exchanged for 3,000 dimensional points the night before from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Bai. Bai, after I return to Konoha, use this to contact me. Just input your chakra to use it. After speaking, Shinyu looked earnestly at Kato, who was standing behind Bai. Kato, you need to pay 100 million every month from now on. I don't want to hear any more excuses like I don't have. 100 million a month is nothing compared to your life. Kato was taken aback by the words, then responded with a smile. Indeed, for Kato, 100 million a month was insignificant compared to his life. Although Kato only publicly controlled the waterway transportation of a land of waves, he had many other income sources behind the scenes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recruited so many wandering ninjas and samurai. Then Shinyu glanced at the distant sea-ren before turning his attention back to Bai. If Kato doesn't obey, just kill him. Sea-ren can possibly take Kato's place. After giving his instructions, Shinyu decisively turned and left, disappearing at the end of the street under Bai's reluctant gaze. Outside the town's tavern, Drea, Kakashi, and Might Guy finished packing and just walked out when they saw Shinyu squatting on the side with an unknown weed in his mouth. Looking at Shinyu's back, the three exchanged glances and smiled with relief. Have you figured it out? Jiraiya stepped forward, patted Shinyu's small shoulder, and smiled. Are you deciding to return to the village with us? Yes, you're right. My brother is still waiting for me in the village. Hearing Shinyu say this, Jiraiya nodded to Kakashi and Might Guy at the door. Seeing this, Kakashi let out a deep breath. Their efforts over the past 2 years were finally not in vain. Although it took a while, they had completed the mission and ensured that the teacher's child would no longer wander outside. 7 days later, the four stood at the entrance of Konoha village, looking at the Konoha symbol above the gate. Shinyu took several deep breaths. He had finally returned to this place he detested. The four walked straight ahead. Perhaps because of Jiraiya and the others being nearby, the villagers, though surprised by Shinyu's return, did not openly point or verbally attack him. The way was smooth, and they quickly arrived in front of the Hokage building. Looking at the Hokage rock behind the Hokage building, where the face of Minato Namikaze was carved, Shinyu's expression was complex. He hated this village, but it was a place that Minato had exchanged his life for. Perhaps he could hate it, even destroy it in the future. But would he really be able to justify that to Minato? Maybe, when the part of Minato's chakra left in Naruto awakens and learns about Naruto's memories, Minato would also regret his decision back then. Inside the Hokage office, everything was as usual, with the same decorations and the old man smoking. Jiraiya and the others brought Shinyu into the office, where Sarutobi Hiruzen was puffing on his pipe. The office was silent, with only the sounds of him occasionally exhaling and inhaling smoke. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally placed the pipe on the table. Shinyu, you've been away for 2 years. Don't you have anything to say upon your return? Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen speak, Shinyu respectfully bowed slightly. What does Hokage-sama want to hear from me? After a pause, Shinyu straightened up and met Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze without fear. Do you want to hear how the villagers of Konoha ostracized and disliked me? Or do you want to hear how Danzo wanted to control me? Or perhaps how the news of me being the Ninetails Jinchuriki was known in the Rain Village? Shinyu's words seemed like questions, but they pierced Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart like sharp thorns. Shinyu, Danzo has paid the price for what he did. As for the villagers, they will change. As long as you contribute to the village in the future, they will change their views on you. Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's vague reassurances, Shinyu shrugged indifferently. It doesn't matter to me. They can think what they want. I don't care as long as they don't provoke me. And as for Danzo, what price did he pay? Did you kill him or arrest him? Seeing Shinyu, who had clearly changed his mindset after returning from 2 years away, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, but then seemed to think of something and relaxed his furrowed brow. No, I revoked his position as Hokage advisor and disbanded his rude organization. Cut it out. That has no punishment at all. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's punishment for Danzo, Shinyu snorted coldly and muttered a few words under his breath. Although the murmurs were quiet, the people in the Hokage office heard them clearly. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly and started to play the emotional card with Shinyu. Shinyu, I know your nature isn't bad. After all, I watched you grow up. Danzo made mistakes, but he also thought of the village's interests. I am Hokage, but I can't just strike him down completely. After all, he has contributed a lot to the village. Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's emotional appeal, Shinyu scratched his ear mockingly, looking extremely annoyed. Whatever, Hokage-sama can deal with him however he wants. Anyway, he's trying to control me, the fox demon, not you, Hokage-sama. It's fine after all. I'm just my father's adopted son. If I'm captured and controlled, eventually becoming the village's ultimate weapon, it would just provide an extra layer of security for the village. Hearing Shinyu's sarcastic words, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew he was in the wrong and sighed deeply, his murky eyes looking at Shinyu as if he was conceding. How about this? Whatever you want, except for killing Danzo, you can ask for it. As long as it's feasible, I'll do it. As a way for the village to apologize to you. After waiting so long, Shinyu finally heard what he wanted. When it came to making demands, he instantly perked up, his eyes shining as he stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, thinking that he had been tricked by this little brat. But don't go too far. I haven't even made a request yet, and Hokage-sama is already scared? Saying this, Shinyu stroked his chin as if in thought. After a while, he slowly spoke up. Forgiving Danzo is not impossible, but I have 2 requests. First, I want ninjutsu, at least to A rank or above ninjutsu, including my father's flying thunder god. Second, give my brother the best living conditions. Find the best ninjutsu mentor. I mean the best. Chapter 80. The detestable Konoha leaving the Hokage building. Shinyu had his hands in his pockets, and the cloak he was wearing was stored away in his space as he left the Kato residence. Now, he was dressed in a simple outfit he bought in the Land of Waves. Standing on the streets of Konoha, looking at the clear blue sky, Shinyu felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, and the familiar sounds of curses and disdain reached his ears. Suppressing the urge to take down this group of people, Shinyu let out several deep breaths. If it weren't for the fact that he was in Konoha, he would have shouted and gone on a rampage long ago. Holding back his overwhelming killing intent, Shinyu hurried along. After a while, he stopped in front of the closed door of the Kazekage residence, which was covered in dust. Shinyu sneered repeatedly. It seems that while I was away from the village, Naruto has been brought back to his old life. Thinking this, Shinyu stepped forward, took out the key, and inserted it into the keyhole, but after turning it several times, the door still showed no reaction. He tilted his head slightly, puzzled as he looked at the key in his hand. Taking a step back, he raised his foot and kicked the door. Crack! Boom! After the sound of shattering, the door collapsed. Just as Shinyu was about to step inside, a female voice rang out nearby. Who is that little thief? Daring to break into the residence of the 4th Hokage. Hearing the somewhat familiar voice, Shinyu slowly lowered his raised foot. And, this is my little brother's house. Do you believe I? As the person spoke, she walked toward Shinyu but when she was not far from him, her voice suddenly stopped. Hee, Red Bean. Long time no see. With a grin, Chinyu turned to look, and the owner of the voice was indeed Yuhi Kurenai. Chinyu? Is that really you? You're back. Yuhi Kurenai stood there in shock, her finger trembling as she pointed at Chinyu. Mom, absolutely. It's been 2 years. Don't you recognize me? It really is you. After a moment of comparing the Chinyu in front of her with her memories, confirming that this was indeed Chinyu, her eyes instantly filled with tears. What? Let me think. Should I give you a warm hug next? Before Chinyu could finish the word hug, Yuhi Kurenai rushed over with reddened eyes and wrapped her arms tightly around him. Wait. Red Bean. I can't breathe. With his whole head trapped in Yuhi Kurenai's embrace, Chinyu turned his head with great effort, finally gasping for air. Feeling the pressure, he couldn't help but mutter inwardly that he really didn't understand what kind of food women in this world grew up on. To have such a formidable weapon at such a young age. Don't they walk heavily? After a while, as if having vented all her emotions, Yuhi Kurenai, blushing, rubbed her slightly puffy eyes and finally let go of Chinyu. I am saved. As soon as he escaped Yuhi Kurenai's embrace, Chinyu collapsed on the ground, looking as if he was about to ascend to heaven. Seeing Chinyu acting theatrically, Yuhi Kurenai finally chuckled and rolled her eyes at him before speaking slowly. So, where have you been these past 2 years? Seeing that Yuhi Kurenai laughed, Chinyu got up and casually replied, just on the run. Where else could I go? He brushed off her question. Yuhi Kurenai knew a bit about Chinyu's departure from the village. After all, at that time, Orochimaru had not yet defected from the village, so she could hear some things that only the higher-ups of Konoha knew. Upon hearing this, Yuhi Kurenai nodded slightly and didn't pursue the topic further. She gazed deeply at the Chinyu she hadn't seen for 2 years, and her eyes dimmed again. You still don't know, right? The teacher. He defected. Chinyu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded lightly and turned to walk into the Kazekage residence. It must have been because the teacher was discovered doing human experiments by the third Hokage, right? As Chinyu spoke, he walked towards a dusty small robot, checked it, and took out a charred energy crystal from the base. He then exchanged 50 dimensional points for a new one to put in. With the new energy crystal in place, the mechanical arm of the small robot initialized, turning left and right twice. Seeing the small robot reboot, Chinyu clapped his hands and turned to Yuhi Kurenai. We can't get involved in the teacher's matters. There's no way for us to participate. Since it has already happened, it's useless to dwell on it. Suddenly, Chinyu changed the subject. By the way, Red Bean, you should know how Naruto has been these past 2 years, right? Suddenly asked this way, Yuhi Kurenai didn't know how to respond for a moment. After hesitating for a long time, she finally opened her mouth but didn't say anything. Seeing this, Chinyu nodded slightly. Even if Yuhi Kurenai didn't say anything, he already knew that Naruto hadn't been doing well. Actually, before the teacher defected, I could still take care of Naruto, but after the teacher defected, I was ordered not to approach Naruto anymore. Even though sometimes I secretly bought some things and left them at Naruto's doorstep, At this point, Yuhi Kurenai fell silent. Chinyu, hearing this, couldn't help but sneer inwardly and slightly raised his head to look at a corner of the ceiling. It seems that this village really can accommodate us, don't you think? Huh? Chinyu, isn't that a bit exaggerated? At this time in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe in his mouth, looked at the crystal ball that met his gaze with Chinyu and sighed slightly, waving his hand to disperse the telescope technique. Well, let us talk. The same few people were still standing in the room. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Might Guy. Seeing that the three in front of him were silent, Jiraiya took a puff of smoke and was the first to speak. Don't you think that the current Chinyu has changed quite a bit compared to 2 years ago? Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively upon hearing this. Old man, don't be so suspicious all the time. People change. Besides, Chinyu has faced so much at such a young age, so many unfair things. Anyone would have a change in mentality, don't you think, old man? Sarutobi Hiruzen, however, did not respond, his murky eyes looking at Kakashi and Might Guy beside him. Fire! Might Guy was about to speak when he was secretly tugged by Kakashi beside him. But how could such a small movement escape Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes? Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a deep breath of smoke. Kakashi, you speak. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen called on him, Kakashi sighed helplessly, opened his mouth, and skipped the speculations from when they were at the Kato residence. Hokage-sama, 2 years ago, Chinyu fled Konoha, and then in Amage Cure and the Land of Waves. He faced many changes and battles. Now that he has finally returned to the village, only to find that the village has treated his brother this way. And even his friend's support has been prohibited. If it were me, I would have no good feelings left for this village. Even if this is the village that the teacher saved with his life. Chapter 81. The lonely Naruto after listening to Kakashi's words. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent for a long time, his murky eyes seeming to add another layer of complexity. After a long while, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally let out a deep breath. Go, withdraw the Umbu monitoring Naruto and Mitarashi Anko. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's words fell, a reply echoed from outside the Hokage office, and then there was complete silence. Kakashi slightly raised his gaze to look at Jiraiya, who happened to turn around at the same time. The two exchanged glances, and Jiraiya gave a slight nod before heading toward the window of the Hokage office. All right, Chinyu is back. I should be going as well. I still need to gather material for my new book. Saying this, Jiraiya flipped out of the window, and before he could hear Sarutobi Hiruzen's scolding, he kicked off and disappeared from the spot. Hokage-sama, if there is nothing else, we'll take our leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly at the sound, and Kakashi and Might Guy turned to walk towards the office door. Just as the two were about to step out, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rang out again. Kakashi, I'm counting on you to keep an eye on Chinyu and Naruto. After all, you are Minato's disciple, so I hope you can look after them a bit more. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Kakashi's grip on the doorknob tightened slightly. Then he gently nodded before opening the door and leaving. In a Namikaze residence, as the feeling of being watched disappeared, Chinyu's lips curled up slightly. TCH, that old pervert loves to spy. He spat lightly and turned to pat the little robot, which had just completed its initialization. Little bot, please tidy up the house for me. I need to step out. As Chinyu's words fell, the little robot's mechanical arm nodded twice and then slowly moved toward the interior of the house. Seeing this, Chinyu smiled and pulled Mitarashi Anko out the door. Huh? Aren't you going to take care of your front door? Chinyu froze at the sound, suddenly remembering how he entered his home. He then flipped his hand and took out a metal hammer from his ninja tool bag, propping up the collapsed door and starting to hammer it back into shape. Mitarashi Anko tilted her head, watching Chinyu busy at work, her eyes occasionally glancing at the tool bag strapped to his thigh. She was very curious about this miraculous ninja tool bag. Not only could it hold shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags, but it could even fit large tools like a hammer and a big shovel. What's wrong? After securing the door, Chinyu casually tossed the hammer back into his tool bag, only to notice Mitarashi Anko was staring intently at it. Oh, this? Do you want it? Chinyu pointed to his tool bag. Mitarashi Anko blinked in confusion and then shook her head vigorously. No, I'm just curious why your tool bag can hold so much. There's nothing special about it. Just put a sealing scroll in the tool bag, and when you need something, you can take it directly from a scroll. You know, as a kid without parents, it's pretty normal to carry around a hammer or something, right? Chinyu spoke earnestly, while Mitarashi Anko listened, her head nodding in understanding. All right, let us go. Come with me to pick up Naruto. In the small square on the west side of Konoha, 5-year-old Naruto sat alone on a swing, watching groups of children in the distance. He jumped off and walked towards them. Hey, what are you playing? Can I join you? Before Naruto could finish his sentence, the group of children saw him and scattered in all directions, some even crying as they ran away. Seeing the children flee in fear at his arrival, Naruto hung his head and silently returned to the swing, gripping it tightly and swinging by himself. He didn't understand why the villagers were so afraid of him, why they rejected him so much. It felt as if both adults and children saw him as a harbinger of misfortune. As he swung, the golden sunset bathed Naruto in light, yet he felt no warmth, only a chill. Tilting his head, resting it against the ropes of the swing, he looked at the children being held in their parents' arms not far away, and an indescribable feeling surfaced in his heart. Hey, little guy, it's getting dark. Aren't you going home? Just as Naruto was lost in his thoughts, a clear voice rang in his ears. Startled, he turned to see a boy who looked similar to him, with faint whisker marks on his face, alongside a girl who seemed somewhat familiar. Are you going to play this? I won't play anymore. You can have it. Instinctively, Naruto jumped off the swing, stepping back a bit from the two, knowing that if he got too close, he might scare them. What? Naruto, don't you remember me? Seeing Naruto's cautious demeanor, Chinyu felt a pang in his heart. He knew all too well how much Naruto had suffered, how much he'd been wronged in these 2 years. For he too had spent 2 or 3 years in a similar environment back then. Big brother, should I know you? Tilting his head, Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Little brat, take a good look. At that moment, Mitarashi Anko stepped forward, lifting Naruto and bringing him closer to Chinyu. Hey! Being lifted by Mitarashi Anko, Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Hearing his surprised voice, Chinyu's expression brightened, and he stretched out his arms, ready to catch Naruto. However, Naruto suddenly pointed at Mitarashi Anko. I remember. You were the big sister who helped me scare away that bad guy back then. As Chinyu was about to embrace Naruto, he froze in place. Mitarashi Anko, seeing this, awkwardly coughed a couple of times and swatted Naruto's pointing hand away. I didn't ask if you remembered me. Look carefully. Who is he? Mitarashi Anko forcibly placed Naruto next to Chinyu, and Naruto pinched his chin, his eyes constantly examining Chinyu's face. While scrutinizing, Naruto nodded slightly. After a while, he suddenly clapped his hands and pointed at Chinyu, shouting, I got it. I know who you are. Chinyu was overjoyed and squatted down, opening his arms wide, waiting for Naruto to leap into his embrace. Just as I thought. You're the bad guy who bullied me last time. This time, you were brought here by this big sister to apologize, right? It's fine. I forgive you. Chapter 82. I am your brother looking at the completely petrified Chinyu and the self-satisfied Naruto. Yushitai Hondo helplessly covered her forehead. You little brat. Look clearly. This guy in front of you is your brother. Unable to hold back any longer, Yushitai Hondo stepped forward, grabbed Chinyu's head with one hand and Naruto's head with the other, and with a bang, smashed their faces together. Wait. Naruto struggled with flailing arms. And after a while, he finally broke free from Yushitai Hondo's grip. Big sister, even though you saved me, you can't just help me recognize my family, right? I don't remember having any relatives. I guess my parents abandoned me because I'm a fox demon. As he spoke, Naruto's mood sank again. Just as he finished the last word, a crisp sound echoed across the square. Naruto, shocked, covered his cheek, and tears began to flow from his eyes. Say that again. Chinyu glared at Naruto with red eyes, feeling a pang of pain in his heart. His hand, which had just slapped Naruto, trembled unconsciously. Naruto covered his face, looking at Chinyu in terror, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Seeing this, Chinyu couldn't bear it and pulled Naruto into his arms. I'm sorry, Naruto. It's Big Brother who came back late. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have left for so long. Struggling to hold back the tears welling in his eyes, Chinyu's voice trembled. In his arms, Naruto covered his slightly swollen face, and despite the stinging pain, he didn't cry out, silently shedding tears. Watching the two embrace, Yushitai Hondo felt deeply moved. She stepped forward and gently patted their backs. After a while, feeling that Naruto had stopped crying, Chinyu slowly released his hold. Naruto Uzumaki, remember this. Father and mother never abandoned us. They never did. Naruto stared blankly at the smiling Chinyu, and suddenly a scene flashed in his mind. A child roughly his age holding a toddler's hand while walking through Konoha, with villagers pointing at the two. You really are my brother? As if seeking confirmation, Naruto looked at Chinyu with hopeful eyes. Chinyu was momentarily taken aback, and the smile on his face grew a little wider. Yes, my name is Chinyu, Bo-Phone Chinyu. Is that really the case? This joke is not funny at all. Upon hearing Chinyu say his name, Naruto's expectant eyes instantly dimmed. He pushed Chinyu's hands off his shoulder and turned to run away. What is wrong with him now? Watching Naruto run off, Chinyu's brain momentarily couldn't process it. Just a second ago, he was full of expectation, and how could he turn his back so quickly? Idiot, if it were me, I would also turn my back. Yushitai Hondo helplessly covered her forehead and gave Chinyu a hard tap on the back of his head. Are you stupid? What is his name? Chinyu rubbed the back of his head, blinking in confusion at Yushitai Hondo, as if asking, is your brain not working either? I really can't take it anymore. Come on, he only knows his name is Naruto Uzumaki. You say you're his brother, but you're named Bo-Phone Chinyu. Don't you think something is off? Chinyu blinked several times and suddenly jumped up. Oh no, this kid probably thinks I'm lying to him. Saying that, Chinyu took off running. But after just a few steps, he turned back. Hondo, where does Naruto live? I really can't with you. Come on, I'll take you there. Sighing helplessly, Yushitai Hondo spoke while walking towards the dilapidated houses at the edge of the village. As they walked, to win Naruto's forgiveness, Chinyu asked Yushitai Hondo to buy a bunch of snacks along the way, of course, including plenty of three-color dumplings in her hands. Hondo, it's better to eat less of these sweet snacks. Watching Yushitai Hondo munch on the sweet dumplings, images from Boruto flashed in Chinyu's mind, causing him to shrink his neck and kindly remind her. Mind your own business. I just like to eat. Yushitai Hondo snorted coldly, taking another bite of the dumpling and casually tossed the stick in her hand toward a big tree by the road. If you eat too many sweets, be careful of getting fat. If you get fat, you won't be Hondo anymore. You might even be barely a sweet potato. Watching you, Shirtai Hondo chew on the 3-color dumplings, Chinyu muttered under his breath. Little did he know, his supposed low muttering was fully heard by Yushirtai Hondo. Huh? What did you say? Sweet potato? Are you talking bad about me? You must be, right? You're dead. With a roar, Yushirtai Hondo stuffed the last 3-color dumpling into her mouth and lunged at Chinyu. In the dark of night, worried that Yushirtai Hondo might accidentally fall, Chinyu didn't dodge and was tackled to the ground. Looking up at Yushirtai Hondo, who was sitting on his stomach, raising her fist, Chinyu was left speechless. I say, Hondo, don't you think this position is a bit strange? Huh? What? Yushirtai Hondo blinked a couple of times and then realized the position she was in with Chinyu. She quickly let out a sharp scream, and her tightly clenched fist came crashing down on Chinyu's eye. Then, Yushirtai Hondo quickly jumped away. Ow, 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 covering his eye that was stinging with tears. Chinyu stood up, wailing. Yushirtai Hondo, with a flushed face, stood by, feeling a bit at a loss. What? Are you standing there ready to punch me back? Chinyu shot an annoyed glare at Yushirtai Hondo, who, seeing this, shrank her neck and quickly turned to lead the way. Along the way, Yushirtai Hondo's face remained red, and she didn't dare to talk to Chinyu again. After walking for a while, they stood in front of a dilapidated door. Taking a deep breath, Chinyu knocked on the door. As the knocking echoed, Naruto's voice came from inside. Huh? Who is it? I remember someone already gave me aid this month. As Naruto spoke, he opened the door, but as soon as it swung open, and he saw Chinyu and Yushirtai Hondo, with one of Chinyu's eyes blackened, his face instantly turned sour. What do you want? You even tricked me into my own home? Let me tell you, my home is like this. There's nothing here for you to deceive me with.